Part 4. Taking on the Police. Chapter 21. Playing Games with Scotland Yard. Crime detection in real life fascinated Sayers and her colleagues, and this led to a decision to offer membership for the one and only time in the club's history to someone who was not a writer, but the head of the CID at Scotland Yard. Norman Kendall was elected in 1935 and knighted 2 years later, perhaps because his part in a detection club escapade in Soho went unnoticed by the powers that be. Kendall risked professional embarrassment as a result of the practical incompetence so characteristic of many novelists. While everyone was gathering for the dinner at Grosvenor House and the initiation of R.C. Woodthorpe, it was discovered that part of the regalia used in the ritual had been left in the club rooms at Gerrard Street. Every member had a key to the rooms, but frantic questioning revealed that nobody had brought their key along. Nobody had imagined that there would be any need to visit the club premises that night, since many more guests had been invited than the Gerrard Street rooms could hold. The plan was to spend the whole evening at the hotel, where the dinner and ritual were to take place. A taxi was summoned and 3 members jumped into it, together with an apprehensive Kendall, who was pressed into service for good reason. There was no option but to break into the club rooms, yet there was a risk of a heightened police presence, since the building had recently been burgled and other rooms ransacked, although the club's premises were left mysteriously untouched. But the writers reckoned, as Gladys Mitchell put it, that Sir Norman's presence at the scene of the crime was essential in case any inquisitive copper came along at the wrong time and asked the unanswerable question, "What's all this then?" A constable could hardly arrest an assistant commissioner. The cunning plan worked and nobody was arrested. Speaking at the dinner that night was Sir Austin Chamberlain, the former Foreign Secretary and half-brother to Neville, who described himself as a greedy, interested and passionate fan of detective fiction, despite the number of Golden Age novels in which politicians were murdered. After the excitement earlier in the evening, the mood was exuberant and alcohol flowed freely. Berkeley presided in Chesterton's absence, and Punchin made a jokey reference to a recent break-in at the Gerrard Street rooms. The amateur burglars had got away with it. Norman Kendall had edited a practical textbook on criminal investigation, but his election seems partly to have been a publicity gimmick, and partly as an inscription to him written by Punchin in a presentation copy of Death of a Beauty Queen indicates, a thank you for his collaboration with the Gerrard Street break-in. Punchin was interested in punishment as well as crime, and Information Received, the debut of his policeman hero Bobby Owen, contains a powerful passage, quite irrelevant to the plot, condemning a legal clerk's insistence that burglars should be deterred by a good dose of the cat-o'-nine-tails. What really roused his enthusiasm was a primeval love of cruelty lurking in his subconsciousness. What moved him was the pleasure and excitement it gave him to think of a naked body, its flesh torn and bloody and scarred with the strokes of a whip. This book, which earned Sayers' admiration, contradicts the glib assumptions of critics who claim that social comment is absent from Golden Age detective novels. Innumerable other examples are to be found in Punchin's work, and that of many of his colleagues. The club's developing relationship with Scotland Yard led to an unorthodox collaborative book of detective fiction. According to the dust jacket of 6 Against the Yard, the instigator of the project was lying idly in his bath one day, contemplating murder. There existed someone whom he wished dead, and it occurred to him that most people, however Christian, knew of one of whom they harboured a similar wish. This sparked an idea. 6 writers would be invited to write a story about a perfect murder, and then a senior police officer would review the scheme and judge whether it was really foolproof from a detective's point of view. A recently retired superintendent, G.W. Cornish, had published his memoirs. Sayers praised the book in a review, and Cornish agreed to participate in the game. Marjorie Allingham opened proceedings with "It Didn't Work Out," a strong story told by a music hall singer. Knox's The Fallen Idol blends topical political satire, classic detection, and a word puzzle linked to psychometric testing. Barclay's The Policeman Only Taps Once parodied the hard-boiled American crime story. Sayers wrote Blood Sacrifice, its theatrical background reflecting her current absorption in a stage play she was working on with Muriel St. Clair Byrne. Her themes were ambitious: good and evil, innocence and guilt. Cornish was keen to show that however neat the plan, the police would always make sure that justice was done. But Sayers, taking her work as seriously as ever, was irked by his comments. To research blood transfusions, integral to the plot, she had consulted Helen Simpson's husband, the surgeon Dennis Brown, and she refused to accept Cornish's verdict that the killer's plan was not watertight. When her agent, David Hyam, prompted by the Daily Mail, had the temerity to wonder if she might revise what she'd written, she refused with a vehemence which would have impressed a strong-minded Somerville graduate of a later generation, Margaret Thatcher. "No, no, I will not alter a word." In psychological terms, Sayers regarded the story as one of the best she had written, and she said Cornish should speak to Dennis Brown if he was not convinced. A few hours later, as if afraid she had not made herself clear, Sayers wrote a second letter to Hyam, repeating her views and saying that she had told the Daily Mail to withdraw a pointless change to one of her characters' names. Nor was that all. Cornish's comments were good-natured, if not insightful, and he mentioned that he had not had the chance to discuss the case with Lord Peter Wimsey. Sayers promptly drafted a letter in which, surprise, surprise, Wimsey endorsed her view that blood sacrifice did tell the story of a perfect murder. Hyam was told that the Daily Mail could publish Wimsey's letter alongside Cornish's critique. The playfulness of the project, for all Sayers's earnestness, appealed to readers. 6 Against the Yard is a unique book, a harmless piece of entertainment arising from one man's urge to murder an enemy. Harmless, that is, assuming the cautionary remarks of the retired superintendent deterred anyone genuinely harbouring murderous intentions from putting any of the story ideas into practice. But an idea about murdering someone he knew lingered at the back of Barclay's mind. During the Golden Age, detective novelists usually kept their readers in the dark about the solution to the crime. The climax of the story was the revelation of who done it, or occasionally how it was done. But there was another way to maintain suspense and reader interest, a method similar to that in 6 Against the Yard. A writer could show readers the carrying out of an ingenious and apparently foolproof crime, and then describe how the detective solved the case, an inverted detective story. As well as leading the way with scientific detection, Richard Austin Freeman devised the inverted story of crime. 4 groundbreaking stories of this type were collected in The Singing Bone in 1911. Freeman was less interested in who done it than how was the discovery achieved. He was set thinking by Edgar Wallace's offer of a prize to a reader who identified the criminal in his 1905 novel The Four Just Men, a scheme which proved financially ruinous because too many people hit on the right answer. Freeman wondered if he could write a detective story which took the reader into his confidence from the outset. The result was The Case of Oscar Brodsky. Here the usual conditions are reversed. The reader knows everything, the detective knows nothing, and the interest focuses on the unexpected significance of trivial circumstances. That first story was split into two parts: the mechanism of crime and the mechanism of detection. A burglar murders a man in order to steal a packet of diamonds. His sole mistake is to leave his victim's felt hat at home before carrying the body away to be left on a railway track. He burns the hat, but in vain. Dr. Thorndyke is able to solve the crime. Here, once again, was a groundbreaking detective story with its roots in real life. One Saturday in November 1866, a Nottinghamshire rent collector called Henry Rayner set out for a cottage he owned in the village of Carlton. He and John and Mary Watson, a couple who occupied part of the building, were engaged in a long-running dispute about who had the right to vegetable produce from the cottage garden, and Rayner meant to put a stop to their activities. But that night, his body was found on a nearby railway line. He had been battered with a poker, and his money and watch were missing, as well as his hat. The eminent toxicologist, Professor Alfred Swain Taylor, was called in and spotted marks of dragging between the cottage and the railway line, which corresponded with Rayner's boots. A search of the cottage revealed a cindery substance on an iron rake, which, after heating and treatment with alcohol, produced a shellac resin. This proved to be very similar to a substance obtained from a felt hat like Rayner's. The Watsons claimed that bloodstains on their clothes came from killing a pig, and luckily for them, Taylor was unable to prove otherwise. They were found not guilty, although Freeman's fictional murderer was not so fortunate. At first, inverted stories received scant attention. Freeman abandoned the form before the start of the First World War, which Sayers found regrettable. Barclay's approach in Malice Aforethought was different, as he presented the whole story from the murderer's point of view, rather than, in part, from the detective's. Encouraged by Sayers, both the Coles and Freeman Wills Crofts wrote inverted detective novels, while Roy Vickers wrote excellent short inverted stories featuring Scotland Yard's Department of Dead Ends. The appeal of the form has endured, and in the television age, the inverted stories in Columbo achieved enormous popularity. The outstanding inverted crime novel was Heir Presumptive by Henry Wade. Eustace Hendel is alerted by a newspaper item to the fact that he might be in line for an inheritance that will solve all his financial problems. He sees a possible route to becoming the next Lord Barradine, but unfortunately some family members stand in his way. The storyline anticipates aspects of the classic Ealing comedy Kind Hearts and Coronets, which appeared more than a decade later. George Orwell had no doubt. Our great period in murder, our Elizabethan period, so to speak, seems to have been between roughly 1850 and 1925, and the murderers whose reputation has stood the test of time are the following: Dr. Palmer of Rugeley, Jack the Ripper, Neil Cream, Mrs. Maybrick, Dr. Crippen, Seddon, Joseph Smith, Armstrong, and Bywaters and Thompson. Was it mere coincidence that Orwell's golden age of real-life murder came to an end as the golden age of fictional murder was gathering steam? Orwell argued that, leaving aside the Ripper killings, the other 8 cases had a good deal in common. 6 were poisoning cases, and all but 2 of the 10 criminals came from the middle class. Sex provided a powerful motive in most of the cases, while respectability, such as the urge to avoid the scandal of divorce, was a recurrent factor in the culprit's mindset. Crucially, as Orwell pointed out in The Decline of the English Murder, the context of almost all the classic cases was essentially domestic. Of 12 victims, 7 were either wife or husband of the murderer. The Thompson-Bywaters trial, and the other cases Orwell highlighted, inspired Detection Club members and other Golden Age writers to produce much of their finest work. But it was a case that dominated the headlines for weeks in 1931 that gave Sayers the chance to display her own skills as a detective. Notes to Chapter 21. 6 Against the Yard is a unique book. Opinions vary as to whether it is accurately described as a product of the Detection Club. Its originality is characteristic of club members, but the club was not named on the first edition. 5 of the 6 crime writers were members of the club. The exception was Russell Thorndike, 1885 to 1972, brother of the actor Sybil Thorndike. He wrote popular novels featuring Dr. Syn of Romney Marsh, and had occasionally been described as a member of the club, although that can only be the case if, as is not impossible, all trace of his membership has vanished. Classic Ealing comedy Kind Hearts and Coronets. The film was based on a superbly ironic and inexplicably neglected 1907 novel, Roy Horniman's Israel Rank, a masterpiece of murder subtitled The Autobiography of a Criminal. Chapter 22. Why was the shift put in the boiler hole? At 8:45 p.m., on a dark January evening in 1931, the Johnsons, a couple who lived in Anfield, Liverpool, heard someone knocking at their neighbour's back door. Going outside to see what was the matter, they encountered William Wallace, who lived next door. "Have you heard anything unusual tonight?" he asked. When they said no, Wallace said, "I've been round to the front door and also to the back, and they're both fastened against me." He tried the back door again, and it opened quite easily. While the Johnsons waited, he went inside. They heard him call out twice before he came hurrying back. "Come and see," he said. "She's been killed." The body of his wife, Julia, lay in the parlour, stretched out on the hearthrug, with her feet close to the gas fire. Her skull had been smashed with such fury that her brains had spilt out. Blood spattered the room, on the carpet, the wall, an armchair, and on Wallace's violin case. She had been beaten to death with a poker. William Herbert Wallace, an insurance agent working for the Prudential Assurance Company, moved to Liverpool with his wife, Julia, a year after their marriage in March 1914. In his youth, Wallace worked as a salesman in India and China, but a kidney illness forced him to return to England, and he became the Liberal Party's election agent in Ripon, Yorkshire. There he met Julia, a former governess, whom he later described as dark-haired, dark-eyed, full of energy and vivaciousness. He claimed to be devoted to her, while acquaintances described him as placid, honest, and an absolute gentleman in every respect. To all appearances, the Wallaces were a typical bourgeois couple of their time. Julia was a capable pianist, and Wallace learnt the violin so he could accompany her when they hosted musical evenings at their modest home in Anfield. They nursed a secret that never came out during their lifetimes. On their marriage certificate, Wallace was said to be aged 36 and Julia a year older. In fact, she was 53 and had falsified information about her date of birth and origins in answering questions on the census 4 years before the wedding. But there was nothing so unusual in outwardly respectable people lying about their age, their background, and other aspects of their private lives. Several members of the Detection Club did the same. Respectability, as scores of Golden Age novels demonstrated, was often only skin deep. Wallace helped to found the Central Liverpool Chess Club, which met in the basement of Cottle's City Cafe in North John Street, and he played there each Monday night. On the evening of Monday the 19th of January 1931, Wallace was on his way to the club for a tournament game when a telephone call was put through to a waitress in the cafe. The caller wanted to speak to Wallace, and she handed the phone to the club captain. The caller gave his name as R.M. Qualtrough, and said he particularly wanted to see Wallace at 7:30 p.m. the next day to discuss taking out some insurance as a present for his daughter. He gave his address as 25 Menlove Gardens East, Mossley Hill. The message was passed to Wallace, although he said he was not familiar with either Qualtrough or that address. According to Wallace, the next evening he went out to keep the appointment, but could not find the address he had been given. A police constable told him there was no such road as Menlove Gardens East, although there were several addresses with similar names. In the end, he admitted defeat and returned home to make his horrific discovery in the parlour. Wallace, the prime suspect, insisted he was innocent. The case against him was purely circumstantial. Charged with murder, he stood trial at Liverpool Assizes. The case caused a sensation, and after an hour's deliberation, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death, but the Court of Criminal Appeal took the unprecedented step of ruling that the verdict was not supported by the weight of the evidence, and set him free. The disasters that had befallen Wallace were not over. After his release, he was dogged by a hostile whispering campaign and found it impossible to return to work selling insurance. His kidney problems returned, and he died only a couple of years after his wife's brutal killing. Nobody else was ever charged with the crime. The Wallace mystery has tantalized generations of true crime experts, along with novelists ranging from Sayers and Raymond Chandler to P.D. James. Marjorie Allingham wrote an essay about the private mock trial of Wallace by his peers, The Compassionate Machine, but it was not published until long after her death. Agatha Christie toyed with a plot idea based on the case when planning Mrs. McGinty's Dead, while the story has supplied ingredients for several novels, including 2 written by John Rode, Vegetable Duck and The Telephone Call, the former a strong candidate for any award for least likely title of a murder mystery. When members of the Detection Club cast around for a fresh idea for a fundraising book, Sayers, Berkeley and John Rode favoured putting together a collection of essays re-examining real-life cases, and Helen Simpson agreed to take on the spade work. The cast of contributors was completed by Freeman Wills Crofts, Margaret Cole and E.R. Punchin. With the Wallace case still fresh in people's memories, Sayers decided to explore it in depth. The book became The Anatomy of Murder, Famous Crimes Critically Considered by Members of the Detection Club. Sayers' The Murder of Julia Wallace is a masterpiece of armchair detection. Quoting the judge's summing up, she points out that the question in a murder trial is solely whether the accused committed the crime, whereas the detective novelist wants to know who done it, whether or not it was the accused. She argues that the Wallace case was a perfect subject for a detective novelist to study. If he was guilty, then he was the classic contriver and alibi monger that adorns the pages of 1,000 mystery novels. And if he was innocent, then the real murderer was still more typically the classic villain of fiction. At a time when Berkeley kept coming up with multiple solutions to fictional crimes, Sayers argued that such ingenuity was not as unrealistic as it seemed. In the Wallace mystery, there was no single incident which is not susceptible of at least 2 interpretations, according to whether one considers that the prisoner was, in fact, an innocent man caught in a trap, or a guilty man pretending to have been caught in a trap. Sayers speculated about the Wallaces' relationship, noting how difficult it is to be certain how far an appearance of married harmony may not conceal elements of disruption. She probably had her own life with Mac in mind. The extent of the age difference between the Wallaces was not public knowledge, and Sayers wondered whether it was significant that there were no children. She also asked herself whether Wallace's reference to his wife's aimless chatter implied that he found her companionship trying. When looking at his low-key diary entry recording their 15th wedding anniversary, she found it stoical rather than cheery, but not the work of a man so exasperated that he was driven to madness. For Sayers, character and psychology were crucial, and she felt there was a psychological stumbling block in the case against Wallace. The killing could not have resulted from a momentary frenzy, because the evidence suggested careful planning, and the ferocity of the attack was probably due to panic. She felt Wallace's character was incompatible with his having committed the murder. One can only say that if he was a guilty man, he kept up the pretense of innocence to himself with an extraordinary assiduity and appearance of sincerity. Although she described the mystery as insoluble, one correspondent impressed her by saying that if Wallace had been guilty, it would have made more sense for him to arrange a genuine appointment on the night of the killing, rather than a bogus one. Research undertaken long after her death suggests she was on the right lines. In 1980, radio presenter Roger Wilkes, building on research undertaken earlier by criminologist Jonathan Goodman, pointed the finger of guilt at Richard Gordon Parry, a young colleague of Wallace's. The theory is that having got Wallace out of the way, he burgled his house in the hope of stealing insurance money, only to be discovered by Julia, whom he then battered to death. But nothing is settled forever when it comes to classic cases of true crime, and in 2013, P.D. James argued that although Parry made the telephone call as a prank, Wallace did kill Julia. Others suggest Wallace hired Parry as a contract killer, but struggled to come up with evidence of a motive. So was Wallace the decent and trustworthy man his fellow chess players thought they knew, and as much a victim as Julia? His stoical demeanour seemed like callousness, although after the trial he tried to explain himself in a newspaper article. For 40 years I had drilled myself in iron control, and prided myself on never displaying an outward emotion in public. My griefs and joys can be as intense as those of any man, but my rule has always been to give them expression only in privacy. Wallace owed his destruction to an old-fashioned British insistence on maintaining a stiff upper lip. No one is named as editor of the Anatomy of Murder, but Helen Simpson took responsibility for organising the contributions. Sayers sent her the Wallace essay, describing it as a ghastly great tome, and apologised for the delay in submitting it. John Rode and Anthony Berkeley were very fierce with me at the last meeting when you're not there to protect me. Given the strength of Sayers's personality, few people would imagine that even in flippant mood she might feel the need of protection, let alone contemplate looking to a younger woman to offer it. But Simpson was, in her elegant way, as forceful as Sayers. Even Berkeley and Rode might have quailed at the prospect of confronting an Australian as forthright as she was good-looking. The reason Berkeley was infuriated by Sayers's delay was that he had already written his essay for the book, and it risked being superseded by a semi-official account in the Notable British Trials series. Rode simply expected others to match his own astounding productivity. But Sayers, as they well knew, was not idle. Her tardiness was simply due to her perfectionism and obsessive attention to detail. It is this relentless commitment to quality in everything she wrote that has helped her reputation as a writer to survive. After years of dinner meetings, the club's members knew each other well. Formality had given way to familiarity. Friendship groups and alliances were emerging, and people were no longer always on their best behaviour, especially when the drink flowed. Sayers was finding Berkeley's provocative nature tiresome, and was displeased when he gave Gaudy Night a mixed but not unfair review. She also seems to have thought that he was responsible for a clerihew actually written by Bentley in a book of parodies, to which Berkeley contributed a teasing skit of Hugh Walpole. In Greedy Night, Bentley wrote, Lord Peter Wimsey may look a trifle flimsy, but he's simply sublime when scenting out crime." She retaliated in a private letter to Helen Simpson, referring to an Oxford boulevard familiar to them both. "Mr. Isles should be debagged in the middle of St. Giles for calling Peter Wimsey flimsy." Simpson's own essay focused on a 19th century case, the killing of a Sydney bank teller called Henry Kinder, and Margaret Cole also wrote about a Victorian mystery, the case of Adelaide Bartlett. Adelaide's husband died of chloroform poisoning after the couple had become involved in a ménage à trois with a vicar called George Dyson. She was charged with murder but found not guilty. Margaret Cole's account is more of a polemic than an investigation, sympathising with Adelaide and scoffing at the judge's prejudices against extramarital sex. The eminent surgeon Sir James Paget was more cynical, saying, "Now that she's been acquitted for murder and cannot be tried again, she should tell us in the interest of science how she did it." Instead, Adelaide disappeared permanently from sight, and so did the Reverend Dyson. The serial killer, Henri Landru, was the subject of E.R. Punchin's essay, while Freeman Wills Crofts chose the Lakey murder case on the North Island of New Zealand. The key elements of the story are worthy of Inspector French. Detective work of an extremely high order involving persevering research, precise observation and deduction, magnificent teamwork, and the use of the latest scientific methods. As for Berkeley, 12 years after the trial of Edith Thompson and Frederick Bywaters, a similar case caused a sensation and provided him the chance to explore his obsession with murder provoked by adultery. The Bournemouth Daily Echo carried an advertisement in September 1934 for a willing lad, scout-trained preferred, to do housework at a house known as the Villa Madeira. A fresh-faced 18-year-old called George Stoner applied for the job. He was not a scout, but he was prepared to drive a car and was recruited by Francis Mawson Rattenbury, a retired architect, and his wife Alma as a chauffeur handyman. Rattenbury, depressive and ill-tempered, occasionally talked about committing suicide. Alma was his second wife. He was her third husband. She was attractive and almost 30 years younger. He was impotent. She was a talented musician whose courage working for the ambulance service during the war had earned her the Croix de Guerre, but she also had a fragile, addictive personality. Their relationship had become sullen and unhappy. During their most serious quarrel, Rattenbury blacked Alma's eye and she bit his arm. The willing lad they hired proved to be a quick worker. Within a couple of months of his arrival at the Villa Madeira, he and Alma began an affair. Rattenbury, who slept on his own downstairs, turned a blind eye to Stoner's nocturnal visits to Alma's room, which she shared with her 6-year-old son. The young man became increasingly possessive, and she took him to a London hotel, showering him with gifts, including 3 pairs of crêpe de chine pyjamas and silk handkerchiefs. She bought them at Harrods with money her husband had given her, because she had said she needed an operation. A couple of days after their return, she suggested to her husband that they go on a trip to Bridport to cheer him up. Did she want to make Stoner jealous? Berkeley thought so. The young man refused to drive the Rattenburys to Bridport and borrowed a wooden mallet from his grandparents, saying he meant to put up a screen in the garden. That evening, Rattenbury was found, alive but badly beaten. He had been hit about the head with the mallet. Alma, who had drunk a lot of whiskey, tried to kiss a police constable who came to the house and said she had attacked her husband. Rattenbury died of his injuries, and both the lovers were charged with murder. They pleaded not guilty, and although Stoner was convicted and sentenced to death, Alma was acquitted. As she left the Old Bailey, a large crowd booed her. A few days later, she took a train to Christchurch, walked across the meadow until she came to a riverbank, then thrust a knife into her left breast 5 times before dropping into the water. The stab wounds punctured the heart she thought had already been broken beyond repair. Unable to face the prospect of living without Stoner, she died as impulsively as she had lived. Although Stoner's appeal failed, his sentence was commuted to penal servitude for life. Berkeley estimated that if his conduct was good, he would be back among us in about 15 years. In fact, Stoner was released after just 7 years and lived until 2000. Berkeley was spellbound by the Rattenbury and Stoner trial, not, he insisted, because he was morbid, but because he was a student of character with a sneaking passion for the truth. He admitted, however, to a touch of voyeurism. Nothing outside fiction so effectually knocks down the front wall of a house and exposes its occupants in the details of their strange lives as does a trial for murder. His long essay about the case turned into an extended rant about the hypocrisy and irrationality of the English legal system. Above all, the presumption that a woman capable of committing adultery was capable of committing murder. He argued that Florence Maybrick had been sentenced to death for a single instance of adultery, coupled with suspicion, but not proof, that she had murdered her husband, while Edith Thompson had been executed for adultery. And he went further, pouring scorn on the conventional bourgeois mores of his time. To say that respect cannot exist between a man and woman whose relations are legally improper is just as silly as to say that respect invariably exists between married couples. As usual, Berkeley's views were double-edged. His sympathy for Alma Rattenbury was humane, more in keeping with modern social attitudes than those prevalent in the 30s. Yet Berkeley was no feminist. He lashed out so often against women who torment their lovers that it is hard to resist the impression that, as in so many of his novels, he was venting his feelings about the way he'd been treated by a woman he adored, a woman who, like Edith Thompson or Alma Rattenbury, was incapable of seeing through the fog to the real, selfish, petty core within. The final contributor to The Anatomy of Murder was John Rode, his subject Constance Kent, the 16-year-old whose young half-brother Saville was murdered at the Roadhouse in Wiltshire in June 1860. The story is a classic of detection which has fascinated writers ranging from Wilkie Collins in the 19th century and Agatha Christie in the 20th to Kate Summerscale in the 21st. Summerscale's book, The Suspicions of Mr. Witcher, became a bestseller which sparked a television series. Rode had previously been responsible for the case of Constance Kent, an entry in the notable British Trials series. 5 years after her brother's body was found, Constance confessed to the crime, and the trial resulted in her being sentenced to death. Given her age and the fact that she'd made a confession, the punishment was commuted to a sentence of penal servitude. She spent 20 years in prison, and after her release in 1885, she vanished from sight. At the time Rode was writing, nobody knew what had happened to Constance. Months after the book appeared, Rode received an anonymous letter from Sydney, Australia, challenging his views on the case. He believed it had been written by Constance, but a handwriting expert disagreed. Not until further research took place in the 70s was Rode's theory vindicated. Constance had emigrated to Australia, where she worked as a nurse for many years. After retiring in 1932, she ultimately reached the age of 100, quite an achievement for someone condemned to the scaffold at the age of 21. She was the author of the letter. The Sydney document shaped Rode's essay as he explored Constance's elusive personality, showing greater interest in psychology than he did in his novels. He donated the original letter to the Detection Club's library, although, depressingly, this unique item of criminal history like the club's minute book, went astray during the Second World War and has never turned up since. Sayers' own fascination with the case dated back to her interest in Collins's borrowing of elements from the story to fashion the Moonstone. She acquired a copy of Rhodes' book, and the trial transcript so intrigued her that she decided to do some investigating of her own. She pored over the evidence and annotated the text of the book with thoughts on different aspects of the mystery. Her comments range from analysis of the evidence given at the trial to corrections of printing errors. Although she was writing only for her own entertainment, her remarks are fascinating. The psychology of the characters, above all the culprit, enthralled her. When Rhodes discussed the nerve of the murderer, she compared the sang-froid of the killer in the case that inspired the scoop. Patrick Mahon had not only invited a woman back to the bungalow where he had killed his duped lover Emily Kay the night before, but had sex with her there while his victim's corpse lay in the next room. Sayers tackled the forensic evidence in the Constance Kent case with the zeal of a born detective. Several blank pages at the back of the book are crammed with carefully reasoned observations in her neat hand, under the heading Notes on the Bloodstained Shift, divided into sections with headings such as Why was the shift put in the boiler hole? Her notes, totaling more than 1,700 words, are characteristically incisive. She was aiming to use her analytical skills to clarify aspects of the case which remained unclear. She mused over points such as the ownership of the garment, its precise nature, was it a nightdress or not, and whether the blood that stained it was menstrual. She concluded that it was. As in the Wallace essay, her meticulous reasoning and close attention to detail make it a shame that she did not apply her gifts to more unsolved mysteries. Sayers' interest in true crime was as strong as Barclay's. She explored real-life puzzles with such zeal and energy that whimsy would have applauded. Had she not abandoned true crime for her other passions, she would surely have established herself as the outstanding true crime writer of the 20th century. Notes to Chapter 22. A collection of essays re-examining real-life cases. The previous year saw the publication of Great Unsolved Crimes, with a list of contributors dominated by present and future Detection Club members and their associates, including E.M. Delafield, discussing the Thompson-Bywaters case, and ex-Superintendent Cornish. Barclay wrote 2 essays, one as Isles, while Margaret Cole, Crofts, Freeman, Val Gilgood, Kennedy, Helen Simpson and Wade were also in the lineup. Sayers' essay The Murder of Julia Wallace was an early version of her contribution to the Anatomy of Murder, and had originally appeared in the Evening Standard. The fashion for asking detective novelists to solve real-life puzzles spread to the Star in 1937, and Carr, Rode and Puncheon were among those who played the sleuth for the newspaper. See Tony Medawa, Serendip's Detections, 13, Detective Writer's Detection, Katz 53, February 2008. A strong candidate for any award for least likely title of a murder mystery. Rival contenders include The Stoat, 1940, by Lynn Brock, and 25 Sanitary Inspectors, 1935, by Roger East. The East pseudonym concealed the identity of Roger Durst Burford, 1904 to 1981, a poet and diplomat who wrote film and television scripts as well as infrequent but interesting detective novels. In 2013, P.D. James argued that Wallace did kill Julia. See P.D. James on Britain's Most Compelling Unsolved Murder and How She Finally Came to Crack It. The Sunday Times Magazine, the 27th of October 2013. The Notable British Trials series. This, the first volume of which was published in 1905, developed into an extensive library of historical and criminal trials, embracing the most famous British cause célèbre, from the case of Mary Queen of Scots onwards. She pored over the evidence and annotated the text of the book with thoughts on different aspects of the mystery. Her unpublished annotations are to be found in a copy of the book in my possession. Chapter 23. Trent's Very Last Case. 1936 was a pivotal year in British history, and also in the story of the Detection Club. On the 21st of May, Sayers was one of 10 people who attended a private dinner to celebrate a landmark in detective fiction. This was the kind of scenario which in fiction provided irresistible opportunities for murder, especially behind locked doors. In the event, the steak was not garnished with strychnine, and there was no cyanide in the champagne. The occasion was the Trent dinner, marking the long-awaited return in a novel of Philip Trent, whose last case, 23 years earlier, was the catalyst for the Golden Age. The arrival of Trent's own case was greeted with much fanfare. Constable had acquired the publishing rights thanks to the enthusiasm of one of the company's directors, Michael Sadler, that old Oxford friend of Sayers and the Coles. But this was very different from Trent's last case. E.C. Bentley lacked the stamina and commitment needed for the long haul of a novel, and the book was a joint effort with Herbert Warner Allen. An old friend, Warner Allen had published detective novels featuring a wine merchant named, in Bentley's honour, Mr. Clerihew, but they were never strong enough to merit his election to the Detection Club. The Trent dinner was attended by Henry Wade, who had established himself as Constable's leading detective novelist, Millwood Kennedy, Sayers, Freeman Wills Crofts, Nicholas Blake, Cecil Day-Lewis, Frank Swinnerton, and the two co-authors, together with Sadler and his right-hand woman at Constable, Martha Smith. The select gathering brought together most of Bentley's closest literary friends. Berkeley was absent, though not due to any form of snub, given that he had recently attended a cocktail party hosted by Bentley. He had probably retreated to Linton Hills. Christie was, as usual, on her travels. All those present, including Martha Smith, autographed copies of the new book as a memento of the great occasion. A month earlier, Sayers had written to Bentley, heaping praise on his new novel, and regretting that he had let 2 decades flow between the banks of Trent. She took a dig at her friends in the Detection Club, comparing Bentley favourably to poor dear Berkeley and Crofts and Rode, who worked so hard with their big machine looms and make an intricate pattern, and then you come along, and all your figures get cheerfully up and walk out of the tapestry and talk and eat and move about in 3 dimensions. Sayers's judgment was compromised by friendship, as well as by an increasing irritation with Berkeley, whose best writing was far superior to that of Crofts and Rode. Trent's own case was striking only in its ordinariness. The story concerns the shooting of a sadistic philanthropist, whose portrait Trent has been painting, and falters after a sound start. For all Sayers's attempts to bolster his morale, Bentley was haunted by a sense of failure, as if he had never quite fulfilled the brilliant creative promise of his younger days. This apparently aloof, complicated man never made a parade of his feelings, but a growing sense of frustration and inadequacy caused him to take refuge in alcohol. As a crime novelist, he was a one-hit wonder. Trent's own case, like his final novel, an unexciting thriller about amnesia called Elephant's Work, was all too forgettable. The most notable absentee from the Trent dinner was Bentley's boyhood friend, G.K. Chesterton. Overweight and hopelessly unfit, the Detection Club's president suffered from assorted ailments for years, although he continued to work hard and was a popular broadcaster on the BBC, taking book reviews as a starting point for digressions into whatever topics caught his fancy. His opinions remained as strong and idiosyncratic as ever, and his hostility towards imperialism strengthened his reservations about fascism after Mussolini invaded Abyssinia. As a writer, he fell into the same trap as Douglas Cole, sacrificing quality for quantity. The Scandal of Father Brown, the fifth and final collection of short stories about the little priest, received a muted reception. The old magic had gone, and to prove it, when Chesterton wrote another Father Brown story, it was turned down by the Storyteller magazine, although his secretary managed to hide this from him. Yet he had not lost all the old flair, as he showed in a radio debate with Bertrand Russell, the philosopher, on who should bring up our children. Russell said that poor parents could not give their children the food, clothing and space they needed, while rich parents spoilt their offspring. The progressive solution was for children to be cared for by doctors, nurses and teachers in institutions. Chesterton regarded this as drivel. Parents were fitted by nature to bring up their children, and money would be better spent on improving living conditions for the poor. On the evening of the broadcast, Berkeley wrote from Linton Hills, "With no human being within a couple of miles, but with a glass at my elbow," to congratulate Chesterton on wiping the floor with Russell. At the time of the Trent dinner, Chesterton was coming to the end of a motoring tour of France, accompanied by his wife and secretary. He visited Lourdes, hoping his health might somehow recover, but he was now a sick man. There was to be no miracle cure. Sayers and Mac were leading separate lives. The front room on the first floor of their house in Witham, Essex, was Sayers's library and study. Mac had a small room downstairs where he wrote or painted. They met for lunch and dinner but seldom went out together. Mac, unlike Christie's husband, Max Mallowan, or Clarice Dixon Carr, avoided meetings of the Detection Club and remained a mysterious figure to most of her friends. Sayers's agent, David Hyam, thought Mac completely idle and comfortable on the bottles she earned for him, but the couple established a modus vivendi. Sayers was an owl, getting up late and working into the small hours, so they spent less and less time with each other. Mac preferred the company at the Red Lion, an 18th-century pub just along Newland Street, although when someone referred to him as Dorothy Sayers's husband, he stubbed out his cigarette and marched out in fury. He produced a book called The Craft of the Short Story, but the text ran to a paltry 88 pages, perhaps because he had no track record of short story writing. Among words of wisdom offered to budding writers was the advice never to use a nom de plume. An author is well advised to use his or her name fearlessly. This makes it all the more peculiar that he published the book under the name of Donald McConaughey. Mac finally agreed to John Anthony's adoption, and although Sayers found it difficult to discuss her son with her husband, the lawyers sorted things out. John Anthony was duly told he had been adopted by Cousin Dorothy and Cousin Mac. He could now call himself John Anthony Fleming. He continued to live with Ivy, who made sure that he kept quiet about his connection with Dorothy L. Sayers. Sayers remained terrified by the thought that the press might get wind of the story and that the truth about his parentage would come out. So John Anthony remained a secret she kept even from very close friends. When she sent a birthday present to Helen Simpson for her daughter Clemence, she made an elaborate fuss over becoming confused about the child's name, saying that such lapses accounted for her unpopularity with parents. Simpson was trustworthy, but Sayers dared not risk the truth leaking out. In harping on her supposed childlessness, she was over-egging the pudding, but she got away with it. On other occasions, she said that she disliked children, but this was part of a performance. She still burned with shame, and her tender feelings towards her son were overlaid with a characteristic briskness. Yet the business-like tone of her letters to John Anthony did not imply that she only looked after him out of a sense of responsibility. It was a detective novelist's strategy of deception, a technique for disguising her vulnerability. She compensated for feelings of guilt with an increasingly terrifying public demeanor. Her plainness and obesity were exaggerated by her outlandish taste in fashion. When she came to stay at Henry Wade's country house, Chilterns, one of his sons was thrilled to discover that she wore cufflinks in the form of a skull and crossbones. Her fondness for mannish clothes led some people to assume she was a lesbian. Sayers did not care as long as they did not uncover her real secret. Nio Marsh's taste for menswear may have been a clue to her sexual orientation, but with both women, androgynous dress was first and foremost a form of self-defense. Clothes became a disguise, assumed to create distance and preserve privacy. Just as Bentley hated the early film versions of Trent's Last Case, so Sayers cringed when Lord Peter Wimsey appeared on the silver screen in The Silent Passenger. She hated the lack of creative control that is an author's fate when screenrights are sold, and rejected a lucrative offer from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer to film Murder Must Advertise. When the movie of Busman's Honeymoon was screened at the Whitehall Cinema next to her house in Newland Street, she refused to go and see it. The theatre appealed to her much more, but she worried about her lack of experience in writing drama and asked Muriel St. Clair Byrne to collaborate on a stage play featuring Wimsey. Sayers wanted the play to be a comedy, a break from the seriousness of Gaudy Night, and also a fair play detective mystery. She devised a murder method and storyline, while Muriel helped with dialogue and sharpening the moments of drama. Much of 1936 was spent in search of financial backing for the play, which they called Busman's Honeymoon. Eventually, the money was found and the main parts cast, with Dennis Arundel playing Wimsey. When the play went on tour, she delighted in travelling with the company around the provinces. With evident pride, she wrote from Birmingham to John Anthony, describing life on the road. She would arrive at the theatre at 11 to watch rehearsals for a couple of hours, breaking for a snack before the afternoon's work. After that, she had an endless list of things to do, discussing rewrites, advising a tailor or dressmaker on costumes, talking to the press, telling the management how to write the advertisements, dining with members of the cast, and boosting their egos by admiring the brilliance of their performances. The play finally reached London's West End, opening at the Comedy Theatre. Reviews were good, and it ran for 9 months. To celebrate the 100th performance, the theatre management invited a group of allegedly reformed criminals to attend as a publicity gimmick. During the second interval, a couple of skillful pickpockets managed to remove Dennis Arundel's braces without his knowledge, adding an extra level of tension to his performance in the final act. The publishing business was in a state of flux, its usual state, many writers might say. Readers had a huge appetite for detective fiction, but little money to spare for buying books. The present-day scarcity of many Golden Age first editions and the sky-high values of books with dust jackets in excellent condition is due to the fact that the main market for commercial fiction was the libraries. As well as public libraries, circulating libraries attached to chain stores such as Boots attracted many subscribers throughout the Golden Age. Roughly 3/4 of the borrowers were women, and women's tastes and interests influenced detective novelists in their work. This helps to explain the distance that existed between Golden Age fiction and thrillers aimed at a masculine readership. During her disappearance, Christie borrowed books from the Harrogate branch of W.H. Smith's library, while William and George Foyle added a chain of twopenny libraries to their bookselling business in Charing Cross Road. The challenge for publishers was how to turn demand into high sales and increased profits. Victor Gollancz, quick to recognize the hunger for cheaper books, set up a subsidiary called Mundanus, which published paperbacks. Malice Aforethought was one of the first Mundanus titles, with a hardback edition produced for sale to circulating libraries, but the venture perished in the aftershocks of the Wall Street crash. In Germany, a Hamburg publisher enjoyed success with Albatross paperbacks, produced for the mass market, and its marketing ideas were built upon in Britain by Penguin Books. Penguins were the brainchild of Alan Lane, whose Uncle John was Agatha Christie's first publisher. Alan met Christie when she called at the office to complain about the dust jacket of The Murder on the Links, having failed to realize that when a publisher asks an author's opinion of a jacket, the response required is rapture. Despite this, and her subsequent defection to Collins, she and Alan Lane became good friends, and he invented Penguin Books after paying a weekend visit to her home in Devon. Finding himself at Exeter railway station with nothing worthwhile to read, he decided to set about selling well-produced paperback editions of popular books. They might cost sixpence, the price of a packet of cigarettes, and be sold from a vending machine. A Penguincubator book vending machine duly appeared in Charing Cross Road, but although this radical innovation did not stand the test of time, the broader commercial strategy did. Another key to the success of Penguins was their iconic design: 3 horizontal colour-coded bands, green and white in the case of crime fiction. The first 10 Penguin titles included 2 detective novels. Significantly, they were The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club and The Mysterious Affair at Styles, both written by members of the Detection Club. The popularity of Christie's books. After the war, Penguin sold 100,000 copies of each 10 of her titles within months, contributed to the success of the imprint from the outset. Lane was the first to acknowledge this. Penguin became a separate company in 1936, setting up premises in the crypt of the Holy Trinity Church on Marylebone Road. A fairground slide was used to receive deliveries from the street above. Within 12 months, Penguin had sold 3 million paperbacks. Lane could afford to give financial support to Max Mallowan's expeditions, and each year he sent the archaeologist a Stilton cheese. Gollancz had the right idea about paperbacks, but timing is everything. His next brainwave was timed to perfection. Julian Simmons identified 1936 as the heart of the 30s dream. Consider, in this year, the Left Book Club was founded, the Spanish Civil War began, the Surrealist Exhibition was held, the Jarrow Crusade began. Fascism in Britain became strongly arrogant and obtrusive. The Left Book Club sprang from a conversation between Victor Gollancz, Stafford Cripps, a future Chancellor of the Exchequer, and John Strachey, who subsequently popularized the concept of the golden age of detective fiction. The concept of a book club for like-minded left-wing members was inspired by the success of the Collins Crime Club. Each month, a panel highlighted one book as a monthly choice. The break-even target was 2,500 members, but 40,000 were recruited in the first year. Success brought occasional setbacks. Douglas Cole was furious when The Condition of Britain, which he had written with Margaret, was denied the honour of being picked as a monthly choice. With hindsight, Simmons concluded that the Left Book Club's chief function was to serve as a propaganda machine for communism, although he admitted his friend Gollancz would have regarded this as an outrageous slur. A dozen of the first 15 choices were vetted and approved by the British Communist Party, and in Simmons's opinion, the typical attitude of Left Book Club members was that any criticism of the Soviet Union was, in essence, pro-fascist. The British government kept out of the Spanish Civil War, but a couple of thousand Britons flocked to the Republican cause under the banner of the International Brigade. Among them was a talented poet and detective novelist called Christopher St. John Sprigg. In contrast to the usual pattern among intellectuals, he wrote crime fiction under his real name and more serious work under a pseudonym, Christopher Caldwell. In late 1936, he drove an ambulance to Spain before training as a machine gunner. He was killed in action at Suicide Hill on the first day of the Battle of Jarama. Not yet 30, he had already written 7 detective novels. Symonds's bleak verdict was that those, like Sprigg, who died with their illusions about the cause unshattered, were the lucky ones. Others who survived, like Stephen Spender, became disillusioned and ashamed, shocked by the evidence of communist ruthlessness around them. But that was the nature of the times. People on all points of the political spectrum found it hard to know what to do for the best. As Symonds said, those who condemn readily, without considering the social pressures that made otherwise intelligent people write such things, can never understand the 30s. This remains as true of Caldwell and Cole as it is of Conington and Crofts, Christie and Chesterton. On the 14th of June 1936, less than a month after the Trent dinner, a chaotic and remarkable life came to an end when Chesterton died of congestive heart failure. He had been invested by Pope Pius XI as Knight Commander with Star of the Papal Order of St. Gregory the Great, and a requiem mass was held in Westminster Cathedral. Ronald Knox, delivering the homily, said, "All of this generation has grown up under Chesterton's influence so completely that we do not even know when we're thinking Chesterton." In the same vein, writing privately to Chesterton's widow Frances, Sayers said that his books had formed a greater part of her mental makeup than those of any other writer. He had shown how to dignify a kind of literature which had fallen on very bad ways by restoring to it that touch with the greater realities which it had almost entirely lost. Chesterton's death caused shock and dismay to another admirer. This young American novelist had just been elected to the Detection Club and had dreamt that the great man would preside over his initiation. The American had already modelled a detective hero on Chesterton, and news of this had gratified the older man. They both shared a passion for miracle problems, although their work was very different. The American was a specialist in macabre atmospherics, and establishing himself as the master of the locked room mystery, a man at whose ingenuity Sayers, Berkeley, and Christie marvelled. His name was John Dickson Carr. Note to Chapter 23. Among them was a talented poet and detective novelist called Christopher St. John Sprigg. Christopher St. John Sprigg, 1907 to 1937, a journalist who became a prominent Marxist thinker, ran an aeronautics publishing company, and his technical knowledge provided material for a textbook as well as a mystery, Death of an Airman, 1934. Sayers gave that novel a rave review, and the pair corresponded briefly before Sprigg became consumed by political activism. A young communist, Margot Miller, 1912 to 1980, earned brief celebrity during the Spanish Civil War. A volunteer nurse who drove an ambulance for the International Brigade, she was shot in the legs by machine gunners. More than a decade later, as Margot Bennett, she wrote 6 acclaimed mysteries. In 1958, her final crime novel, Someone from the Past, pipped Marjorie Allingham's Hide My Eyes for the Crossed Red Herring Award, now the CWA Gold Dagger, and earned her election to the Detection Club. Julian Symonds, who wrote her obituary for the Times, compared her to Raymond Chandler and said, "She remained a radical, at once disillusioned and optimistic. Script writing paid better, however, and she never wrote another crime novel, concentrating mainly on television series such as Maigret and the soap operas Emergency Ward 10 and Honey Lane. Chapter 24. A coffin entombed in a crypt of granite. A chance encounter in the men's barber shop during an Atlantic crossing changed John Dixon Carr's life. It was the summer of 1930, a few days after the BBC broadcast the final instalment of Behind the Screen. Carr was 23 years old and travelling back to New York on an ocean-going liner called Penland after a visit to Europe. The trip was funded by earnings from his first detective novel, It Walks by Night, featuring a saturnine French detective, Henri Boncolin. The voyage took 10 days and cost $125. Carr liked luxury, but he also liked spending money, and he had run too short of cash to be able to afford a more expensive passage on one of the modern ships that took less than a week to make the crossing. A young Englishwoman called Clarice Cleeve was also on board. Her trip to visit friends in America was a 21st birthday present from her parents. Small and attractive, with blonde hair and blue eyes, she possessed the same quiet charm and unexpected taste for adventure that had attracted Archie Christie to Agatha. She'd decided to have her hair bobbed so that when the ship landed, she would have the fashionable coiffure of the day. The women's hairdresser was booked up, so she headed for the men's salon to ask if she could have her hair cut short. Carr was there reading while he waited his turn and offered to let her go ahead of him. That night, he asked her for a dance. He was smart, good-looking and sociable, so she said yes. "Do you like detective stories?" he asked. She shrugged. "I've read a couple by Edgar Wallace." "What did you think?" "Pretty poor stuff." If he was disappointed by her lack of enthusiasm, he didn't let it put him off. "Actually, I've got a detective story I'd like you to try. Let me get it from my cabin. I won't be a minute." He disappeared before she had the chance to insist that she really didn't care for mysteries, and returned, flourishing a copy of It Walks by Night, presenting it to her with a novice author's pride. So began a classic shipboard romance, which was not harmed when Clarice assured him she had enjoyed reading his book. As is the way with writers of fiction, whose insecurity is matched by their fondness for making things up, Carr bolstered his ego when he told friends back home about Clarice by embellishing the story. "Guess what? When I met Clarice, one of the first things she said to me was that she'd just read this marvelous book called It Walks by Night." The couple married and moved into an apartment in New York, but when Clarice found she was pregnant, she persuaded Carr to come back with her to England. Britain's abandonment of the gold standard made it an attractive destination for people with American dollars, and they could live more cheaply there. Once they landed in London on Valentine's Day 1933, Carr's love affair with an Englishwoman became a love affair with England itself. Carr was the son of a lawyer and congressman from Pennsylvania. His father was a heavy drinker, and so was Carr. It is no coincidence that on the first appearance of Gideon Fell, Carr's most memorable sleuth has been working for 6 years on the drinking customs of England from the earliest days, and endlessly knocks back beer and whiskey. Carr's 6th novel, Hag's Nook, introduced Fell as a Lincolnshire-based lexicographer with much the same physique and personality as Chesterton. Fell never actually bothers with dictionary compilation. His real specialism is history. Like all the great detectives, he has a brain crammed with arcane knowledge that proves remarkably useful. He solves one case in part because he happens to know that Canadian taxidermists stuff moose heads with red sand. Hag's Nook opens with a lyrical portrayal of England as seen through the eyes of a young American, Tad Rampole. Tad falls for a young Englishwoman, Dorothy Starbirth, just as Carr had fallen for Clarice. Carr offers an impossible problem, as well as a neatly conceived cryptogram, and cloaks his mystery with lashings of atmosphere, including a creepy prison that has stood abandoned for a century, and a legend that the Starbirths die of broken necks, a fate duly suffered by Dorothy's brother. Are supernatural forces at work, or is the family affected by inherited madness? Gideon Fell comes up with a rational solution and gives the culprit the chance to escape the gallows by shooting himself once he has written a statement explaining his crimes. Although Inspector Jennings is present, he proves extraordinarily accommodating. Our instructions from Sir William, sir, at the Yard, were to take orders from you. But this murderer, unlike so many killers in Golden Age fiction, cannot bring himself to commit suicide. The Hollow Man is a classic impossible crime mystery, boasting a plan of the murder scene, a diagram of an illusion at the heart of one of the puzzles, and the famous locked room lecture. Fell expounds on his favourite topic, breaking the fourth wall with extraordinary bravura, right from the start. We're in a detective story, and we don't fool the reader by pretending we're not. In his virtuoso analysis of how to commit murder in that apparently locked room, Fell highlighted the homicidal potential of quirky mechanical and scientific contraptions. The gun mechanism concealed in the telephone receiver, the pistol with a string to the trigger which is pulled by the expansion of water as it freezes. We have the clock that fires a bullet when you wind it, and the ingenious grandfather clock, which sets ringing a hideously clanging bell on its top, so that when you reach up to shut off the din, your own touch releases a blade that slashes open your stomach. There is death in every article of furniture, including a tea urn. Fell waxes lyrical about weapons made of ice and the suitability of snakes and insects for murderous purposes. Snakes can be concealed not only in chests and safes, but also deftly hidden in flower pots, books, chandeliers, and walking sticks. I even remember one cheerful little item in which the amber stem of a pipe, grotesquely carven as a scorpion, comes to life as a real scorpion, as the victim is about to put it into his mouth. Part of the appeal of the locked room mystery for Carr and many of his readers lay in its exotic artificiality. In real life, very few people have the misfortune to be murdered in locked rooms, but the Hollow Man was a tour de force, making Carr's election to membership of the Detection Club a formality. He was not quite 30 years old. Carr's fascination with the occult resulted in a dazzling non-series novel, The Burning Court. Because his British publisher was worried that his love of grotesque settings and characters might alienate some readers, Carr came up with an unremarkable setting, a small town in Pennsylvania, and an apparently conventional set of characters. These ingredients he fashioned into an exotic mystery with a bizarre epilogue. An unofficial attempted exhumation in the dead of night reveals that the body of Miles Despard, a suspected victim of arsenic poisoning, has disappeared from its coffin, which had been entombed in a windowless crypt built of granite. A witness swears that she has seen a mysterious woman leaving the dead man's room through a door that cannot be opened and leads nowhere. One suspect is a look-alike of a French woman poisoner who was guillotined long ago. Has she returned to life and resumed her homicidal career? The detective is the elderly, eccentric, and ugly Gordon Cross, a murderer turned true crime historian. His explanation of the mystery is rational and compelling, in keeping with Carr's facility for showing that the apparently possible was in fact all too possible. Then the kaleidoscope shifts in an extraordinary coda. The reader is presented with an alternative version of events which suggests supernatural forces are at work after all. Carr, the devotee of fair play detection, has broken the rules in spectacular fashion. He never wrote another book in the manner of The Burning Court, saying that reader reaction to it had ranged from mildly shocked disapproval to puzzled wrath. But the following year, The Crooked Hinge drew on his interest in Satanism. He dedicated the book to Sayers in Friendship and Esteem. The story opens with an impersonation puzzle, and the circumstances are those of a classic impossible crime. Dr. Fell announces that the case is what I've been half dreading for a long time, an almost purely psychological puzzle. There is an almost complete absence of material clues. The most powerful image in this atmospheric book is that of the Golden Hag, an automaton as sinister as it is bizarre, and based, like the key plot gimmick in The Hollow Man, on a device from the Masculine Mysteries magic shows. Fell suggests a solution of the crime involving a gypsy throwing ball covered with fishhooks, but this turns out to be a ploy to draw out the real culprit. The true explanation for the killing is dependent on a key character having been a legless circus performer. It could only happen in a Golden Age detective novel, or so one hopes. The use of two dazzling yet very different solutions to the puzzle is worthy of Berkeley, but Carr's method is that of the conjurer, and the story is founded on ingenuity of method rather than the psychology of the characters. But Carr allows the guilty to escape justice in a way that Berkeley surely approved. Carr's novels focused on ingenious techniques for committing murder rather than on the psychology of crime. Yet he understood that the appeal of murder is often linked to the mysteriousness of human behavior, and was fascinated by real-life murder. Over the course of his career, his books referred to more than 70 different criminals. Above all, he loved playing the detective and coming up with solutions to mysteries that had left the police baffled. At Christmas, he delighted in recounting the facts of a famous case and inviting family and friends to come up with their own solutions. The Murder of Sir Edmund Godfrey was his full-length account of a notable 17th-century crime, presented in the form of a detective story, while in 1937 he was one of several writers, John Rode was another, invited by the Star to contribute an article solving a notorious case to accompany a competition inviting readers to test their skills as armchair sleuths. Carr chose The Murder of Caesar Young. On the 4th of June 1904, the morning bustle of West Broadway in New York was disrupted by the sound of a gunshot. Startled passers-by thought someone had fired from inside a hansom cab. The cab pulled up at a nearby pharmacy, and everyone rushed over to see what had happened. They found inside a dying man and a pretty young woman. The driver headed straight for the Hudson Street Hospital, but Francis Thomas Young was found dead on arrival. Young, nicknamed Caesar, was a well-known turf man, a bookmaker and gambler with an uncanny knack for picking winners at the races. He had been married for 10 years when he began an affair with Nan Randolph Patterson, a showgirl and member of the Florodora Girls. Young's enthusiasm waned when Nan pressed him to divorce his wife and feigned a pregnancy by way of encouragement. He offered to pay for her to go away to Europe, but when she refused, he booked a passage for his wife and himself. Young spent the evening before the ship was due to sail in Nan's company, but they started quarrelling. During a row at a restaurant, he shouted that he never wanted to see her again, but Nan told him he could not escape. Young spent the rest of the night with his wife, Margaret. but crept out at 7 in the morning, saying he wanted to buy a hat. Instead, he met Nan for a breakfast of whiskey and brandy before they set off in the hansom cab together. "Caesar, Caesar, why did you do this?" Nan sobbed after arriving at the hospital. She claimed he had shot himself because he could not bear the thought of parting from her. He had begged her to forgive him for his cruelty and resorted to suicide when she refused. The police were not convinced, and she was tried for murder. Her veteran lawyer, Abraham Levy, exploited her charming appearance with no great subtlety, playing on the sympathies of the all-male jury. "Do you believe that this pleasure-loving girl could conceive the plot that would permit her, at 1 second, to kill, and in the next, to cover this act by a subtle invention?" he demanded. The courtroom drama proved too much for one juryman, who suffered a heart attack, and a mistrial was declared. 2 further trials were deadlocked thanks to hung or infatuated juries. In the end, the judge ordered that all charges should be dropped, and Nan was cheered from the courtroom by admirers. On her release from prison, Nan wrote a helpful article warning young girls about the perils of the stage and, for good measure, idleness, fast living, restaurant life, drink. Unable to take her own advice, she soon appeared in a stage musical with modest success, before remarrying a man she had divorced as a teenager. After divorcing him for a second time, she slipped out of sight, though Alexander Woolcott reported an improbable rumor that she was living in Seattle, a life given over to good deeds and horticulture. Carr's explanation for the mystery of the hansom cab was that Young drew out a gun and pretended to commit suicide. In a panic, Nan seized hold of the weapon and discharged it by accident. His scenario was typically inventive, if also typically far-fetched. He, like Barclay, was susceptible to a pretty face. Gideon Fell says in The Crooked Hinge that of the questions who, how and why, the most revealing, but usually by far the most puzzling, is why. Why did Mrs. Thompson write those letters to Bywaters? Why did Mrs. Maybrick soak the flypapers in water? Why did Julia Wallace have an enemy in the world? Carr owed his interest in the fate of Julia Wallace to Sayers. She was amazed when he admitted ignorance of the 1931 Liverpool case and gave him a copy of a full account of it. He duly came up with his own theories, which focused on a single clue, that Julia's body was found in a room usually reserved for practicing and playing music. This led him to suspect first a violin master and then her piano teacher, although he failed to come up with a credible motive. In return for Sayers's gift, he sent her a book about the mystery of whether Lizzie Borden took an axe to her father and stepmother. To Sayers's delight, the book arrived in time to give her a happily blood-stained Christmas Day. Domestic murder, in fact and fiction, still preoccupied the Detection Club members and their readers, but politically motivated crimes in Europe, as well as the behavior of agitators at home, was already making a mark on the genre. Notes to Chapter 24. A chance encounter in the men's barber shop during an Atlantic crossing changed John Dixon Carr's life. My account of Carr's life and work draws extensively on information supplied by Douglas Green and on his biography of Carr. A classic impossible crime mystery. In discussing impossible crimes, I have benefited from the expertise and writings of both Douglas Green and Bob Adey. Part 5. Justifying Murder. Chapter 25. Knives engraved with blood and honor. Agatha Christie met her first Nazi in the unlikely setting of a tea party in Baghdad. After finishing work on Lord Edgware Dies, she had been helping Max on a dig at a tell, the Arabic word used for a mound covering an ancient ruin, called Arpachia, near Mosul. Max directed the work on behalf of the British School of Archaeology in Iraq, and conditions were physically demanding, while the worsening political climate in the region added to the challenge. The excavations were a triumph for Max, yielding a large amount of the distinctive pottery of the Halaf period and confirming Arpachia as one of the most important prehistoric sites in the region. The heat was cruel and unrelenting, and Christie was now a heavily built woman, but she laboured hour after hour, measuring the pieces of smashed vessels and making calculations to guide the process of reassembling the scarlet, orange and black fragments. It was a form of detective work that she came to love. At the end of the season, the party returned to Baghdad. Mac supervised the packing and shipping of his finds, a complex task which brought him into contact with the German director of antiquities, Dr. Julius Jordan. Cultured and charming, Jordan invited Max and Christie to his house for tea. He offered to play on his piano for them, and as she listened to Beethoven in Jordan's sitting room, Christie admired her host. He was a fine figure of a man, gentle and considerate. But in the course of conversation, someone mentioned Jews, and Christie saw a change come over his face, a change so remarkable that she'd never seen anything like it before. "You do not understand," he said. "Our Jews are perhaps different from yours. They are a danger. They should be exterminated. Nothing else will really do but that." Christie was stunned. Soon she discovered that Jordan's wife was an even more ferocious Jew-hater than her husband. Jordan was a trusted representative of the Nazi government and had been sent to spy on the German ambassador in Baghdad. Even so, it took time for the reality of Nazism and fascism to sink in fully with Christie, and millions like her, who could scarcely believe that atrocities were happening across the North Sea. Depressing prejudices about Jewish people and their supposed fondness for money and political influence died hard. Even so, hints of anti-Semitism in Christie's books and other novels of the period became less frequent. A few years later, a character in 1-2 Buckle My Shoe was mocked as a member of the Imperial Shirts, who march with banners and have a ridiculous salute. Civilization was under threat, but few people had any idea how best to protect it. Sayers was one of many who at first saw Nazism as a form of unpleasant nationalism, rather than anything more sinister. She instructed her literary agent that even if her German publishers insisted on cutting out 1 or 2 slightly acid references to Mr. Hitler's policy, they must not alter these references into any expression of agreement with it. Some of her Detection Club colleagues were more scathing, but Margaret Cole frankly admitted that even those who were dismayed when Hitler came to power failed to understand what it would really mean. Barclay and H.C. Bailey were never in much doubt about the odious nature of Hitler and his regime, but it was the left-leaning E.R. Punchen who appears to have been first to heap scorn on Nazism in a detective story. This comes towards the end of a novel which up to that point, like its title, Crossword Mystery, had reflected familiar Golden Age values. In a wildly improbable police stratagem, Punchen's detective, Bobby Owen, is sent to stay at the East Anglian home of a retired businessman, George Winterton, who believes that his brother Archibald's death by drowning was no accident, but is unable to provide worthwhile evidence to substantiate his claim. Winterton is equally fanatical about crosswords and the gold standard. Getting back to gold is the only thing that can save civilization. When he devises a crossword with gold as the keyword, even an ingenuous reader may guess that it contains a cipher revealing the location of a hidden cache of gold. Unfortunately, long before Bobby pinpoints the only viable suspect, Winterton has been murdered, and so has his dog. Sharper than his plotting is Punchen's satire, with the decision to give the name of Dreg to an unappealing solicitor an inspired touch. A striking climax makes up for the tedium of the crossword aspect of the mystery. a German analytical chemist with Jewish blood, paints a graphic picture of life in his homeland as he describes how he tried to curry favor with the Hitler regime. When I saw a number of high-spirited young stormtroopers kicking an aged Jew into a canal and then pulling him out to kick him again, I gave the Nazi salute as I passed. Also, when the son of a friend of mine was baptized, I had sent, as a christening gift for the baby, one of the new youth dagger knives with blood and honor engraved on the blade. That weighed very much in my favor, and finally I was released on promising to hand over my business to a real Nazi who had distinguished himself greatly by his zeal against Jews, but who afterwards had the misfortune to blow up himself and my laboratory, chemicals caring, apparently, very little whether you are a Jew or Nordic if you do not mix them in the right proportions. Pynchon was quicker than most to realize what was happening under Hitler. To add to his social insights and occasional shafts of wit, he had a flair for the macabre. The last scene of the book, where the culprit commits suicide in a shocking yet peculiarly appropriate way, so as to fall writhing and choked, a dreadful disfigured thing no longer human, stuns the onlooking detectives. So held in stillness were they by the horror and the greatness of the deed. This is one of the Golden Age fiction's darkest finales, and an astonishing end to an uneven but unjustly neglected book. For most of the 30s, British people were more concerned with the antics of fascists in their own backyard than with Hitler's manoeuvres on the continent. One of the more embarrassing occasions in the Coles campaign to rebuild the divided left saw them entertain Oswald Mosley and his wife Simmy to dinner. A baronet from a family of wealthy landowners, Mosley was a gifted public speaker whose talents were eventually overwhelmed by aggression and arrogance. He had become a Conservative MP and married Lady Cynthia Curzon, daughter of the then Foreign Secretary, and one of the wealthiest women in the country. Disenchanted with the Tories, Mosley became an independent before joining first the Labour Party and then the Independent Labour Party. The Coles' other dinner guests included Mosley's ally, John Strachey, who coined the phrase the Golden Age of detective fiction, and the Marxist academic Harold Lasky and his wife. Mosley wanted high tariffs to deter foreign imports, nationalisation of public bodies, and an ambitious programme of public works to cut unemployment. The Coles sympathised with many of these ideas and were tempted to join forces with him. But the joint project was stillborn because shortly after the dinner he flounced out of the Independent Labour Party and set up the New Party. As Labour loyalists, the Coles felt they had no choice but to cut off the talks. This turned out to be a stroke of luck that saved their reputations. It would have been ruinous to become associated with a demagogue who soon adopted aggressive anti-Semitism as a strategy for winning popular support. The New Party won backing from the Manchester Guardian and the Daily Mail, but was trounced in the election of 1931. Mosley responded by studying the methods of Mussolini and deciding that Britain would benefit from a dose of fascism. He founded the British Union of Fascists, copying the black uniforms worn by Mussolini's supporters. Before long, the BUF claimed 50,000 members, but the fascists' brutality provoked a hostile response from the police and political opponents. They were also treated with contempt in novels written by members of the Detection Club. Some writers fought against fascism with the weapon of wit. Ronald Knox guyed Mussolini in The Fallen Idol, a story about the murder of Enrique Gamba, the inspirer of the Magnolian Commonwealth, who had liberated his country on April Fool's Day, abolished the national debt, and exchanged a flood of telegrams with the League of Nations. The year before war broke out, Pynchon's Dictator's Way mocked the dictator of Etruria, the redeemer of his country, in his characteristic country-redeeming attitude so strongly reminiscent of Ajax defying the lightning. The book was yet another Detection Club product, addressing the idea of the altruistic murder. A thrillerish narrative is interspersed with potshots against Hitler and Stalin, who have done so much to bring back prosperity to our world by inducing us to spend all our money on battleships, bombs, tanks, and other pleasing and instructive toys of modern civilization, as well as Mussolini, Oswald Mosley, and the city financiers who gave them financial backing. Money has no smell, and money knows no loyalty either. Mosley had always been a rich man and has a rich man's ideas all through. Pynchon's contempt for brutal dictators and their apologists extended to the Foreign Office. They wipe their perspiring brows and say, "Thank God for Hitler. He may want our colonies, but at least he's fighting Bolshevism." I don't know if they thank God for Oswald Mosley, too. Perhaps nobody could go quite that far. A post-war detection club secretary, Richard Hull, subtly poked fun at Mosley in Murder of My Aunt. Edward Powell, whose parents have died in a mysterious accident, lives with his scary Aunt Mildred on the outskirts of Llywelyn, in a remote part of Wales. Edward spends his time reading smutty French novels, patronising the locals, and concocting ways to kill Mildred and escape from Llywelyn. He admires the virile Mosley, while his aunt is a fan of Stanley Baldwin. Edward's political judgment proves to be on a par with his skills as a murderer. R.C. Woodthorpe wrote 2 novels excoriating fascists in the year the Daily Mail printed an article by Rothermere headed, "Hurrah for the Black Shirts." Having given up teaching for journalism, he joined the Mail's left-wing rival, the Daily Herald, writing book reviews and music and drama criticism, while gathering background for his second mystery. A Dagger in Fleet Street blended social comedy with an authentic picture of working lives at a time when no job was safe. A newspaper editor, a petty Mussolini, has his throat cut, while another character owns an unpleasant dog called Hitler. A likable secretary who says, "Thank God for the National Union of Journalists," and reveals herself to a newspaper colleague as a closet communist, confides, "You'd be staggered if you knew how many people in this jolly old stronghold of capitalism are communists." Woodthorpe's next book confirmed that his approach to crime fiction was the polar opposite of Christie's. His interest lay in people and politics rather than puzzle and plot. Silence of a Purple Shirt, acclaimed by Sayers as the most brilliant and humorous detective story of its season, satirized Mosley's followers in the shape of the Make Britain Free movement, populated by the purple-shirted army led by the repellent Duke Benedict. One of Benedict's right-hand men, Henry Truscott, is bludgeoned to death, and the murder weapon is linked to a fellow purple shirt, Alan Ford. In a furious tirade, the novelist and amateur sleuth Nicholas Slade tells Ford, "In spite of the best efforts of you and your fellow harlequins, this is not yet Russia or Germany or fascist Italy. Let us have no more of this nonsense." While Slade is not over much in love with the established order of things, indeed he had satirized it in many of his books, he hates the prospect of a regimented life under the purple shirts. Slade dismisses a suggestion that Britain is a law-abiding country, saying, "I cannot remember a time, except perhaps during the war, when laws were not deliberately flouted." He refers to the nonconformists, the suffragettes, and the army officers who mutinied in preference to coercing Ulster. Truscott's murderer is allowed not only to remain unpunished, but to bask in public eminence and admiration, and Woodthorpe was fast-tracked into membership of the Detection Club. Helen Simpson's Vantage Striker was a flawed novel, but intriguing and ahead of its time in that as early as 1931, she portrayed a popular politician as a closet fascist and allowed him to be dealt with ruthlessly by extra-legal means. As the dangers posed by Hitler and Mussolini became clearer, colleagues in the Detection Club took up this theme, blending their entertainments time and again with a serious question, seldom mentioned in most discussion of the Golden Age. Could there be such a thing as a justified murder? Frightening political developments throughout Europe gave this debate increasing resonance. Through his role in the International Labour Organization, Millward Kennedy stayed closer to corridors of power in the world's major capitals than anyone else in the detection club, even Lord Gorrell. Kennedy was acutely aware of the threat to peace posed by Hitler and Mussolini, but no clearer than anyone else about how to deal with it. Wrestling with this dilemma prompted him to write an experimental novel, Sic Transit Gloria. James Southern discovers the body of glamorous Gloria Day in his London flat. Has she committed suicide or been murdered? Southern reflects on the morality of murder for political purposes. Can the assassination of a demagogue ever be justified? He ends up playing the part of justice. A jury could only have secured injustice. What did the law matter if the law could not have secured justice? People talked of judicial murder. Was not judicial failure to secure the just punishment of a murderer just as bad? The question of when murder can be justified is tackled so often and so inventively in books by detection club members that it was surely debated over drinks in Gerrard Street. Christie was so fascinated by the notion that it inspired 3 of her finest plots. She dropped a hint about one especially brilliant idea for committing the perfect murder in Peril at End House, and toyed with it for years before turning it into the book which brought Poirot's career to an astonishing end. Curtain, Poirot's final case, was completed in the early stages of the Second World War, but not published until 1975. Berkeley became obsessed by the idea of justified murder. He had already addressed the way civilized people can cease to be bound by the norms of human behavior in Panic Party, which is prefaced by a tongue-in-cheek riposte to the challenge Kennedy set him in Death to the Rescue. You once challenged me, in public print, to write a book in which the only interest should be the detection. I have no hesitation in refusing to do anything so tedious, and instead take the greatest pleasure in dedicating to you a book which is precisely the opposite, which breaks every rule of the austere club to which we both belong, and which will probably earn my expulsion from its membership. Berkeley's claim was as perverse as ever. The novel does not break all the club's rules, and detection plays a part, although it fails to solve the mystery in traditional fashion. Sheringham joins a yachting party organised by Guy Pigeon, an Oxford don who has come into the money. The group finds itself marooned on a desert island, and Pigeon announces that their party includes a murderer. He admits to borrowing the idea from J.M. Barrie's play, Shall We Join the Ladies, and to inventing the story about the killer. This folly has a predictable outcome. Pigeon is found dead in the sea, having apparently been pushed off a cliff. Berkeley addressed the problem left unanswered by Barrie. As Sheringham put it, what would a company of perfectly normal, presumably civilized persons do on learning that their numbers included an undetected murderer? The setup, with an assorted cast of characters and a murderer trapped on an island, anticipates the scenario of Christie's And Then There Were None. But Berkeley went further, tackling issues of human behavior under pressure that were later portrayed with power and intensity by William Golding in Lord of the Flies. The whodunit becomes a thriller as the veneer of civilization wears thin. Members of Pigeon's party succumb to mass hysteria when they identify the person they think is the killer and set about lynching him. Roger Sheringham, no longer a caricature, morphs into a hero. He tries to save the victim, but is knocked unconscious for his pains. Only the arrival of a rescue ship saves an innocent man from a savage death. Sheringham, making his final appearance in a novel less than a decade after his debut, continues to act as Berkeley's mouthpiece. A man is exceedingly foolish when a beautiful woman is concerned. The woman in question, who is utterly self-centered, relishes the imminent killing of a fellow human being in a way that chills Sheringham even more than the naked bloodlust of her companions. She insists on the lynching because it is the law. In his portrayal of her, Berkeley again seems to be taking revenge for a disastrous entanglement of his own. But with whom? Even though he has succeeded in luring Helen Peters away from her husband, he was still unpredictable and often unhappy. The sourness that marred so many of his personal relationships had spread to his fiction. Sayers found Panic Party exciting and clever, but complained about the author's sneering hatred of his own puppets. There is a point at which ruthless realism becomes not merely too unpleasant for popularity, but a little too bad for belief. Yet there was more to his novel than that. Panic Party is forgotten, while Lord of the Flies is a modern classic. But Berkeley's dark vision of the way supposedly civilized people behave when normal constraints break down was perceptive. His pessimism was borne out in Hitler's Germany. Hitler and Mussolini and their regimes seemed untouchable, and their quest for domination impossible to resist. With each passing year, the turmoil in continental Europe became more dangerous. Britain, meanwhile, was gripped by a constitutional crisis that had strange and unexpected consequences for Berkeley and Sayers. Note to Chapter 25. A tongue-in-cheek riposte to the challenge Kennedy set him. Berkeley may also have been irritated by the claim of Kennedy's American publishers on the cover of Corpse in Cold Storage that Kennedy was president of the Detection Society of England, and therefore all the more determined to put him in his place. Chapter 26. Touching with a fingertip the fringe of great events. King Edward VIII's succession to the throne, following the death of King George V, led to an extraordinary sequence of events that changed Britain as well as the British monarchy. Much less well known is that the abdication provoked further crises, each of a strange and personal nature, for both Anthony Berkeley and Dorothy L. Sayers. As if unwittingly disrupting the careers of two popular novelists were not enough, Edward's lavish and self-indulgent lifestyle saw him become embroiled in a couple of sensational real-life murder cases. As Prince of Wales, Edward was the most photographed celebrity of his time. He was handsome, gregarious and oozing charm, but also vain, petulant and reckless. He moved from one unsuitable mistress to another, with sultry and slow-eyed French courtesan Marguerite Alibert an especially risky choice. Like so many unwise people who live to regret their indiscretions in detective stories, Edward wrote her a series of compromising letters. Marguerite recognized their value and kept hold of them, even after marrying a young and wealthy Egyptian prince called Ali Fahmy. It was scarcely a match made in heaven. Marguerite was volatile and Fahmy sadistic. In July 1923, when staying in a suite at the Savoy Hotel in London, they had a violent quarrel, and Marguerite told the band leader that her husband had threatened to kill her. In the small hours, a porter heard 3 shots fired from inside the suite. Fahmy's body was found sprawled across the floor. Marguerite had shot him at point-blank range. Earlier that evening, they had visited the theatre to watch The Merry Widow. When she was tried for murder, Sir Edward Marshall Hall secured an improbable acquittal. He argued that Marguerite acted in self-defense when Fahmy, a sexual deviant Oriental, intent on degrading a beautiful Western woman, attempted to strangle her. A recent theory suggests that the establishment contrived her escape from justice because of the fear that the Prince of Wales's incautious correspondence would be made public. The main evidence is a letter from the Foreign Secretary, Lord Curzon, saying the authorities were terribly afraid that Edward might be dragged in. It is fortunate that he is off to Canada, and his name is to be kept out. The near disaster of the Fahmy case did not deter Edward from his pursuit of dangerous liaisons, often with married women. These culminated in a passionate relationship with Mrs. Wallace Simpson, an American divorcee whose second husband was a wealthy shipping executive. The affair continued after Edward became king, and although the British press kept quiet about the brewing scandal so that the public in Britain remained in ignorance, newspapers in the United States and elsewhere showed less restraint. The lovers sailed off on a luxury yacht, the Narlin, for a cruise around the Adriatic that became the stuff of legend. Edward, who made little secret of his regard for Hitler, was persuaded by the Foreign Secretary not to stop off in Mussolini's Italy, but he and Wallis soon found other ways of amusing themselves. They introduced nudism to the island of Rab off Dubrovnik, and drove 3,000 golf balls into the sea while practicing their golf swings on deck. In Budapest, Wallis did a gypsy dance in public, while Edward tended bar in the Ritz before shooting out a row of street lights along the embankment in a drunken demonstration of his skills as a marksman. Back on board, they may not have found time to read detective novels, but Edward did try his hand at solving erotic jigsaw puzzles. On returning to England, Edward segued smoothly from hedonistic playboy to man of the people. He toured the mining areas of South Wales and professed sympathy with people suffering extreme poverty. His visit produced a soundbite long before they were soundbites. The King's message was that something must be done. This spasm of social conscience might have been sincere, and it did no harm to his popularity. The Daily Mail contrasted his energy with the lassitude of the national government led by Lord Rothermere's old enemy Stanley Baldwin. Edward had probably made up his mind by this point to marry Wallis and give up the throne, leaving it to others to work out how to alleviate hardship in South Wales. After a flurry of alarm and excitement about a constitutional crisis, he abdicated on the 11th of December and was succeeded by his younger brother, who became George VI. Baldwin's patience with Edward's self-indulgence had run out, but he diffused the crisis with tact and dexterity. Once George had been crowned, he retired as Prime Minister, handing over to Neville Chamberlain. In the country at large, there was widespread sympathy for the man seen as sacrificing his royal destiny for the woman he loved. The new Duke of Windsor left Britain with Wallis and displayed his flair for doing the wrong thing by paying a visit to Adolf Hitler's country retreat, where he gave a full Nazi salute. Later, the government installed him as the governor of the Bahamas to keep him out of harm's way. The plan failed spectacularly, as the Duke found himself embroiled in another murder mystery. His friend, Sir Harry Oakes, a wealthy tax exile, was found battered to death in his mansion. Oakes's corpse had been burnt and strewn with feathers from his pillow. His son-in-law, Alfred du Marigny, was charged with his murder, but although a rope was ordered for his hanging, he was acquitted, not least because of the royal connection. Conspiracy theories abounded. The killer was never brought to justice. Sayers' immediate fear about the abdication was that people would be too absorbed with the crisis to bother with the stage production of Busman's Honeymoon. Luckily, Edward stepped down while the play was in Leeds, before its all-important West End premiere. In gossipy correspondence, she reported stories that Wallis was hand-in-glove with the Nazi regime, and that Helen Simpson, no relation, Sayers joked, told her that Edward was disliked at the Sandringham estate, both for treating his staff badly and for running about the place with Mrs. Simpson in an undignified manner in shorts. Sayers had no time for rich and arrogant womanizers, and in her view, Edward's younger brother was a much more suitable monarch. Before long, however, she realized that the abdication had direct implications for the book she was writing. Berkeley's reaction was very different. Contrary as ever, he launched a doomed campaign to save Edward from himself. He spent heavily on legal advice and hiring detectives to try to find bedroom evidence that Edward and Wallis Simpson had committed adultery. Even after the abdication, the earliest that Wallis's divorce could be made absolute was May 1937. Berkeley hoped to compromise the divorce proceedings and prevent Edward from marrying her. He did not have a hypocritical objection to the couple's affair, but like a large proportion of the British public, He believed Edward was the right man to lead the country. He informed the king's proctor that witnesses from a hotel in Budapest, which the couple had visited during the Narlin cruise, would be willing to testify, provided their travel expenses were refunded. This proposal was rejected. It would have been improper to pay the witnesses. In any event, it was time to move on. Berkeley had to admit defeat, and it was just as well. Edward's flakiness would have destroyed the British monarchy and helped smooth Hitler's path to supremacy in Europe. For all his shyness and stammer, George was made of stronger stuff than his feckless brother. Berkeley had wasted his time and his money, but his detailed private diary telling the story of his effort is held in the Royal Archives at Windsor. He called it Commoner and King, and described it as the journal of an obscure and unimportant Englishman who nevertheless touched with a fingertip the fringe of great events. At least one American literary agent handled the manuscript, but found it hopelessly unpublishable. Berkeley's obsessive campaign over the abdication was the most striking symptom of an increasingly troubled mind. His eccentricities were no longer amusing, and his love of contradiction was turning into irrational dogmatism. Years of overwork had caught up with him, and the flow of stories had slowed to a trickle. The death of his father, to whom he dedicated his first detective novel, came as a dreadful blow. His health was fragile, his temper uncertain, his emotions and mental state confused. The cost to him and to those around him was becoming hard to bear. At last he married Helen Peters, but a secret passion still tormented him. Then he suffered the humiliation of seeing his name appear in the press for the stupidest of reasons. The story began with one of those tiresome regulations which he derided in O England. A keen motorist, he was fined 30 shillings for ignoring a traffic sign. His defence was that it would have been more dangerous to stop than to slow down. "I would rather go to prison than compromise my conscience by paying a fine," he announced, despite pleading guilty. "It is your duty to fine me, but I flatly refuse to pay." He made what the Times wearily noted was a long statement to the bench, but the magistrate wasted no sympathy on him, saying, "If everybody took your attitude, life would be chaos." Berkeley was forced to give in, but he was not quite finished. Having dodged a prison sentence, he assuaged his feelings by writing a short story based on the incident, with the appropriately childish title, "It Isn't Fair." A motorist unjustly convicted of a traffic offence kills a chief constable sitting in an improperly parked car. Even though the exercise may have offered some form of catharsis, his story never made it into print. Clues to the way he harped on at detection club dinners about the supposed injustice lie in E.R. Punchen's caustic remarks in Dictator's Way about indignant motorists convinced that laws were only for the other fellow, and in Diabolic Candelabra about the way some motorists never forgave what they held to be the uncalled-for insult to their driving ability. These are surely in-jokes intended for fellow club members weary of Berkeley's obsessive pontificating. He was in danger of becoming the club bore. The traffic sign episode, one more symptom of his self-destructive unhappiness. Sayers was in much better spirits, although she did not know how to surpass Gaudy Night. She turned Busman's Honeymoon into a novel and described it, worryingly to whodunit fans, as a love story with detective interruptions. Peter and Harriet set off for a honeymoon in the countryside, only to stumble upon a man's body. The challenges of the detective novel were losing their excitement for her, and both plot and solution were substandard. P.G. Wodehouse, usually a Sayers fan, found it a letdown, while, as Raymond Chandler said, a murderer needing so much help from Providence was surely in the wrong business. Sayers's next idea for an original detective novel showed continuing ambition. The theme concerned the nature of married life. Perhaps the shortcomings of her own marriage tempted her to contemplate what might have been through the idealized world of Peter and Harriet. She would integrate theme and plot by means of a contrast between the Wimseys' marriage and the marriages of two other couples. She wrote several scenes during the course of 1936 and went so far as to map out on paper how the characters would interact. In July, pleased that the emotional development of Peter's relationship with Harriet would lead to the solution of the murder mystery, she sent this detailed and colour-coded diagram to Helen Simpson. Significantly, she added that it now hardly seemed worth the bother of writing the story, though Paradise Lost had provided her with a title: Thrones, Dominations. She never did finish the novel, although a version completed by Jill Peyton Walsh saw the light of day more than 60 years later. A mix of reasons explained her failure to complete Thrones, Dominations, including her increased focus on writing for the stage. But the key factor was Edward VIII's decision to give up his throne for Wallis Simpson. The drama of the abdication, with its subplots of supposed self-sacrifice and complicated divorce, was bound to affect the way in which readers viewed the story, and its analysis of the dynamics of marriage. Real life had overtaken the fiction, and this sapped Sayers' enthusiasm. She put the book aside, as she had put her biography of Wilkie Collins away, and never returned to it. Nor did she ever write another detective novel. King Edward VIII had a lot to answer for. Notes to Chapter 26. Sultry and slow-eyed French courtesan, Marguerite Alibert. Andrew Rose's research about the Fahmy case is the principal source for this account. A version completed by Jill Peyton Walsh saw the light of day more than 60 years later. The novelist Jill Peyton Walsh, born 1937, had previously written 4 detective novels, as well as children's stories and literary fiction. The success of Thrones, Dominations has led to her writing 3 more books featuring Wimsey. Chapter 27. Collecting Murderers. In the spring of 1936, Christie rejoined Max and his team at the dig at Chagar Bazaar, not far from Mosul. One day, the local foreman told Max that he should take his wife into town the next day to witness a great event. A woman was to be hanged. Christie made it clear that she found the prospect repellent. Her reaction baffled the elderly Arab. The woman to be hanged had poisoned 3 husbands. To attend the execution of a female was a rare opportunity. Surely the famous crime writer would not want to miss such a drama. All Christie wanted was to help her husband in his work, and the team's efforts were ultimately rewarded by the discovery of 70 cuneiform tablets, which established a link between Chagar Bazaar and the royal house of Assyria. Meanwhile, Christie gathered material which provided unusual background colour for books such as Murder in Mesopotamia and Appointment with Death. And after each trip she came back to England fresh and invigorated. While Barclay and Sayers struggled to maintain their love of the game, she remained committed to entertaining an ever-expanding readership. In 1936, when neither Sayers nor Barclay managed to bring out a single novel, Christie published 3, including one all-time classic. The ABC murders became a landmark in detective fiction, and its central plot device has been imitated by countless other crime writers. Christie brought Captain Hastings back to London from his ranch in South America to narrate, and with customary understatement he says, "It had been a difficult time for us out there. Like everyone else, we had suffered from world depression." Hercule Poirot receives a series of anonymous letters signed ABC, which draw his attention in turn to Andover, Bexhill-on-Sea, Churston and Doncaster. In each place, a murder is duly committed. The victim's initials are the same as the crime scenes, and a copy of the ABC Railway Guide is left by the killer. Apart from the alphabetical links between the crimes, there is no apparent connection between the victims. A sequence of short chapters, interspersed with Hastings's account of the case, suggests that the culprit is a mentally unstable travelling salesman, and a serial killing story is brilliantly combined with a fairly clued whodunit. The explanation is clever, yet essentially simple, the hallmark of the best detective novels. Yet Christie produced her masterpiece through much trial and error. She flirted with the possibility of turning the story into another of her victim as killer stories, and only came up with the idea of the alphabetical sequence later. The creation of Alexander Bonaparte Cust may well have been inspired by the memorable initials of Anthony Berkeley Cox. The story was serialized in the Daily Express alongside a column of readers' guesses about the solution, and one disgruntled train enthusiast complained that Poirot had not checked the guide carefully enough. Freeman Wills Crofts would have taken pains over such minutiae, but he could never have written such a dazzling mystery. In the third chapter, Poirot suggests an idea for a murder puzzle. 4 people sit down to play bridge, and one, the odd man out, sits in a chair by the fire. One of the 4, while he is dummy, has come over and killed him, and intent on the play of the hand, the other 3 have not noticed. Ah, there would be a crime for you. This became the premise of Cards on the Table. Mr. Shaitana, the exotic foreigner who indulges in the risky hobby of collecting murderers and inevitably becomes a murder victim, is presented with a subtlety as characteristic as it is unobtrusive. Christie makes fun of the conventional English who sneer at Shaitana, just as they condescend to Hercule Poirot. Mrs. Ariadne Oliver, the detective novelist who aids and abets Poirot, is a satirical self-portrait. She bemoans the fact that she made her detective Finnish when she does not really know anything about Finns. The contrast between Christie's light-hearted self-deprecation in her creation of Mrs. Oliver and Sayers' serious approach to characterizing Harriet Vane illustrates the difference between them not only as writers, but also as women. Yet they shared some opinions, including their views on the British government's limp response to the deepening crisis in Europe. Christie became fascinated by the story of Akhenaten, often now spelt Akhenaten, an Egyptian pharaoh who was husband of Nefertiti and father of the boy king Tutankhamun. He has been described as the first scientist, the first monotheist, and even, in a bold claim, as the first individual. He owes this celebrity status to his abandonment of ancient Egypt's polytheism and his insistence that only the sun god should be worshipped. His fatal flaw was a wish to appease aggressors. Christie found his story astonishingly topical and decided to adapt it into a play. Christie's Akhenaten is peace-loving and convinced of the goodness of men, but he lacks strength of character. He neglects the defense of his country, alarming his follower, Horemheb, who still worships the sect of Amun, most powerful of the old gods. The people are angered by their ruler's attacks on the old religion and the way his tax-gatherers relieve them of their money. But Akhenaten resists Horemheb's attempts to deal with insurrection and continues to dream of a world with fewer sacrifices and with foreign countries given back to rule themselves. This weakness leads to turmoil. Horemheb becomes convinced that the pharaoh is mad and causes his death. Afterwards, the old ways are restored. Akhenaten was a thinly disguised attack on the belief that Hitler could be appeased. Christie was writing at a time when most people still hoped that a war could be averted, and her message was unlikely to be popular. Given that she had no talent for didactic writing and no experience in writing historical drama, it is hardly surprising that nobody wanted to stage her play. The fact that it required 11 scene changes and more than 20 speaking parts did not help. She showed the script to John Gielgud, who made polite noises, but the play remained unpublished until shortly before her death, and has seldom been performed. But she was not finished with writing about Egypt, ancient and modern. Death on the Nile, set mainly on board a river steamer, the SS Karnak, became one of her most successful titles and was later adapted for the stage. 7 years after the stillbirth of Akhenaten, she published Death Comes as the End, a murder mystery which broke fresh ground by being set in ancient Egypt and anticipated a landslide of historical crime fiction that continues to this day. Readers and theatre audiences thirsted for Christie whodunits, but not for the preachy play about ancient history. Yet she was far-sighted in her criticism of appeasement, and unlike some vociferous critics of the guilty men responsible for fruitless attempts to appease Hitler, she was not being wise after the event. The Prime Minister was less astute, and also much less well-travelled. Neville Chamberlain had never flown in an aeroplane before he set off for Germany at the age of 69 to meet Adolf Hitler at Munich and sign up to an Anglo-German agreement, a piece of paper that he waved in triumph on his return to England. Chamberlain's claim that Hitler was agreeable to peace for our time was foolish, but his optimism was widely shared. Among many others, Virginia Woolf gasped with relief. What a shave! President Roosevelt sent the Prime Minister a 2-word telegram. Good man. Sayers shared Christie's robust attitude towards appeasement and believed that pacifism encouraged dictators. In her customary forthright manner, she said that the Germans had succumbed to persecution mania because they'd been treated unfairly in the aftermath of war. But the only way to deal with people who behaved badly and would not see reason was to hit them extremely hard on the head and stop them. Around the time that Christie started work on Akhenaten, Frank Vosper's Love from a Stranger began a successful run in the West End. The first night performance was so tense that reports claimed members of the audience fainted with fright. Love from a Stranger remains one of the more successful stage versions by other hands of any Christie story, and was twice filmed. Less than a year after the excitement of the first night at the New Theatre, Vosper died in baffling and controversial circumstances. The mystery boasted a cast of characters worthy of a Golden Age whodunit, including a playwright, an actor, a beauty queen, a French marquis, a gay Jewish bullfighter, and a legendary American man of letters. When Love from a Stranger transferred to Broadway, Vosper took the lead role as he had done in London, but the play closed after a short run. Disappointed, Vosper sailed back from New York on the luxury liner SS Paris, but vanished during his last night on board before the ship arrived in Plymouth. A naked and badly injured corpse, minus a leg, was found washed up on the beach near Eastbourne 16 days later. A makeup artist who knew Vosper and was familiar with the shape of his profile and jaw had the miserable task of helping to identify him. Medical evidence established that Vosper was alive when he went into the water. He spent the night of his disappearance in the company of a former Miss England and a fellow actor called Peter Willis. Muriel Oxford, a blue-eyed, brown-haired beauty queen, had enjoyed a brief romance with a wealthy New York nightclub owner and was returning home from a show in which she'd been a chorus girl. Vosper and Willis, who were both homosexual, shared a cabin, and Muriel had invited them to come to her stateroom and drink champagne for what press reports described as a gay party. Nobody could explain how Vosper, at some time that evening, could have fallen into the water by accident. According to one report, at the time of his disappearance, he had $20,000 in his possession, and the money was never found. The journalists had a field day. The evidence of what happened that night was confused and contradictory. Facts were obscured by gossip and innuendo. Had Vosper caught Muriel with Willis on her divan and been pushed out of the window to his death during a fight fueled by jealousy and alcohol? Muriel insisted there was no question of lovemaking. She and Willis had been lounging rather than lying on the divan. Muriel denied rushing up onto the deck, crying that Vosper had committed suicide. Willis said it was not true that he wanted to marry Muriel, or that she had fondled him and stroked his cheek. A night steward who had called into the stateroom told the inquest that Muriel and Willis were merry and Vosper's manner quite normal. In response to a juryman's question, he had no comment to make on the close friendship between Willis and Vosper. Stewards, he said, took no interest in such things. The jury was plainly dissatisfied with what they were told, but faced with so much discretion and denial, found no evidence of murder and returned an open verdict. Anticipating the methods of Crime Watch UK by almost half a century, Vosper's former lawyer, William Pengelly, conducted in his London offices a reenactment of the scene in Muriel Oxford's cabin. He was assisted by Muriel, Willis and Vosper's father. Willis claimed that he and Muriel were talking so earnestly that Frank could have passed through the cabin without our seeing him. I can't believe that he committed suicide. He wasn't the type, and he seemed far too keen on his work. But restaging the events of the fatal night cast no new light on what had really happened. If Willis knew more about Vosper's death than he admitted, he kept the secret for the rest of his days. Meanwhile, Muriel Oxford married a stockbroker and faded from public view. The American novelist Ernest Hemingway had a walk-on role in the SS Paris incident. His stateroom was across the passageway from Muriel's, and he'd been at the party, though Muriel recalled he had left by the time Vosper went missing. According to Hemingway, Vosper had quarrelled violently with one or two people about Muriel during the voyage. He was scarcely a neutral witness, though. Years later, Hemingway sought to impress a woman friend with his ruggedness by telling her that when Vosper approached him on the deck with a view to having a drink together, he smashed Vosper's glass to indicate that I did not wish to drink with a pederast. Alfred Hitchcock never turned the mystery of the SS Paris into a film, but Christie must have been tempted to form a theory about the reason for her collaborator's death. In her quiet way, she always fancied herself as a real-life detective, just as Sayers did. In 1929, she had written a newspaper article about the Croydon poisonings of Grace Duff's husband, mother, and sister. An unsolved Victorian domestic mystery, the Bravo case, intrigued her as much. At least 3 people are credible suspects for the murder of the wealthy lawyer Charles Bravo at the Priory, his home in Balham. But in her late 70s, Christie wrote to the Sunday Times magazine, arguing that the family physician, Dr. Gully, was the killer. Just as Wallace's psychological profile persuaded Sayers that he had not beaten his wife to death, so Gully's cool efficiency, coupled with the fact that he had had an affair with Bravo's wife, persuaded Christie that he was the right type to commit murder. Her personal connection with Vosper made her wary of public speculation about his death. But 2 books written more than a decade afterwards suggest she was still haunted by his ghost. In Crooked House, the actress Magda Leonides announces that a murder in the family provides this ideal opportunity to put on the Edith Thompson play, adding that there's quite a lot of comedy to be got out of Edith Thompson. I don't think the author realised that. This line casts light on Magda's personality with elegant economy. The reference is to People Like Us, revived at around the time Christie was completing her novel, once the Lord Chamberlain decided the theatre-going public no longer needed to be protected from Vosper's supposedly salacious version of Edith Thompson's story. Christie later created Robin Upward, a flamboyant and implicitly gay playwright who is a major character in Mrs. McGinty's Dead. The plot revolves around crimes of the past, and a thinly veiled version of the Crippen case is at the heart of the mystery. Robin is dramatising a book written by Christie's alter ego, Mrs. Ariadne Oliver, a process which she describes as pure agony. The parallel with Frank Vosper is obvious, but the storyline bears no resemblance to events on the Paris. Robin is a suspect rather than a victim. Did Vosper kill himself, and if so, why? Did love from a stranger lead to real-life murder, and if so, who was in love with whom? There were as many possible scenarios as in an Anthony Berkeley novel. If Christie did play the detective, she took care never to reveal her conclusions. The risk of being dragged through the libel courts was too great. Notes to Chapter 27. Its central plot device has been much imitated. It was also anticipated by Chesterton in a Father Brown story, The Sign of the Broken Sword, and to some extent by Berkeley in The Silk Stocking Murders. The Z Murders, published 4 years before Christie's book, was a serial killer thriller which took its central motif from the opposite end of the alphabet. The author was J. Jefferson Farjan, 1883 to 1955, a prolific novelist of whom Sayers said, "Jefferson Farjan is quite unsurpassed for creepy skill in mysterious adventures." Vosper died in baffling and controversial circumstances. My account of the death of Frank Vosper, 1899 to 1937, and its aftermath, is drawn largely from contemporary newspaper reports. A fellow actor called Peter Willis. Peter Willis eventually became a successful television producer, whose circle included the playwright Joe Orton, murdered by his lover in 1967. The American novelist Ernest Hemingway had a walk-on role in the SS Paris incident. Hemingway was on his way to report on the Spanish Civil War and had partied with Muriel Oxford along with the Marquis de Polignac and Brooklyn-born Sidney Franklin, who acted as Hemingway's interpreter in Spain. Franklin's unlikely claim to fame was that he was the first successful Jewish-American bullfighter, and in Death in the Afternoon, Hemingway drooled over his cool, serene, and intelligent valor. Chapter 28. No judge or jury but my own conscience. The Crypt Bar beneath the Royal Courts of Justice on the Strand claimed to be the longest bar in England and was a popular haunt for lawyers, police officers, journalists, and people ensnared in civil litigation as plaintiffs, defendants, or witnesses. On the 29th of July 1937, a grey-haired American, a flamboyant actor who in his younger days played cowboys in silent films under the name Young Buffalo, bumped into a woman he knew as he came out of the court. She was a journalist and well aware that he liked to talk and also to drink. The moment he knew that she was paying, he agreed to give an interview, and they headed downstairs to the crypt. The woman was Phyllis Davis, and she was carving a reputation on the Daily Mail as one of Britain's first female crime reporters. Her interviewee was Philip Yale Drew, who 8 years earlier had been the object of the coroner's open suspicion over the murder of tobacconist Alfred Oliver in Reading. Since that trial by inquest, Drew's acting career never recovered. Phyllis Davis got to know Drew after the murder, and they ran into each other several times in London. He was down on his luck, and his behaviour was eccentric. Although he tried to turn on the charm and liked to catch drinks from her, it became increasingly clear that he was not going to impart any revelations about the fate of Alfred Oliver, probably because he had none to impart. A confession would have given her a scoop, but his repeated protestations of innocence became tedious. Her interest in Drew was rekindled by his decision to seek compensation for libel because of a thinly veiled portrayal of him in a detective novel. The novel was Death to the Rescue, and the author whom Drew sued, along with publisher Victor Gollancz and printers Camelot Press, was Millward Kennedy. Drew argued that Kennedy had based the character of the actor Gary Boone on him. He had become aware of the book 3 years after it was first published, when Gollancz brought out a cheap edition. Gollancz had been bitten before by libel claims, and was no soft touch. The case reached the door of the court before frantic settlement negotiations resulted in a deal. After looking for £300 plus 50 guineas in costs, Drew accepted less. Drew's life had been made a misery by wagging tongues and pointed fingers, he told Phyllis Davis as they sat drinking together in the Crypt Bar. Since Oliver's murder, he'd been the victim of poison pen letter writers by the thousand. He'd only had 1 week's work in the past 8 years and had been reduced to sleeping on the embankment. The case against Gollancz and Kennedy felt like a vindication. I have been awarded substantial compensation and handsome apologies have been made to me. But his tale of woe lacked a happy ending. 3 years later, he was diagnosed with cancer of the larynx. He died in poverty and was buried in an unmarked grave. For Kennedy, the case was a disaster. A libel action is one of the worst fates that can befall an author, and for all his intelligence and diplomatic skill, he had made a crass mistake. Kennedy's enthusiasm for true crime had returned to haunt him, as he used elements of a real-life mystery in his book, but featured a character based on a man guilty of nothing. Even though Gary Boone committed no crime in Death to the Rescue, Kennedy portrayed him as a boastful drunk, and the resemblance between Boone and Drew was plain. As so often happens when acrimonious litigation is compromised, a bland agreed statement was issued, in which Kennedy claimed that, although he had used the circumstances of the inquest, he thought that he had so disguised the characters and the events as to prevent anyone thinking that Gary Boone referred to Mr. Drew. He now appreciated that he'd been wrong in so thinking. The book was withdrawn from circulation. With hindsight, it seems astonishing that an intelligent and sophisticated man such as Kennedy should blunder into libeling a man who was never charged with a crime. But it is all too easy to be caught by the trap set by the law of defamation. Taking Berkeley's lead, Kennedy had explored the nature of justice with irony and cynicism, using actual murder cases as a springboard for his mysteries to give an added touch of realism. Now he had been caught out, and so had Victor Gollancz. Kennedy's crime-writing career was derailed, even though Gollancz did not drop him from his list at that point. Before the case was brought, Kennedy published 14 novels in 9 years. Afterwards, he lived for more than 30 years, but he produced just 4 more novels. Prior to the court case, his books displayed touches of daring. Poison in the Parish begins with a scathing dedication to an unnamed friend who has pointed out that the characters in Kennedy's novels are unpleasant, and it promises, "Here is an attempt at something different." The victim, an elderly woman resident in a village guest house, whose exhumed corpse reveals that she was poisoned by arsenic, is typically unappealing, the suspects more attractive. The book opens innovatively with a prologue or epilogue, which reveals the final act in the drama. The narrator, a wealthy invalid who is asked to assist the police with their inquiries into life in the village, is called Francis Anthony. Kennedy borrowed the forenames from the 2 most celebrated pseudonyms of Anthony Berkeley Cox, in a mischievous tribute to his friend. The story boasts a final twist which Berkeley surely enjoyed, with an unsuspected killer ultimately revealed thanks to a bizarre fluke. Kennedy came up with an original murder motive, and Francis Anthony is unsentimental about British justice. I was tempted to remind him that before now, innocent men had come to the gallows. Again, we are a long way from coziness, despite the village setting. An extra helping of irony, this time unintended, arises from the inclusion of an inquest and veiled reference to Philip Yale Drew. The novel Kennedy published in the year of the court case, I'll Be Judge, I'll Be Jury, included a libel disclaimer, an unfortunate example of shutting the stable door too late. He offers an alternative take on the theme of before the fact, but in his version, the woman who fears that she is married to a murderer is made of stronger stuff than Lena Aysgarth. Rather than succumbing to her fate, she resolves to watch and fight. The book opens boldly. Mary Dallas sneaks out from the hotel where she's staying with her husband very early one morning for a tryst in a beach hut. Under her short beach coat, she is topless. Before encountering her lover, George Needham, she stumbles over the corpse of her guardian, while the murderer hides behind a curtain. In a panic, she and George contrive to make the death look like an accident, and their hurried interference with the crime scene succeeds in confusing the police. Soon, Mary starts to suspect that her husband John committed the murder in order to benefit from the money she was due to inherit from her guardian. Her love turns to hatred, and she decides to act as judge, jury, and executioner. As so often with Kennedy, the book's concept is striking and original, and as with Malice Aforethought, there is a cynical final twist. But Millward Kennedy could not match the success of Francis Iles, and the book sank without trace. When the penalty for murder was death on the scaffold, miscarriages of justice had terrifying consequences. Anthony Berkeley was cynical about lawyers and the legal system long before his confrontational antics in the magistrates' court. His prejudices were reinforced by close study of the cases of Florence Maybrick and Edith Thompson, and the unpredictable and sometimes unjust fates suffered by those accused of murder in real life. He took a special delight in identifying with meek middle-class professional men who found themselves driven to murder. Herbert Rouse Armstrong, the model for Dr. Bickley, was one example. Hawley Harvey Crippen, the mild-mannered American who ran businesses selling dubious homeopathic medicines and offering painless dentistry, was another. Crippen, like Armstrong, was an amiable, slightly built man who was bossed about by a domineering wife. Cora Crippen, a brash extrovert who enjoyed a less than illustrious career as a music hall artiste under the name Belle Elmore, vanished from the couple's home at 39 Hilldrop Crescent, Camden, in January 1910. The subsequent discovery of human remains in the cellar of their house launched one of the most famous manhunts in history. Crippen fled to the continent, accompanied by his typist and mistress, Ethel Leneve, who was disguised as a boy. Posing as father and son, they boarded the SS Montrose, heading for Canada, but the ship's captain became suspicious of them and communicated his suspicions to England by Marconi telegram. To the delight of journalists and a thrilled public worldwide, Inspector Walter Dew of Scotland Yard pursued the couple in a faster ship and eventually caught up with them. Crippen was tried for murder, despite doubt as to whether the flesh in the cellar could be identified as belonging to Cora. Bernard Spilsbury, in his first celebrated courtroom appearance, made his name as a pathologist by coming up with seemingly authoritative expert evidence, supporting the prosecution case that Crippen had poisoned Cora with hyoscine, had dismembered her corpse, and had buried some but not all of the remains in the cellar. Crippen was duly found guilty and hanged. Tried separately, Ethel Leneve was acquitted after her counsel presented her as the innocent dupe of Crippen, who was inventively and inaccurately described as imperturbable, unscrupulous, dominating, fearing neither God nor man, and yet a man insinuating, attractive, and immoral. Leneve disappeared from public sight, although she travelled no further than Croydon, to spend the rest of her life in respectable suburban obscurity, married to a man named Smith, who went to his grave, not knowing his wife's real identity. Doubts persist about what really did happen at 39 Hilldrop Crescent, and the case has fascinated criminologists and crime writers ever since. Detection Club members often talked and wrote about it. J.J. Connington, the robust chemist, focused on Crippen's use of hyoscine to drug his wife for sexual gratification, while Sayers, who devoted so much of her life to an elaborate pretense, empathized with Ethel Leneve's determined refusal to face up to the possibility that her lover had done away with his wife. Christie, after her experience with Nancy Neal, could never be starry-eyed about pretty young women who seduced married men, and suspected that Ethel knew much more about Cora's death than she, and Crippen, who remained besotted, would ever admit. Ethel had worn the dead woman's furs and jewellery, psychologically curious behaviour that intrigued Hugh Walpole as much as it had appalled Cora's friends. Berkeley, for his part, sympathised with the plight of Crippen, the affable adulterer with an inferiority complex. As early as his second novel, Berkeley had Roger Sheringham side with Crippen. If ever a woman deserved murdering, Cora Crippen did. And more than a decade later, he argued in an essay that Crippen did not have the right psychological profile to commit a savage killing. One does not remain gentle and kindly for 48 years and then reveal oneself as a fiend. He agreed with Edward Marshall Hall, the legendary barrister known as the Great Defender, that Crippen overdosed Cora with hyoscine by mistake, wanting to keep her quiet while he had sex with Ethel in their home. On that view, his crime was not murder, but manslaughter. Forever on the lookout for miscarriages of justice, Berkeley's weapon of choice when highlighting them was not passion or outrage, but irony. He led the way for a group of ironists who saw murder from the criminal's perspective and derided the judicial process. As well as Raymond Postgate and Richard Hull, his disciples included C.E. Vulliamy, who wrote satires about vicars and dons, becoming demented serial killers. The Marxist sympathiser and godson of Arthur Conan Doyle, Bruce Hamilton, followed up his scathing critique of the bourgeoisie in Middle-Class Murder by adapting the notable British trials format into a fictional murder trial set in the near future. Rex versus Rhodes, the Brighton murder trial, was not so much a novel as a polemic excoriating fascism and eagerly anticipating the defeat of the established order by the workers. Time and again in books by the ironists, murderers escape punishment for their crimes, although fate often throws a spanner in the works just when they think they've got away with it. Kennedy was an early ironist, and Hull, Richard Henry Sampson under a pen name, was another. Miscarriages of justice were also central to books by traditionalists such as Agatha Christie. In 5 Little Pigs, Caroline Crail dies in prison, sentenced to life for a crime she did not commit, while the real culprit escapes judicial punishment, suffering instead a metaphorical kind of living death. Caroline is not the only Christie character wrongly convicted of murder and imprisoned. The widespread consensus that Christie and company never questioned the status quo is wildly mistaken. Richard Hull, a rare example of a chartered accountant with a gift for crime writing, became as bold an experimenter as Berkeley, specializing in trickery with story structure and point of view. Hull became the Detection Club's secretary after the Second World War, but wrote his best books in the 30s. Like Berkeley and Kennedy, he loved creating unpleasant characters. Keep It Quiet was set in a London club similar to the one in which Hull, a bachelor, lived for years. The members include a homicidal maniac and, in a touch of self-mockery, a fat man with the same initials as the well-upholstered Hull. A subplot involves a series of thefts of Dorothy Sayers' books. An amateur sleuth deduces that the culprit must be female, since Sayers' books appealed much more to women. After omitting Sayers' middle initial and making such a sweeping generalization, Hull was lucky to be elected to the Detection Club at all. Forever exploring collisions between law and justice, this most creative of accountants came up with a superb plot in Excellent Intentions, which opens at the start of a murder trial. In a clever spin on the whodunit concept, the identity of the accused is kept hidden until the judge addresses the jury. The victim is a wealthy misanthrope with no redeeming qualities whatsoever, and 5 people had the means, opportunity and motive to commit the murder by lacing his snuff with cyanide. The action zips back and forth in time between the trial and the events leading up to it, and the consensus is that whoever killed the old man had excellent intentions. To commit a murder because it was a good thing is a new idea, Inspector Fenby reflects, and yet not entirely new. Hamlet regarded killing as a duty, and Charlotte Corday, who assassinated French revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat, was invariably regarded as a heroine. Edgar Wallace had tackled well-meant murder in The Four Just Men 30 years earlier. Now the concept gained fresh resonance as people decided the world would be a better place without Hitler or Mussolini. The judge's summing up at the end of the trial is central to Hull's plot, and he quotes from the Thompson-Bywaters case, as well as referring to G.K. Chesterton's love of paradox. The final pages deliver an original twist, which sees the legal process manipulated to contrive an unorthodox but just result. One unlikely admirer of Hull's novel was Argentina's Jorge Luis Borges, who thought this an extremely pleasant book. His prose is able, his characters convincing, his irony civilized. Yet he had a typically Borgesian twist up his sleeve. Hull's solution was so unsurprising that I cannot free myself from the suspicion that this quite real book, published in London, is the one I imagined in Balvanera 3 or 4 years ago, in which case excellent intentions hides a secret plot. Ah, me, or R. Richard Hull, I can't find that secret plot anywhere. When it came to altruistic murder, nobody did it better than Berkeley. In Jumping Jenny, a detective novelist organizes a fancy dress party with guests representing well-known killers, including Crippen, or their victims. Berkeley seizes the chance to express his views about marriage and neurotic women, and even his obsession with spanking resurfaces. What Ina needs is to be married to a great big he-man who'd give her a sound thrashing every now and then. That's the only way to keep her in order. Sheringham makes a light-hearted offer to strangle the odious Ina Stratton, but someone else beats him to it. Berkeley plays a trick on the reader by appearing to show who is responsible for the crime, and most of the book is devoted to the efforts of Sheringham and his fellow guests trying to persuade the authorities that Ina Stratton committed suicide. The final sentence presents an alternative version of events. Both the actual and supposed culprits are appealing. The dead woman is appalling. After publishing 15 mysteries in 10 years, as well as making major contributions to the round robins, Berkeley failed to produce a novel in either 1935 or 1936. He was under no financial pressure to write, but the root cause of this drop-off in productivity was mental turmoil. His ludicrous campaign against the abdication and the debacle of the motoring case illustrate his troubled mental state. But whereas Margaret Cole published an excruciatingly detailed report on her husband's medical problems, no records confirm that Berkeley suffered some form of nervous collapse. He rallied, and his next crime novel was a masterpiece of wit and ingenuity. Returning to the theme of altruistic murder, again he based the plot on an actual murder. Unlike Kennedy, he took care to choose a case with dead protagonists. On Boxing Day in 1864, a brawl in the bar of the Golden Anchor pub in Great Saffron Hill, London, led to murder. An Italian called Serafini Poglioni boasted to the landlord, "I could kill 6 Englishmen like you," and an associate called Gregorio Mogni struck the landlord. A fight started, a knife was brandished, and a man called Michael Harrington was stabbed to death. Witnesses said that Poglioni struck the fatal blow. He was charged with murder, found guilty, and sentenced to death. But Enrico Negretti, a high-profile fellow Italian who had been one of the pioneers of photography, was not satisfied and formed a committee to try to establish Polione's innocence. A private prosecution was launched against Monyi, who admitted his guilt, claiming that he had acted in self-defense. Polione gave evidence through an interpreter, and his first words to the court were memorable. "I am now in Newgate under sentence of death." Polione gave a convincing account of his limited involvement in the affray, and the jury found Monyi guilty of murder, with a strong recommendation to mercy. Polione was set free, and Monyi sentenced to 5 years penal servitude. A private prosecution had overturned the outcome of a state-backed trial, even though the judge who condemned Polione had rashly said, "I am as satisfied that you committed this murder as if I had seen it with my own eyes." As Berkeley summarized it, there were 2 men imprisoned at the same time, each of whom had separately been found guilty of the death of the same man, and the authorities clearly did not know what to do about it. A situation so brimming with irony and paradox was tailor-made for Berkeley. He dedicated Trial and Error to P.G. Wodehouse and opened it by echoing John Stuart Mill. The sanctity of human life has been much exaggerated. Lawrence Todhunter is told by his doctor that he is suffering from an aortic aneurysm and only has a few months to live. Surreptitiously, he seeks advice from friends about the best use to which he may put his remaining time, and finds himself advised with remarkable unanimity to commit a murder. Todhunter contemplates the possibility of trying to do away with Hitler, Mussolini, or Stalin, but decides on a more domestic form of altruistic crime, the murder of someone who is making life a burden for a small number of people. He meets a popular author, Nicholas Faraway, who has fallen for a deeply unpleasant actress, Jean Norwood, and finds that the lives of Faraway and his circle have been ruined by Jean's vindictive behavior. Todhunter decides to shoot her, but although he escapes arrest after carrying out his murderous plan, Faraway's son-in-law, another man ensnared by Jean, is charged with the crime and duly convicted. Todhunter admits his guilt, only to find that nobody believes him. As the plot thickens, Berkeley keeps hurling satiric darts. Newspapers, politicians, and the judicial system are targeted time and again. When Berkeley savages the judge presiding over Todhunter's trial, few judges refrain, he says, from the temptation to tell other people to live their lives in accordance with the law books. He was taking revenge for his own brush with the law the year before. In the final paragraphs, Berkeley returns to the question that so preoccupied him, of whether it is better to preserve a pestilential nuisance alive rather than bring happiness to a great many persons by eliminating one. In the very last sentence, with a breezy flourish, he reveals what really happened to Jean Norwood. Jean's capacity to destroy the happiness of anyone with the bad luck to cross her path is as formidable as that of the women whom Berkeley savaged in Panic Party and Jumping Jenny. Nobody mourns Jean. There is such a thing as the fatal type, Faraway insists. If you're lucky enough not to meet that type, your life goes on quietly, respectably, peacefully. If you do, it goes to pieces. You're done for. He was surely speaking for Berkeley. He contrived another variation on the theme of altruistic murder in Not to Be Taken. With hindsight, the opening sentence, "Is it my imagination, or have other people noticed too, that there is always something slightly sinister about the 3rd of September?" is bizarrely prescient. War broke out again on that very date the following year. The story is told by Douglas Sewell, a fruit farmer with a typical Berkeley inferiority complex. Sewell muses at one point, "How many of us really know our own wives?" One character, a doctor's sister, is an Oxford-educated feminist who seems like a variant of Sayers, but with a different outlook on life. Berkeley allows himself a swipe at the bullying, hectoring, loud-mouthed, exceedingly unpleasant detective of American fiction, and introduces 2 minor characters who prove to be Nazis, satirizing their anti-Semitism. Perverse as ever, Berkeley inserted a challenge to the reader in the manner of Ellery Queen, whose books he disliked. Despite his interest in the mind of the murderer, he had not lost his love of the detection game. His challenge poses 4 questions and notes that those who read the story in serial form failed to produce a single set of fully correct answers. The culprit's explanation of the motive for murder reflects the concept that now obsessed Berkeley. I consider it a beneficial act to rid the world of a parasite and an incubus, which is what I intended to do. You may cling to the law if you like, with all your public school mind. I admit no judge or jury, but my own conscience. But for Sewell, this is sheer Bolshevism. Once again, justice is satisfied by extrajudicial means. The killer endures an unbearable punishment for the crime that has nothing to do with the legal system, and, rather like the murderer in Allingham's The Crime at Black Dudley, departs the scene to become devoted to charitable work. The book ends in tantalizing fashion. Just as Berkeley seemed to yearn to do something utterly decisive to put an end to his emotional troubles, so Sewell is unsure whether to tell the authorities what he has deduced. I feel I really ought to do something. But what ought I to do? Notes to Chapter 28. The Marxist sympathizer and godson of Arthur Conan Doyle, Bruce Hamilton. Arthur Douglas Bruce Hamilton, 1900 to 1974, never created a serious detective. This, coupled with the fact that he only published novels infrequently and kept varying his approach to crime writing, contributed to neglect of his work even during his lifetime. Bruce solicited a quote from his godfather to support his first novel, To Be Hanged, although the ailing Conan Doyle confided that not only had he forgotten the transaction of becoming Bruce's godparent, but that he felt the book faltered after a good start. Nevertheless, Hamilton's books were unusual and interesting. Middle-Class Murder is one of the better ironic novels influenced by malice aforethought. Bruce had a close but ambivalent relationship with his brother, Patrick Hamilton, 1904 to 1962, author of Rope, Gaslight and Hangover Square. Patrick's biographer, Sean French, himself one half of the crime-writing team Nicky French, has pointed out that Bruce's last unpublished novel, A Case for Cain, culminates in a man rather like Bruce murdering a man rather like Patrick. Her interviewee was Philip Yale Drew. Richard Whittington Egan's book about Drew is the main source of information about him. The settlement of his claim against Kennedy was reported in the Times on the 30th of July 1937. Phyllis Davis enjoyed a high profile while working for the Daily Mail and was a prime mover in the Women's Press Club before succumbing to mental illness. The case against Gallants and Kennedy. Millward Kennedy was represented in the Drew litigation by Henry C. Leon, a young barrister who later became a county court judge. After the war, Leon was better known by his pen name of Henry Cecil, as a prolific author of light-hearted fiction, much of it with a mystery theme. 31 years after Drew's libel claim, in the year of Kennedy's death, Leon too was elected to membership of the Detection Club. A scathing dedication to an unnamed friend. It seems clear from the content of the dedication that Kennedy was not addressing Sayers. Yet when reviewing Corpse in Cold Storage, she said of Death to the Rescue that the hatefulness of his human beings reached the point of being actively repellent. She was kinder about hard-drinking Sir George Bull and his attractive wife, appealing rogues who feature in 2 books, including Corpse in Cold Storage. More than a decade later, he argued in an essay, Was Crippen a murderer?, published as by Francis Iles in A.J. Allen et al., Great Unsolved Crimes. His disciples included C.E. Vulliamy. Colwyn Edward Vulliamy, 1886 to 1971, was a Welsh historian, biographer and belles-lettrist, whose early work in the Isles vein, notably The Vicar's Experiments, 1932, appeared under the name Anthony Rolls. See Curtis Evans, Anthony Rolls, C.E. Vulliamy, Master of the Golden Age crime novel. CAD 68, August 2014, which contends plausibly that in Bloody Murder, Julian Simmons underestimated both the quantity and quality of psychological crime novels published during the golden age of detective fiction. Part 6. The End Game. Chapter 29. Playing the grandest game in the world. As members of the Detection Club, following a splendid dinner, staggered back to Gerrard Street through the dark and dimly lit streets of sexy, seductive Soho, their young American colleague, swaying slightly from the effects of alcohol, urged them forward. "Say, why don't we play a few games when we get back? There are paper and pencils in the room." Sayers and John Rode, his closest friends in England, talked him out of the idea. After consuming a great deal of rich food and even more drink, the wits of the Detection Club's finest were blunter than usual. They simply wanted to spend the rest of the night chatting and drinking. Gracious as always, John Dixon Carr admitted defeat. Subsequently, he brought along expensive bottles of whiskey to make a change from the beer paid for from club funds. Carr was excellent company, and even if he liked alcohol too much for his own good, in those early years it never dampened his high spirits. His wife, Clarice Dixon Carr, pretty, vivacious and still in her 20s, was equally popular. For Carr, playing games was a lifelong passion. Crime fiction became increasingly serious as the 30s drew to a close, but he still saw detective stories as a contest between writer and reader. Even after the war, when tastes were changing, he wrote an essay celebrating traditional detective stories, the grandest game in the world. Inevitably, he became a mainstay of the Detection Club. The arrival of an energetic American with a passion for the genre and its traditions gave the dinners a fresh infusion of vitality, and Carr was a natural choice as the next honorary secretary. He loved the conviviality of the dinners and those late boozy evenings, putting the world to rights together with his literary heroes and heroines. They responded warmly to his generosity and enthusiasm. The bond between Carr and Sayers was strengthened by mutual admiration, though their lives and books had little in common. Presumably, on Sayers's advice, Carr appointed David Hyam as his British literary agent, and she also recommended him to the fiction editor of the Evening Standard. This led Carr to write the first Gideon Fell short story, and the evocative opening of The Wrong Problem includes a slightly disguised reference to the club. At the Detectives Club, it is still told how Dr. Fell went down into the valley in Somerset that evening, and of the man with whom he talked in the twilight by the lake, and of murder that came up as though through the lake itself. Carr was thrilled to meet Richard Austin Freeman, who turned up for the dinners when he could, despite his frailty and advancing years. Carr escorted the older man up the stairs leading to the club rooms, praying that Freeman would not collapse and die of a heart attack on the way to dinner. It was a wonder that John Rode never broke his neck tumbling down that staircase. Carr claimed to have seen Rode polish off 10 pints of beer before lunch, and more than that after dinner. Given his drinking habits, it is amazing that Rode managed to write almost 150 novels. Physically, he was much bigger than Carr, after G.K. Chesterton's death, incontestably the largest member of the club, and coped much better with alcohol than Carr, who was 5'6" and slightly built. Good-looking, with brown hair and large, dreamy grey eyes that Clarice adored, Carr liked women, and they liked him. After the war, both he and Anthony Berkeley carried a torch for the young and attractive Christiana Brand, according to Brand, but romance never blossomed. Gladys Mitchell enjoyed Carr's sense of fun, while Anthony Gilbert nursed a hopeless passion for him, again if Christiana Brand is to be believed. Clarice took several portrait pictures at the Detection Club that survive to this day. Anthony Berkeley, very much in Dr. Jekyll mode, looks dapper and good-humoured. The reserved E.C. Bentley seems a little uncomfortable, as if he found it rather un-English to pose for the camera. Sayers is shown holding Eric the Skull with as much delight as a mother cradling her newborn, and John Rhodes smokes a pipe whilst flourishing a cushion on which Eric sits, wearing a wicked grin. Rhodes' insouciant expression struck Sayers as superbly characteristic. As club secretary, Carr kept coming up with bright ideas. He proposed a Viennese psychoanalyst as a guest speaker, and Sayers agreed, provided he was not embarrassingly earnest. Carr was gratified that Baroness Ortsey continued to make the trip to London from Monte Carlo for the main annual dinner. Clarice found her a small, vivacious old lady with white hair and flashing dark eyes, and was amused when she said in a strong Hungarian accent, "Oh, Mr. Carr, no one would ever guess you know that you're an American." In contrast, the Irishman, Freeman Wills Crofts, sometimes seemed more English than the English. Crofts was invariably courteous. Gladys Mitchell compared him to a family solicitor, but his thoughts often seemed elsewhere, as if he were mentally unscrambling a complicated alibi concerning train timetables. To young Clarice, his white moustache made him look older than his years. A. Milne's quietness baffled Clarice. He was a purely English type, nice-looking, almost film starish, slim and small-boned, not short but not very tall either, with light brown hair. He'd take himself to a corner and just sit there, talking to no one, looking at no one. John Rode told her that Milne was not standoffish, just naturally reticent in company, and Sayers, too, thought him a shy bird. A.E.W. Mason, on the other hand, proved very amiable on the rare occasions he came to the dinners, and had a grand presence. When they first moved to England, the Carrs lived in a bungalow in Bristol, not far from where Clarice had grown up. Carr persuaded his wife to move to London, partly so as to be handy for Detection Club meetings. They found a flat on Haverstock Hill, where they entertained people from the world of literature. Guests included fellow novelists and Edward Powys Mathers, a poet and translator better known as the crime reviewer and crossword compiler Torquemada. Agatha Christie also socialized with the Carrs. On her first visit to Haverstock Hill, the lift to the third floor got stuck, and Christie found herself trapped for half an hour alongside J.B. Priestley, a professional Yorkshireman who played up to his curmudgeonly persona. Conditions were cramped. Christie was putting on so much weight that later Sayers wrote, "She is enormous, nearly twice as big as I am." And Priestley's wrath turned the air blue. Christie found the whole thing amusing. That night, since Carr was in charge of the entertainments, they played the murder game. Christie took the part of a suspect who claimed that the Archbishop of Canterbury would give her an alibi. Priestley, cast as the chief inspector, turned this claim on its head by inferring from it that she had murdered the prelate. Clarice saw through the formidable manner that Sayers deployed as a protective shield. Bluntness and lack of diplomacy were part of Sayers's DNA, but she loved letting her hair down among trusted friends. One night at Gerrard Street, Sayers, Rode and the Carrs were the last survivors of a convivial dinner. Having downed a large quantity of scotch, Sayers arose like one addressing a Sunday school and recited a ribald limerick about the young girl from Madras. Carr's drive and sheer likability enhanced the collegial ethos of the Detection Club. Marjorie Allingham was becoming increasingly ambitious as a novelist, and her publishers described The Fashion in Shrouds as a powerful modern novel which has something to say about the world in which we live. But Carr persuaded her to take a greater interest in the club, and went to stay with her and Pip Youngman Carter in Tolshunt, Darcy. Later, they exchanged books with jokey inscriptions. Allingham said Carr was the world's best detective story writer, except me. As for Pip, Clarice was one of many women who felt the force of his charm. Thanks to his encouragement, Marjorie Allingham stopped being intimidated by Sayers. She and Pip did not live far from Whittam, although it was not until wartime that they started seeing Sayers apart from the club dinners. At first, Sayers came over by bus, and Allingham decided she was a nice old duck, really, when you know her, just determinedly belligerent. Sayers was not yet 50, but her demeanour, plain looks, and extravagant dress sense made her seem like a strangely exotic aunt with an erudite mind and an earthy sense of humour. 8 years were to pass before Allingham finally met Mac, the famous husband, when she and Pip were invited to Whittam. Writing to her sister Joyce, Allingham even referred to her friend as Dot Sayers. The mind boggles at the thought of her addressing the great lady as Dot. Sayers's reaction would be worth travelling a long way to see. Carr was probably responsible for talking Agatha Christie into becoming a member of the Detection Club's committee, along with Sayers, Simpson, Nicholas Blake, Anthony Gilbert and Gladys Mitchell, who took charge of the club's growing library of crime books. If it was Carr's doing, this was an astonishing feat of persuasion, even by his standards. Christie was exceptionally self-effacing, and the antithesis of a joiner, never mind a natural committee person. Her continuing enthusiastic participation in the Detection Club illustrates how much the club still meant to her. She was now rich and successful, far more assured and contented than the broken woman whom Berkeley had invited to those early dinners in Watford. But she never became too grand to go to the Detection Club. Yet she remained reluctant to talk about her books. One of her successors as club president, Harry Keating, recalled her being asked where she found her ideas, and her conversation-killing reply, at Marks and Spencer's stores. Keating's wife, the actor Sheila Mitchell, found Christie hard work until they discussed the difficulty of travel, and Christie started chattering about the state of the motorways. Her preoccupation with the commonplace helps to explain the universality of her book's appeal. So does her intense curiosity. Julian Simmons recalled arriving late at a club dinner and not having time to wash his hands. His fingernails were rimmed with dirt, and he saw Christie eyeing them with fascination, as if wondering if he had just buried a body and was hastily attempting to establish an alibi. A glance at the pre-war list of members' addresses reveals that everyone except for J.J. Conington and Baroness Ortsey had a home in London or elsewhere in southern England. Geographical proximity at least made it easier for club members to attend at Gerrard Street, helping to forge bonds between founder members and newer recruits. But the North and Midlands continued to be massively underrepresented among crime writers in general, as well as within the Detection Club. This only began to change when a new generation of writers, often educated at provincial grammar schools rather than fee-paying public schools, emerged in the 50s and 60s. Despite all Carr's efforts, and even though veteran writers like Austin Freeman continued to produce books, the Detection Club needed new blood. Edgar Jepson died, while Morrison, Robert Eustace, and Baroness Ortsey gave up on detective fiction. Advancing years took their toll, and so did poor health. Conington, for instance, rarely managed to travel to London for the dinners. Cataracts formed in both his eyes, rendering him almost blind before surgery. At work on the later chapters of In Whose Dim Shadow, he could not read the words he was typing. The title of A Minor Operation was a mordant reference to the risks of cataract surgery. Plot elements include love letters in a cipher created by a Braille writing machine. Wendover suspects a clue to a Thomson Bywaters type of intrigue, and Driffield secures the final evidence by drawing on what he learnt at school by doing thiosulfate titrations. Conington suffered a heart attack before the book was published, and the quality of his later work dipped. Truth Comes Limping, Driffield's next case, was as lame as its title. For Murder Will Speak, which featured that reliable Golden Age plot device, an outbreak of poison pen letters, marked a partial return to form, but the scientific plot elements, including trickery with a wireless receiver and X-ray treatment for a glandular disorder that has caused the luckless sufferer to become promiscuous, are very much of their time. Fresh blood was needed, but whose? The members debated potential candidates long and hard, with Sayers and Berkeley adamant that standards must not slip. Along with Nicholas Blake and Christopher Bush, E.C.R. Lorac, a pseudonym for the prolific Edith Caroline Rivett, who also wrote as Carol Carnac, and Newton Gale were elected in 1937. Gale was the writing name chosen for an unlikely literary partnership between the American poet and equal rights campaigner Moona Lee and Shell oil executive Morris Guinness. Gale was her maternal grandmother's maiden name, and Newton his paternal grandmother's name. The strange title of the third of their 5 books, Murder at 2810, refers to barometric pressure. It is surely the only crime novel to feature a series of barometric charts, a gimmick which helps to build tension in a story about a devastating hurricane in Puerto Rico. In hard financial times, not every writer could afford the cost of the dinners. Doris Ball, who wrote as Josephine Bell, attended Blake's initiation at the Dorchester as the guest of Freeman Wills Crofts, who lived near her in Guildford. She was invited to become a member the following year, but reluctantly declined because she was short of money. She was ultimately elected in 1954. John Dickson Carr exerted an unexpected literary influence upon the future poet laureate, who shared his pleasure in playing the detective game. Thou Shell of Death, Cecil Day-Lewis's second book as Nicholas Blake, is a splendid impossible crime novel about a fantastic and paradoxical case solved by a professor of Greek and a 17th-century dramatist. The famous airman Fergus O'Brien, a fictionalized T.E. Lawrence, has received messages threatening that he will die on Boxing Day and calls on Nigel Strangeway's help. He is found shot on the appointed day, in a hut surrounded by snow, with only his own trail of footsteps leading to it. Good lines abound. A femme fatale is blonde as a Nazi's dream, and Nigel meets his future wife, the explorer Georgia Cavendish. Not long after Blake's book appeared, Carr and John Rode devised a novel together. Carr had the idea of a murder committed in a sealed elevator, but he struggled with technical aspects of the murder method. Rode came up with an ingenious and elaborate do-it-yourself weapon. Carr wrote most of Drop to His Death, with the pair collaborating on technical details when he made weekend visits to Rode's home in Kent. A diagram of the murder weapon is provided in classic Rode style, but although the book sold well, it fell far short of Carr's best work, and the outbreak of war put paid to their collaboration. Reflecting the co-author's fondness for alcohol, the characters in the novel spend much of their time drinking, so much that Carr's friend Torquemada told him that the book should have been called A Drop Too Much. Carr's next detective, Colonel March, owed both his physique and his personality to Rode, and was a large, amiable man weighing 17 stone, with a very short pipe protruding from under a cropped moustache, and an extensive knowledge of trivia. He headed Scotland Yard's splendidly named Department of Queer Complaints. The March stories were later televised, with Boris Karloff, of all people, playing the Colonel. The resemblance to Rode was lost, since Karloff was 70 years old and wore an eye patch. Sayers still loved the game-playing aspect of detective fiction, even though her interest in writing novels about whimsy had waned. She had fun with a new pastime, as entertaining as delving into Sherlockiana, but more personal. Assisted by Helen Simpson, Muriel St. Clair Byrne, and an expert in heraldry, Wilfred Scott Giles, she explored the supposed history of the Whimsy family. The quartet produced a pamphlet, Papers Relating to the Family of Whimsy, with text written by Sayers and Simpson, whose flair for writing pastiche Sayers admired. Scott Giles also organised a meeting at which the quartet delivered papers. Helen Simpson read extracts from an 18th-century household book kept by Mary Whimsy, whose descendants lived in New Zealand, while Sayers recounted the story of Lord Mortimer Whimsy, the Hermit of the Wash, who lived alone in a hut on the Norfolk coast, totally mute and eating nothing but shrimps and seaweed. The fun and games of initiation into Detection Club membership continued. Sayers fine-tuned the wording of the ritual and instructed Carr, as secretary, that the promises to be made on Eric the Skull must be made by each new candidate individually. Richard Hull was among the potential new members, but ultimately the coming of war meant that he had to wait until 1946, when he joined, along with Cyril Hare, the American Alice Campbell, and Christiana Brand. John Rode was tasked with compiling a volume of short stories on behalf of the club. To his delight, A. Milne agreed to contribute a foreword. But some members, such as R.C. Woodthorpe, whose enthusiasm for the genre was fading, proved impossible to pin down. Many of the stories were reprints. Ianthe Gerald, Arthur Morrison, Edgar Jepson and Baroness Ortsey were among those who featured. But Berkeley, as Rhodes said in his introduction to Detection Medley, was unfortunately unable to contribute. This seems odd, since Berkeley had written several short stories that would have been eminently suitable for inclusion. Possibly he had succumbed to the severe emotional strain which, as he later confided in John Dixon Carr, was tormenting him. More likely he was sulking over some imagined slight and opted out of the game like a moody child who takes his bat and ball home. An unknown writer called Cameron McCabe played a unique and ingenious game with the Detection Club, In the Face on the Cutting Room Floor. A taut story narrated by McCabe himself grows rapidly in complexity following the discovery of an aspiring actress's body on a film studio's cutting room floor. In a lengthy epilogue, one of the characters, A.B.C. Muller, the initials are a nod to both Berkeley and Christie, apologizes for his unwarranted intrusion into Mr. McCabe's story and proceeds to dissect it with the help of quotations from a range of critics, including Sayers, Berkeley, Blake and Millward Kennedy. The quotes, such as Kennedy's assertion that there is a world of difference between controlling your clues and interpreting those left by other people, and often, moreover, inadequately reported by other parties, are cunningly adapted to refer to McCabe's narrative. Malice aforethought is discussed in this extraordinary segment, as is the fact that whistling in Germany is a sign of disapproval. It used to be anyway till Hitler came. Now it's all different, of course. There's no disapproval left. They've abolished it, officially. You sure can't hear them whistle nowadays. Muller argues that the possibilities for alternative endings to any detective story are infinite, and the epilogue's finale is devised to demonstrate precisely that. The book winds up with a quotation from Trent's last case. As for attempts being made by malevolent persons to fix crimes upon innocent men, of course it is constantly happening. It's a marked feature, for instance, of all systems of rule by coercion. If the police cannot get hold of a man they think dangerous by fair means, they do it by foul. In a pleasing twist of fate, Millward Kennedy was given the job of reviewing the book, and he loved it. If you're jaded from a surfeit of conventional detective stories, or if you're persuaded that all detective stories are made from a conventional pattern, make haste to read The Face on the Cutting Room Floor. And if you are neither, make haste to read it. I have found it difficult to give any idea of it without spoiling it, and I would not do that for worlds. The macabre pseudonym concealed the identity of Ernst Wilhelm Julius Bornemann, whose life was stranger than any fiction. A penniless teenage Marxist, he fled to England from Nazi Germany and wrote The Face on the Cutting Room Floor at the age of 19, as a finger exercise on the keyboard of a new language. With the bravado of youth, he delivered his typescript in person to Victor Gollancz because of his admiration for the Left Book Club, and Gollancz accepted it. After being interned as an enemy alien, Bornemann went to the United States, working as a jazz musician with Eartha Kitt, and in the film business for Orson Welles, before carving a reputation as a sexologist, whose credo was that you learn everything about life in bed with an interesting woman, or, if you're gay, with a man. At the age of 80, he committed suicide with a cocktail of whiskey and pills, following the collapse of an intense relationship with a beautiful woman less than half his age. None of his other books ventured into Golden Age territory, but Julian Simmons judged The Face on the Cutting Room Floor as a dazzling and perhaps fortunately unrepeatable box of tricks. Unrepeatable in that precise way, perhaps, but despite novelists' increasing focus on criminal psychology, many of them enjoyed playing literary games just as much as Carr and Bornemann. Writers like Richard Hull experimented with the form of the detective story throughout the 30s, while Gollancz published Edward Powys Mather's The Torquemada puzzle book, which included Cain's Jawbone, a 100-page detective story, with the pages printed in the wrong order. Each page was written so as to finish at the end of a sentence, and readers were invited to work out the names of the murderers and their victims, along with the correct page sequence. It sounds simple, but the idiosyncratic phrasing of the text makes solving the mystery fiendishly difficult. Despite offering a cash prize, Gollancz received only 3 correct answers. Detective fans who loved playing games were spoilt for choice. The publishers, Harrop, produced jigsaw mysteries, while Collins promoted the Crime Club by marketing a card game dreamt up by Peter Cheney, a Cockney who wrote hard-boiled thrillers in the American idiom. Another thriller writer, Dennis Wheatley, and J.G. Links, author of a renowned tourist guide to Venice, carried the structural devices of The Documents in the Case and the Coles' Burglars in Bucks to their ultimate conclusion with 4 murder dossiers. Each dossier was supplied in a cardboard folder with all the evidence and clues, such as poison pills, cigarette ends, used matchsticks and curls of hair. The solution was in a sealed section at the back of the folder. The dossiers, starting with Murder Off Miami, enjoyed a brief vogue, and Millward Kennedy called them a great game, although Howard Spring sneered, "It is not for me to criticize Murder Off Miami any more than it would be for an art critic to criticize the artist's haystack." 3/4 of a century later, we still love playing games. The structures of Golden Age detective fiction and the notion of rules of the game inspire pastiche, parody, murder mystery parties like those which John Dixon Carr hosted, and also hugely popular interactive games. Recent years have seen the arrival of mysteries that can be downloaded as apps, with viewers influencing plot developments via dedicated websites, receiving emails and mobile phone messages from characters in the drama, and being invited to attend events in the story which pop up in the calendar on their phones. It is only a question of time before cameras built into tablets read a viewer's facial expression, adjusting the story according to how they react to key dramatic moments in the plot. Back in the world of books, traditional whodunits have also inspired literary experiments from postmodernists such as Borges and Gilbert Adair. In Who Killed Roger Ackroyd, Pierre Bayard offered a dazzling alternative to the Christie classic, which, he argues, has fascinated the likes of Roland Barthes, Umberto Eco, and Alain Robbe-Grillet. The detective story retained some claim to being, as Carr called it, the grandest game in the world. Notes to Chapter 29. He wrote an essay celebrating traditional detective stories, the grandest game in the world. The essay was written in 1946, and a segment of it was published in an Ellery Queen anthology in 1963. The complete version finally appeared in a posthumous paperback edition of Carr's The Door to Doom. Edward Powys Mathers. Edward Powys Mathers, 1892 to 1939, translated 1001 Nights, as well as love poems from Sanskrit. Some of his translations were set to music by the American composer Aaron Copland. He completed J.S. Fletcher's final novel, Todman Hall Grange, after Fletcher's death, speaking in the introduction of his youthful enjoyment of the work of Fletcher and Austin Freeman. The prolific Fletcher, 1863 to 1935, enjoyed a boost to his American sales when former President Woodrow Wilson said he was his favorite mystery writer. J.B. Priestley, a professional Yorkshireman. John Boynton Priestley, 1894 to 1964, a popular novelist, playwright and broadcaster, occasionally dipped a toe in criminal waters. See Scowcroft, Philip, A Good Companion to Crime Fiction, Cads 10, January 1989. Her conversation-killing reply at Marks and Spencer's stores. This resembles a remark in her introduction to Passenger to Frankfurt, a disappointing thriller written when her powers were fading, and Keating may have had that in mind. The American poet and equal rights campaigner Muna Lee and a Shell oil executive, Morris Guinness. Muna Lee was at this point married to Luis Munoz Marin, a poet and politician who became known as the father of modern Puerto Rico. A leading feminist, Lee contributed to the struggle for equal rights and was a founder of the Inter-American Commission of Women. Morris Guinness was stationed in Puerto Rico when he met Lee. They became friends and decided to try collaborating on detective novels. Guinness thought up the plots and Lee did the bulk of the writing. After 5 Newton Gale novels, Lee gave up detective fiction for good, while Guinness did not resume crime writing until the 60s, when he wrote 3 thrillers under the name Mike Brewer. Perhaps he was inspired to return to the genre by a brief acquaintance with Raymond Chandler, who at the time of his death was engaged to Guinness's cousin, the literary agent Helga Green. In correspondence, Chandler and Guinness debated the pros and cons of marrying off Philip Marlowe. In Who Killed Roger Ackroyd, Pierre Bayard offered a dazzling alternative take. Not to be confused with Edmund Wilson's essay, Who Cares Who Killed Roger Ackroyd? Bayard, a French professor of literature, not only cares, but seeks to demonstrate that the culprit identified in Christie's original novel was not the true murderer. Chapter 30. The Work of a Pestilential Creature. Just before noon on a chilly June morning in 1937, a crowd of people at the barrier of Victoria Station watched as a group of latter-day pilgrims set off on a privately chartered train heading for Canterbury. Sayers had invited a party of guests, including Helen Simpson, Dennis Brown and Muriel St. Clair Byrne, to see the premiere of her new play. Lunch would be provided on the train. As usual, Sayers did not miss a chance to publicize her work. Because she was attending a dress rehearsal, she could not be present at Victoria to greet her guests. Sticking to her credo that murder must advertise, she asked her secretary, Dorothy Lake, to wait at the barrier with the tickets, flourishing a copy of Busman's Honeymoon. The shocking yellow dust jacket, with its vivid violet and black typography, was guaranteed to grab people's attention. The play her guests would watch was not a work of detection. Religious dramas staged during the Canterbury Festival, notably T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral 2 years earlier, had enjoyed huge success, and although Sayers was not known as a religious writer, she had been commissioned to produce a new work for performance in Canterbury Cathedral. The result was The Zeal of Thy House, telling the story of William of Sens, a 12th century architect who rebuilt the central portion of the cathedral after a devastating fire, but whose pride led to a fall when he crashed 50 feet from shoddily constructed scaffolding. Pride, integrity, and the nature of creative imagination were among Sayers's themes. An amateur filmmaker shot footage of characters in the play, and also of Sayers. For June, the wind was bitter, and the author was draped in furs, but she beamed for the camera, looking radiantly happy. She felt she had found her vocation. Religion mattered to Sayers, and many of her Detection Club colleagues were regular worshippers. They had firm opinions about good and evil, though Christie devoted little space to spiritual reflection, even in The Murder at the Vicarage. Henry Wade and his family went to see The Zeal of Thy House, and Sayers introduced them to members of the cast. But there was one conspicuous absentee from the pilgrimage to Canterbury. Mac Fleming complained that Sayers was never at home and spent his time in the Red Lion rather than at church. Sayers simply got on with her life without him. She invested time and money in organising a provincial tour of the play at her own expense and raised funds by writing advertising copy for Horlick's malted milk. When the Times teased her about this, she fired off an indignant letter in reply. Since the church would not invest in the tour, she said, she had unblushingly soaked mammon. The tour was a flop. People were too preoccupied with the gathering international storm to bother with the new play, and Sayers made a heavy loss. When overwork and disappointment left her in need of a break, she set off on a cruise of the Dalmatian coast with a woman friend rather than her husband. The marriage continued to stagger along without quite collapsing, and Sayers found relief from domestic unhappiness by exploring religious themes in her writing. Her next drama was written for the Canterbury Festival of 1939. The Devil to Pay was a Faustian pact story about the battle between good and evil. The theme was perfectly in keeping with the preoccupations of the day, yet the timing was disastrous, as the play's run coincided with the outbreak of war. Gladys Mitchell was among the few who managed to catch the play before it vanished from the stage, seldom to return. The BBC commissioned a radio play from her, with Val Gielgud as producer. John Rode listened on the wireless in, where else, his local pub on Christmas Day, and wrote to tell Sayers how much he and his fellow drinkers had enjoyed it. The play's success encouraged her to write more, although she was still telling correspondents that she hoped to write another whimsy story before long. Sayers formed a strong friendship with Val Gielgud, a man who packed a good deal into his life, including 5 marriages. A flamboyant figure who would have made an excellent suspect or sleuth in a detective novel, he had a goatee beard and often wore a cloak and carried a sword stick. He kept writing crime novels on his own as well as with Eric Maschwitz, and after John Dixon Carr invited him to a Detection Club dinner, Gielgud encouraged Carr to start writing for radio. Carr, like Sayers, was soon bitten by the bug. Despite the deaths of Canon Victor Whitechurch and G.K. Chesterton, the Detection Club still numbered among its members prominent Christians such as Sayers, Knox, Helen Simpson and Freeman Wills Crofts. Crofts identified with the Oxford group, a loose association of the spiritually motivated, but Sayers rebuffed him when he tried to enlist her backing, telling him that as an English Catholic she found some aspects of the group's thinking distasteful. Years later, when Crofts published The Four Gospels as One Story, written as a modern biography, Knox, who did not approve of rearranging the Gospels, confided in Sayers that he had refused to write a review. Christian faith could divide as well as unite. With military preparations gathering pace, an American minister, Frank Buckman, who had formed the Oxford Group 7 years earlier, declared that the time had come for moral rearmament. From this grew moral rearmament, an international movement now known as Initiatives for Change. Crofts concluded that moral rearmament was the only way of tackling the problem of crime at its root, and his detective novels increasingly reflected his beliefs, emphasizing that crime does not pay. Antidote to Venom was intended as a twofold experiment. First, Crofts combined an inverted crime story with a straight account of police detection by Inspector French. Second, it was an effort to tell a story of crime positively. Millward Kennedy was puzzled by the phrase, but Crofts meant he was writing a detective story with a clear moral purpose. George Surridge is the respected director of Birmingham Zoo, but his marriage is unhappy and his precarious finances are compromised by a gambling habit. When he falls for a demure widow, he harbours thoughts of murdering an elderly aunt from whom he expects to inherit. The aunt dies of natural causes, but her solicitor has stolen her assets, leaving George in deep trouble. He finds himself sucked into a criminal conspiracy to kill someone else in order to recoup his losses. The zoo background is crucial to the plot, as the victim is killed by snake venom. But the precise method by which the murder is committed remains obscure until Inspector French, more receptive here than usual to psychology, starts to investigate. A page of the book is devoted to diagrams clarifying the complicated means of murder. The moral is that George faced a choice of doing right or wrong, and not, as George saw it, between two evils. At the end of the book, however, George finds redemption in God. Venom is to be found, as the chapter titles make clear, not only in snakes, but in many different aspects of human life. For Crofts, the antidote to venom is the love of God. George has sinned, but he is able to find redemption, and a peace he had never known before, despite having to pay the price demanded by the law for what he has done. The story suffers from Crofts' limited skills of characterization. Nancy, the woman for whom George risks everything, is a cipher, and when George's haughty wife, Clarissa, mends her ways at the end of the book, the effect is unconvincing. Overall, Antidote for Venom was an ambitious but flawed attempt to write detective fiction with a religious message at its core. If Sayers had attempted something similar, the result might have been memorable, but the boldness of Crofts' unique experiment attracted less attention than it deserved. Carr, Christie and Crofts were, like Wade, writing with as much energy as ever, but along with Barclay, Sayers and Kennedy, some other Detection Club members were losing their love of the game. Life was becoming too serious for novelists whose only interest in crime lay in its possibilities for creating puzzles. Evelyn Waugh, biographer of Ronald Knox, acknowledged that Knox had no concerns with the passions of the murderer, the terror of the victim, or the moral enormity of the crime. His best novel, The Body in the Silo, was a quintessential country house mystery, complete with a map, a cipher based on an early form of shorthand, and clue finder footnotes. The Bredons become involved in an elopement hunt, a variant of the scavenger hunts popular in the 30s, only for one of their fellow guests to be found dead in the host's grain silo. The culprit kills the wrong person by mistake and eventually dies as a result of a further mishap while trying to target the originally intended victim. The paradoxes are reminiscent of Chesterton, but Knox was never able to write a detective novel matching the satiric brilliance of Broadcasting from the Barricades. His career in crime ended with a whimper thanks to an incident on a Hellenic cruise. Sailing the Mediterranean, Knox's most devoted admirer, Lady Acton, read the fifth and final Miles Breeden novel, Double Cross Purposes. She was so unimpressed that she hurled the book into the sea, together with her lipstick. Knox disliked women wearing paint. Knox's bishop was equally dubious about his indulgence in criminal frivolity, and within a couple of years Knox left the Oxford chaplaincy to become chaplain on the Actons' estate at Aldenham, where he concentrated on translating the Bible afresh from Latin. He remained incurably frivolous and claimed that in an audience with the Pope they spent half an hour talking about the Loch Ness Monster. Detective fiction darkened in tone, reflecting the mood of the nation. Yet even during the 20s, a strong sense of evil had pervaded H.C. Bailey's writing. Bailey was that rare beast, a shy journalist, and he preferred to spend time at home with his wife and daughter, rather than out carousing with Carr and Company in the detection club. His stories were admired by Sayers and Christie and reflected his powerful moral sense. In stark contrast to Ronald Knox, Bailey believed that if detective stories are concerned with crime, they are serious, and although some of his short stories featuring Reggie Fortune were light-hearted, others were bleak and unforgiving of cruelty, especially where the victims were children or vulnerable adults. Reggie is driven by humanity and sympathy for the underdog. According to Bailey, he holds by the standard principles of conduct and responsibility, of right and wrong, of sin and punishment. He does not always accept the law of a case as justice, and has been known to act on his own responsibility in contriving the punishment of those who could not legally be found guilty, or the immunity of those who were not legally innocent. A cruel crime is to him the work of a pestilential creature. There is no more mercy for the cruel criminal than for the germs of disease. This might equally have been Conington speaking about Sir Clinton Driffield. Shadow on the Wall, the first Fortune novel, elaborated on this theme. At a Buckingham Palace garden party, his friend Lomas, chief of the CID at Scotland Yard, tells Reggie about a vindictive letter sent to the child of a woman who has committed suicide, and strange events at a fancy dress party are followed by the death of a malicious gossip. Step by step, he uncovers a conspiracy of cruelty, occasionally wandering into his laboratory and using medical and scientific expertise to analyze doped champagne or a blood smear on wood, but more often relying on his supposedly simple mind to examine the evidence. Bailey had much less faith in science than Austin Freeman or Conington. The final scenes, as Reggie confronts a culprit riven with hatred, and Bailey draws a parallel between cruelty and cancer, are as compelling as any in a Golden Age novel. The comparison between the shadow on the wall that Fortune sees at the fancy dress party and the shadow on the killer's lung is unforgettable. Bailey's moral sense causes the murderer to be betrayed by a failure to allow for the fundamental decency of other people. That's the real force of progress, Fortune says in the final paragraph. The common man's common virtues, not the eminent expert. Bailey's loathing of cruelty is an enduring strength of his writing. The trouble with Shadow on the Wall, and his work as a whole, is that sound plotting and strong themes, intelligently explored, are shrouded in a fog of literary mannerisms. Fortune moans, murmurs and mumbles along, sighing regularly and harping on so much about his simple mind that he risks becoming tedious. For awareness of his own brilliance, he ranks with Holmes and Poirot, but without some of their redeeming qualities. Bailey had a great deal of interest to say, but he became too ponderous about how he said it. Crofts and Bailey, both born in the Victorian age, believed in moral absolutes. The younger generation of crime writers grappled with moral ambiguities. Nicholas Blake explored the obsessive nature of revenge and the working of a guilty conscience in The Beast Must Die, which offers both a study in psychological complexity and a crafty game played with story structure. This memorable book, later filmed by Claude Chabrol, echoes Henry Wade's Mist on the Saltings in its bleak mood and grim finale. The first section of the book is narrated by detective novelist Felix Lane, who pays due tribute to his colleagues in the thriller racket, John Dixon Carr, Gladys Mitchell and Barclay. The opening paragraph is as striking as Barclay's best. "I'm going to kill a man. I don't know his name. I don't know where he lives. I have no idea what he looks like. But I'm going to find him and kill him." Lane's beloved son has been killed in a hit-and-run accident, and he sets about tracing the reckless motorist. In the second section of the book, written in the third person, Lane's scheme is discovered by his quarry, and in the third section, once murder has occurred, Nigel Strangeways is brought into the picture, with a view to establishing Lane's innocence. An ingenious plot is unravelled in the fourth section, and, as with the culprit in Wade's novel, the murderer's conscience does not allow the punishment of someone innocent. The Beast Must Die is one of the few Golden Age novels where a child is a key figure in the story, and the clever way Blake combines a kind of inverted crime novel and traditional detection is complemented by compelling characterization. Like Christie in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd and Richard Hull in Murder of My Aunt and Murder Isn't Easy, an interesting if flawed novel set in the world of advertising, Blake exploits the trust the reader places in a first-person narrator, in a classic example of tricky storytelling technique. Along with Marjorie Allingham and Michael Innes, Blake was one of the young masters acclaimed by John Strachey in his seminal article for the Saturday Review, The Golden Age of English Detection. Describing himself as a steady student of the detective novel, Strachey argued that some of these detective novels are far better jobs, on any account, than a 9/10 of the more pretentious and ambitious highbrow novels. Although he disliked Sayers' Gaudy Night, he thought Murder Must Advertise and The Nine Tailors glow with a vitality which, in spite of their absurdities, justified her vast success. For Strachey, like so many of his contemporaries, detective fiction offered much-needed escape from grim reality and dread about what the future might hold. Knowing that his name appeared on a Nazi death list, he had a suicide pill prepared. If Germany invaded Britain, he expected to be tortured before being killed, and suicide seemed preferable. These fears did not seem fantastic. They were shared by other left-wing intellectuals. His sister, Annabel Williams Ellis, wife of the architect who built the fantasy Italian-style village of Port Miriam in North Wales, also kept a suicide pill. Strachey and his sister never needed to kill themselves, but Brecht's friend, the German Marxist Walter Benjamin, took a fatal dose of morphine to avoid falling into the hands of the Nazis. The late Lord Balfour was reputed to read one detective story a night, and Franklin D. Roosevelt was a fan, leading Strachey to wonder whether their literary taste was shared by Neville Chamberlain, and to add the withering comment that perhaps the Prime Minister never felt any need of escape from the world of which he is so largely the architect, for he sees nothing wrong with such a world. Two thriller writers who did see a great deal wrong with the world were making their mark, and both men saw the answers in terms of politics rather than religion or moralizing. Their attitudes were very different from the reactionary worldviews of popular contemporaries Sapper, Phillips Oppenheim, and Dawnford Yates. Both were elected to the Detection Club after the Second World War, when Sayers, Barclay, and their colleagues saw that everything had changed, including crime fiction. Paul Winterton, a journalist who became well known for thrillers written as Andrew Garve, started with Death Beneath Jerusalem, published under the pseudonym of Roger Bax. The story is set in a tense pre-war Jerusalem, with the British military struggling to contain the threat of Arab insurrection. Anyone reading the story with an open mind at the time would struggle to believe that the British mandate for Palestine could be sustained. Eric Ambler, the son of music hall artistes who ran a puppet show, dropped out of an engineering course and joined an advertising agency. One of the few things, other than membership of the Detection Club, which his career had in common with Sayers. He was only 30 when The Mask of Demetrius appeared in 1939, but by then he had already published 4 novels, travelled widely, and become a fervent anti-fascist. Ambler wrote short stories about an amateur sleuth called Dr. César, but he believed conventional detective fiction failed to reflect the darkness of Europe in the late 30s. His protagonist, Charles Latimer, is a sort of Douglas Cole with added vim, a lecturer on political economy who becomes a detective novelist. On a visit to Istanbul, Latimer meets Colonel Haki, a detective story fan who offers him a plot in which the butler did it, and who also provokes his interest in a real murderer, a shadowy villain called Demetrios, whose corpse has just been pulled out of the Bosphorus. Latimer has never either seen a dead man or a mortuary, and because every detective story writer should see those things, he persuades Haki to take him to inspect the body. Haki's dossier on Demetrius has mystifying gaps, and Latimer becomes obsessed with the idea of an experiment in detection, in which he travels around talking to people who might be able to provide him with material for the strangest of biographies. Soon Latimer is zigzagging across the continent, encountering a string of sinister informants, as his quest for the truth becomes increasingly dangerous. The moral landscape is bleaker than the fenland of Fenchurch St. Paul, the neat solutions of the detective genre conspicuous by their absence. Latimer's friend Marukakis explains that a ruthless criminal like Demetrius exists because big business, his master, needs him. International big business may conduct its operations with scraps of paper, but the ink it uses is human blood. Latimer realizes that Demetrius cannot be explained in terms of good and evil. Good business and bad business with a new theology. The logic of Michelangelo's David, Beethoven's quartets, and Einstein's physics had been replaced by that of the Stock Exchange Yearbook and Hitler's Mein Kampf. With gloomy wit, Latimer imagines how a judge would condemn his meddling in affairs he does not understand. At the end of the book, he returns to escapism, thinking about his next mystery. There was always plenty of fun to be got out of an English country village, wasn't there? Summer with cricket matches on the village green, garden parties at the vicarage, the clink of teacups and the sweet smell of grass on a July evening. That was the sort of thing people liked to hear about. The power and energy of Ambler's prose took readers' breath away, and he was one of the first British crime writers to tackle the fracturing of the moral certainties, to which Christie, Crofts and others clung. Interestingly, Anthony Berkeley was among his early admirers, yet Ambler's time passed, just like that of the Dons who wrote detective stories for amusement. He was disheartened by the Nazi-Soviet pact, and his growing estrangement from the politics of the left culminated in tax exile in Switzerland. Eventually, his pessimistic worldview became oddly reminiscent of the disillusionment that tormented Berkeley. Notes to Chapter 30. The Detection Club still numbered among its members prominent Christians. Canon Whitechurch and Father Knox were not the only Golden Age novelists in holy orders. Cyril Argentine Allington, 1872 to 1955, a former royal chaplain who became Dean of Durham in 1933, dabbled in the genre and was a member of the panel tasked with selecting titles for publication by Collins Crime Club. James Reginald Spittle, 1876 to 1951, was a vicar whose third and regrettably final whodunit, Casual Slaughters, 1935, starts and ends with a meeting of a parochial church council. The scavenger hunts, popular in the 30s. Scavenger hunts take various forms, but typically involve a competition to see who can collect a set of specified objects the quickest. Knox was fascinated by games of this kind, and his double-cross purposes features a treasure hunt in the Highland countryside. A strong sense of evil had pervaded H.C. Bailey's writing. My account of Bailey's life and work has benefited from the research of Barry Pike, author of a series of articles about the Reggie Fortune stories in Cads from May 2011 to date, and of Tom Shantz, whose Rue Morgue Press has reprinted some of Bailey's books. See also Nicholas Fuller, The Moral and Social Dramas of H.C. Bailey, Cads 54, July 2008. For a powerful example of Bailey's journalism, see Hitler's Grim 6-Year Record in Technique of Perfidy, Daily Telegraph, the 4th of September 1939. For Strachey, like so many of his contemporaries, detective fiction offered much-needed escape from grim reality. The genre's unlikely fans included Ludwig Wittgenstein, who favoured American fiction but had a soft spot for Agatha Christie. See Josef Hoffmann, P.I. Wittgenstein and Language Games from Detective Stories. Cads 48, October 2005. Chapter 31. Frank to the Point of Indecency. John Dickson Carr was as far apart from Ambler in his political sympathies as in his writing, but the brewing international crisis troubled every member of the Detection Club, and it cast a shadow over The Reader is Warned, published under his pen name Carter Dickson. The mysterious Herman Pennock claims to be a thought reader who can kill without leaving any sign, external or internal, of murder. At a country house party, Pennock forecasts that the host, the husband of a mystery writer, will die before dinner, and the man's corpse is duly found, with no indication as to cause of death. When Pennock predicts the death of the author, and she dies in similarly mysterious fashion, the concept of murder by teleforce is seized on by the newspapers and becomes an international sensation. People wonder if Hitler and Mussolini could be disposed of by thought waves, and if bombers can be knocked out of the air by the same invisible death rays. Pennock's confidence that he cannot be convicted of any crime seems rash, but Carr's second-string sleuth, Sir Henry Merivale, deduces that the man is a cat's paw. With teleforce debunked, at the end of the book Merivale strikes a positive and defiant note for the benefit of Carr's anxious readers. When you hear about these superplanes, these super weaknesses on our side, think of teleforce too. This tendency to believe anything puts a leering face on people. There never was much room for voodoo here. Carr's treatment of racial issues, in a storyline touching on Bantu fetishism, is of its time, but steers clear of bigotry. Perhaps uniquely in Golden Age fiction, the catalyst for the crimes is the first victim's casual racism. Carr captured the mood of fear as war loomed. Just as in 1914 Sherlock Holmes had told Watson that an east wind was coming, cold and bitter, so there was a chill in the air as the 30s drew to a close. In February 1939, the premature death of Torquemada, whose reviews, crosswords and detective puzzle novella reflected the game-playing spirit of the Golden Age, seemed to symbolize the end of an era. Unemployment had fallen from its peak, but poverty remained commonplace, and the bleakness of life for working-class people in the industrial north of England was evoked in the first half of George Orwell's The Road to Wigan Pier, published by the Left Book Club in 1937. Perhaps the reason why working-class northerners rarely featured in Golden Age mysteries was because little about their lives seemed either golden or mysterious. The second half of Orwell's book was a controversial essay questioning attitudes towards socialism. When he could not persuade Orwell to cut out the second half of the book, Gollancz tried to subvert it by writing an explanatory introduction. This was an error of judgment, although not on the same scale as his choice of Joseph Stalin as his Man of the Year. Unexpectedly, it was Henry Wade who explored the stresses felt by poor people encountering the forces of law and order at the sharp end. As a slice of social history, Released for Death is not in Orwell's league, but Wade's sympathy for people under pressure is not patronizing. He traces the misadventures of a cat burglar, Toddy Shaw, released from prison only to resume his criminal career with disastrous results. When Toddy is charged with a murder he did not commit, he realizes that he's been set up. At one point, the ambitious young PC, John Bragg, admits to his wife that as part of his duties he is trying to win the affections of a woman who has given the real culprit an alibi. The scene is superfluous to the plot, but Wade's willingness to show a junior officer juggling his responsibilities at work and at home signposted how the police story might develop in years to come. Wade surpassed himself in Lonely Magdalene, making imaginative use of a downbeat storyline. The novel is an innovatively structured account of a police investigation into the strangling of a scarred prostitute on Hampstead Heath. The first section follows Inspector Poole's efforts to uncover the victim's true identity, while the second steps back 25 years, from the brink of one world war to the brink of another, describing the poignant sequence of events that cost her a life of privilege. The final section, returning to 1939, sees a culprit identified, but Wade does not flinch from showing police brutality, while an extraordinary last paragraph tease hints that Poole mistakenly helped to send an innocent man to the gallows. The two-way journey in time is handled adroitly, and the portrayal of life in different strata of society and the corrosive and never-ending consequences of war is compelling. The result was not remotely cosy or humdrum. Wade had written the finest and darkest police novel of the Golden Age. Christie's response to the gathering storm was to deluge her readers with escapist entertainment. Finding herself trapped in the lift at the Carr's apartment block may have inspired her to devise an impossible crime novel of her own, set at a homicidal country house Christmas party. At first, Christie called the book Blood Feast, and a key element is the double interpretation of the Shakespearean epigraph, "Yet who would have thought the old man to have so much blood in him?" The novel became Hercule Poirot's Christmas, and includes one of her slickest pieces of misdirection. When Poirot questions an elderly butler about a wall calendar, causing the butler to peer at it from close range, the reader assumes that this is a clue about a significant date, but in fact the crucial piece of information is that the butler is very short-sighted. Leafing through the Evening Standard, Anthony Berkeley spotted a review of Christie's book by Howard Spring, which gave away the ending. Outraged, he told Carr that Spring had spoilt the story for readers. "You're secretary of the club. You must write to him and complain." Carr readily agreed. But an unrepentant Spring retorted that books like Christie's were trash. Sayers was infuriated, possibly recalling that Spring had once compared her advocacy of detective fiction to an advertising man selling toilet rolls. She insisted that the question was not about literary merit, but about whether a reviewer was entitled to ruin a reader's enjoyment of a puzzle. Spring's attitude seems churlish, given that only 4 years earlier he had rhapsodized about detective fiction in a foreword to an anthology including stories by Christie and Sayers. Did he become jealous of their greater fame? Carr fictionalized this spat in The Case of the Constant Suicides, and the episode illustrated the solidarity between Detection Club members and the genuine regard in which her friends held Christie. The culprits in Hercule Poirot's Christmas and her next book, Murder is Easy, are splendidly unexpected. Christie had an unsentimental determination to outwit her readers and prove that in a detective novel, nobody is ever above suspicion. Over the years, her murderers included a child, the person presumed to be the killer's intended victim, one of the apparent victims in a series of murders, the entire cast of suspects, a pillar of the British establishment, a police officer, a narrator, a Dr. Watson figure, a spinster reminiscent of Miss Marple, and Hercule Poirot himself. It is striking how many great detectives were prepared to commit murder themselves, in order to do justice, in the widest sense, naturally. The sunset of the Golden Age yielded the ultimate masterpiece of traditional detective fiction. And then there were none, published 2 months after the outbreak of war, is Christie's most stunning achievement. 10 people are invited by a mysterious stranger to a small island. One by one, they are killed until no one is left alive. The murders followed the pattern of an old nursery rhyme, a conceit first used by S.S. Van Dyne in the Bishop murder case. This idea worked so well that Christie introduced nursery rhymes into several later novels, although never again did she integrate the device so perfectly with storyline and theme. Christie was at the peak of her powers, and set herself twin aims: to test herself as a creator of ever more ingenious plots, and to enthrall her readers by presenting them with a bewildering mystery. The solution, revealed in an epilogue, is dazzling. As in Murder on the Orient Express, Christie is using the classic whodunit form to explore how to secure justice for innocent victims when the conventional legal system fails to do its job. Yet the subtext never gets in the way of the story. Christie was not as cynical about the legal status quo as Barclay, but she had a genuine passion for justice. As for the Woman was the third and final book which Barclay published as Francis Iles. I wrote the book at a time of severe emotional strain, he confessed to John Dixon Carr. His relationship with Helen was disintegrating, and his powers as a novelist were failing. The last detective story, published under the Barclay name, Death in the House, was feeble. The ingredients of an impossible crime, a challenge to the reader, and a House of Commons setting were enticing, but the writing is lifeless. The man who for years wrote with imagination, ingenuity, and industry was running out of steam. As for the Woman is in many ways a remarkable novel, but suffered because Barclay prioritized paying off scores in his personal life rather than entertainment. There was no puzzle to solve, and few flashes of his trademark wit. Delivering a fatal blow to Barclay's fragile confidence, Victor Gallant stunned him by turning it down, saying, "It is too sadistic." Jarrold's, a less prestigious imprint, agreed to publish the book. As if determined to give it the kiss of death, they supplied a dust jacket blurb which proclaimed that the novel was not a thriller, and added alarmingly that it was not intended to thrill. The blurb, a case study in missing the point, continued, "It is no more, and at the same time no less, than a sincere attempt to depict the love of a young, inexperienced man for a woman much older than himself, with all its idealism, its heart-burnings, and its inevitable disappointments." To make matters worse, the title page describes the book as a love story. The copy might have been drafted by Barclay's worst enemy. Perhaps he upset someone at Jarrold's. The dismissive phrase, "as for the woman," had been used by the judge in referring to Edith Thompson shortly before he sentenced her to death. Barclay returned to his theme that guilt and innocence are as much a matter of chance as of design. It was a subject that obsessed him. He wanted to show how a murder, like that of Percy Thompson, might happen almost by accident, as a horrifying form of wish fulfillment. Barclay's protagonist, Alan Littlewood, is an Oxford undergraduate who, while convalescing from illness, becomes infatuated with a doctor's wife. Having won his sympathy by confiding that her husband makes her indulge in perversions, she proceeds to seduce him. In a weird and suggestive sequence, Alan is persuaded by his lover to disguise himself as a girl and goes on the run in women's clothing. She has a masochistic streak, and that disturbing touch of inadequately suppressed violence towards women, so characteristic of Barclay, surfaces once more. The book offers an insight into what passed for explicit sexual action immediately before the Second World War. Tame as the sex scenes seem in the age of 50 Shades of Grey, the book was judged frank to the point of indecency by author and critic J.D. Beresford, who 20 years earlier had recommended Collins to take Freeman Wills Crofts' The Cask. Jarrold's announced the forthcoming publication of a book called On His Deliverance, and a Barclay novel called Poison Pipe was also supposed to appear in 1941, but neither was published, and no trace of the manuscripts has been found. Barclay had burnt out. Like Sayers, he was finished as a detective novelist, but for a very different reason. The times were changing. A terrifying novel by an illustrious founder member of the Detection Club showed the way forward for novelists of psychological suspense who wanted to explore the nature of evil. This groundbreaking novel was written not by Bailey or Blake or Barclay, but by Hugh Walpole. The idea for the story obsessed him, as no idea for a book ever has done, for 3 years before he wrote out a synopsis in 1937, the year he was knighted. With the unquenchable optimism of someone born or doomed to be a writer, Walpole thought the book will undoubtedly write itself and should be my best macabre and one of the best ever if it comes out right. Yet, like so many brilliant ideas for novels, it proved challenging to execute, and he did not finish work on the book until the Luftwaffe was blitzing London. Ill health had taken hold, and a coronary thrombosis killed Walpole a few months before The Killer and the Slain saw the light of day. The concept of The Killer and the Slain was simple but superb. A prissy novelist, John Esaias Talbot, is driven to murder an old school friend, but gradually metamorphoses physically and morally into his degenerate tormentor, James Oliphant Tunstall. Split personalities fascinated Walpole so much that he was surely intrigued by Anthony Barclay. This probably explains why Talbot's finest book bears a striking resemblance to Before the Fact. Walpole, almost as much a true crime buff as Barclay, drew on a real-life criminal case, the trial of one John Tunstall for attacking his wife's lover. On one level, Tunstall's crudity and character flaws reflect Adolf Hitler's, and in the final section of the book, Walpole launches a searing attack on the cruelty of Nazism. Beyond the political message, there is a timeless aspect to this sexually charged riff on the Jekyll and Hyde theme, in which heterosexual and homosexual passions are conveyed subtly but with genuine power. Publication in wartime, with the author already cold in his grave, meant that The Killer and the Slain was destined for obscurity. The final tragedy of Walpole's life was that his posthumous masterpiece never received the acclaim it deserved. Notes to Chapter 31. His choice of Joseph Stalin as his Man of the Year. Gollancz was invited to choose his Man of the Year by Cavalcade magazine in November 1937, and explained that Stalin is safely guiding Russia on the road to a society in which there will be no exploitation. Gollancz was not alone in his misplaced enthusiasm for the Russian leader. Maxim Litvinov, a former Bolshevik revolutionary, accepted an appointment as Stalin's Commissar of People's Affairs in 1932. In the same year, Litvinov's London-born wife, Ivy, 1889 to 1977, published His Master's Voice, although her publishers advised her not to use the Litvinov name, since readers of detective fiction prefer an English author. American publishers rejected the book, one reader saying, "We advise Ivy Lowe to cut out the stuff about spring over the Kremlin and put in another murder or two." A couple of years later, Ivy entertained Margaret Cole to afternoon tea when a party of socialist thinkers visited Soviet Russia, following Labour's general election wipeout, to learn how society ought to be run. Ivy wrote no more mysteries, and Margaret Cole justly described her solo effort as odd. Maxim and Ivy both had Jewish origins, and after the war, Stalin had Maxim killed when it suited him to indulge in a campaign of anti-Semitism. Maxim's last words to Ivy were reputedly, "Englishwoman, go home." As if determined to give it the kiss of death, they supplied a dust jacket blurb which proclaimed that the novel was not a thriller. The jacket artwork itself, which featured a bland rural landscape, was utilized by Gerald's for other books, an act of frugality uncommon among even the most parsimonious publishers. J.D. Beresford, who 20 years earlier recommended Collins to take Freeman Willscroft's The Cask. John Davis Beresford, 1873 to 1947, was a versatile writer admired by Orwell, among others. He occasionally wrote detective fiction, although his best-known novel, The Hampdenshire Wonder, 1911, is science fiction. His daughter, Elizabeth, a children's writer, created The Wombles of Wimbledon Common. His son, Marcus, changed his name to Mark Brandle, had an improbable fling with the lesbian writer and later Detection Club member Patricia Highsmith, and went on to publish a handful of crime novels and to write screenplays for television series such as Burke's Law. Chapter 32. Shocked by the Brethren. As the threat posed by Hitler intensified, Sayers volunteered her services to the War Office. She was invited to join a committee tasked with briefing authors about how they could best help in the event of war. Other members included A.P. Herbert and the novelist and critic L.A.G. Strong, who later contributed dialogue to a film version of Busman's Honeymoon that Sayers refused to watch. The secretary to the committee was A.D. Peters, the first husband of Barclay's second wife. Sayers became as frustrated by the inefficiency of the civil servants as by the BBC when masterminding Behind the Screen and The Scoop. The Ministry of Information, like Joe Ackerley, found her impossible to work with, and an internal memo described her as very difficult and loquacious. Before long, she and the ministry parted company. The phony war, following Neville Chamberlain's announcement that Great Britain was at a state of war with Germany, was nicely evoked in Dorothy Bowers's Deed Without a Name. Chamberlain had not only announced the beginning of war, but also, in effect, the end of the golden age of detective fiction. Less than 9 months after John Strachey introduced the term. Nothing would be the same again. The BBC broadcast a series of plays by Barclay and other members in 1940, the Detection Club's last significant venture for years. The Blitz meant dinner meetings were no longer feasible, and Punchin wryly dedicated 10-star clues, which he was composing at the time, to the siren whose irresistible song so often lured the writer from his work. Punchin remained in London, as did Anthony Gilbert, who told Sayers that she did not think Punchin would be put out by a bomb. I feel the bomb would go in another direction if it realized he was nearby. In October, Sayers wrote to Gilbert, saying that she thought the club's premises in Gerrard Street were still standing, if only because nobody had told her otherwise. She urged Gilbert to put the minute book and some of the prints that hung on the walls in a place of greater safety, but admitted that it was difficult to know where would be safer. It was a frightening time. Sayers and the club suffered a cruel blow with the death, at the age of 42, of Helen Simpson. Sayers had noticed her friend's face gradually getting smaller and smaller, a grim clue to an inoperable cancer. At the convalescent home where she died, Simpson told the sister how much she admired Sayers. Shocked by the loss of the vibrant and gifted Australian, Sayers wrote a poignant obituary for the Spectator. The death of the woman with whom she discussed in depth her plans for throne's dominations was the final nail in the coffin of that last projected whimsy novel. After Simpson's death, Sayers concentrated on translation and religious work, such as The Mind of the Maker, a study of creativity from a Christian perspective. The Man Born to be King, a radio drama produced by Val Gielgud, was highly successful, although some conservative Christians disliked it, and some even suggested that the fall of Singapore was a sign of God's displeasure with the portrayal of Christ by a human actor. Sayers's personal view was that her finest achievement was her translation of Dante's Divine Comedy. Club funds were severely depleted, causing a problem with the payment of rent to the landlord in Gerrard Street, J.P. Isaiah, human hair merchant, importer and exporter, who sounds rather like a shady character in a novel by one of the members. Emergency donations of £2 per head were sought, although Margaret Cole improbably pleaded poverty. Thieves broke into the premises, but they did not bother to steal a motley collection of items, including a chiffonnier and other bits of furniture, together with saucepans, china tea, beer, and the club library. Once the war was over, the Detection Club met again, but the miseries of war had taken their toll. John Dixon Carr found the occasion chastening. The brethren shocked me by looking much greyer and more worn. He was dismayed that Sayers was devoting herself to Dante, but although he and Henry Wade tried to persuade her to write more detective fiction, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Carr told Frederick Dannay, who now combined fiction with editing the highly influential Ellery Queen's Mystery magazine, that the club was finding it difficult to gain new members of distinction. In the United States, the private eye novels of Hammett and Chandler had overtaken elaborate whodunits in popularity, although Ellery Queen moved with the times. The Queen novels became less ornately plotted and artificial, but the Detection Club's influence persisted. The plot of Calamity Town, first of the more naturalistic Queen stories, was a remix of Before the Fact, with a hint of Peril at End House and a few drops of strong poison. Carr told Dannay in 1946 that the Detection Club had ceased to function, but he was wrong. 7 new members were elected over the next couple of years, although Dorothy Bowers, widely seen as a worthy successor to Sayers, died young of tuberculosis. She learnt from Sayers that she'd been elected to join the remaining members. She was told there were 22. There may have been unrecorded resignations as well as deaths, and wrote a poignant letter to a friend, hoping, in vain as it proved, that her health would recover to allow her to take part in her initiation ritual and resume her writing. Much as I'd welcome greater financial success for my books, I do appreciate still more this recognition by fellow craftsmen. These sentiments have been echoed by many club members over the years. 3 other new recruits, Cyril Hare, Christiana Brand, and Edmund Crispin, did become major figures in the genre, and so did Michael Innes and Michael Gilbert, elected in 1949. Sayers recognized the need for an injection of youth and vitality, and became frustrated by Berkeley's cussedness in objecting to candidates other than his own. He did not seem to care whom he offended, and wrote a rude letter to Punchen, now the secretary, insisting that he had a right of veto over recruitment. This prompted the imperturbable older man to remind him to pay his subscription. As Sayers said to Millwood Kennedy, "We had better hasten to elect some new members before Berkeley Molotovs the lot." Sayers and Berkeley were not alone in falling out of love with writing detective novels. Shortly before the outbreak of war, Millwood Kennedy found himself writing a mystery for children, Who Was Old Willie? The book featured a challenge to the reader, but the old zest had been killed off by Philip Yale Drew's libel action. After the war, Kennedy forsook pioneering detective fiction for thrillers. He could still come up with fresh ideas. The political assassination idea at the heart of Escape to Quebec broadly anticipates Frederick Forsyth's The Day of the Jackal, but failed to make best use of them. His final crime-fighting hero was a Canadian Mountie. The Coles' last detective novel was written by Douglas. Halfway through their next effort, Margaret became so bored that she stopped work and never resumed. For a while, she continued to turn up for detection club dinners, where her spiky manner irritated younger writers like Christiana Brand. After Douglas died, Margaret remained as keeper of the flame, and in her 70s she published his biography under the imposing name of Dame Margaret Cole. Her final crusade was as a campaigner for comprehensive education. Like Berkeley, her confidence that she knew what was best for other people never wavered. She died shortly after the nation elected as Prime Minister another Margaret, equally untroubled by self-doubt. E.R. Punchin published mysteries until he was 83 years old, but R.C. Woodthorpe lacked staying power. After the prophetically titled Put Out That Light appeared in 1940, he lived for more than 30 years, but never published another book. He seems to have lost touch even with Allingham and Pip, while his failure to respond to a request for a story for Detection Medley irritated John Rode. This reserved and very private man vanished so completely from the scene that his name has been almost completely airbrushed from the history of the genre, as well as from the club's list of members. Connington's poor health contributed to the variable quality of his later work. Henry Wade also suffered various ailments, but continued to craft enjoyable novels until the late 50s. H.C. Bailey, another devoted family man, retired from the Daily Telegraph and moved to the idyllically situated house in North Wales, where, decades earlier, he had first met his wife. His last novel, featuring the hymn-singing solicitor Joshua Clunk, appeared in 1950, but his great days were over long before then. The same was true of John Rode, although his production line continued to clank and whir until the 60s, and of Freeman Wills Crofts. Crofts prided himself on his scrupulous research, but all authors make mistakes. He and the librarian from Harrods were once invited to tea by two Mancunian businessmen, who challenged him about one of his books, where £250,000 in single notes is carried in 2 suitcases. Did he realize that even if tightly packed, they would occupy 10 cubic feet and weigh 200 weight? In 1955, a couple of years before his death, Crofts included a rueful inscription in Many a Slip, a collection of his short stories. Now that I see these little tales in book form, I think they should have been further expanded, with more build-up of the characters. Alas, that is now too late. John Dixon Carr kept dreaming up tricky methods of killing people in locked rooms, but increasingly resorted to historical settings to disguise the essential lack of realism in his impossible crime scenarios. Clarice became so concerned by his binge drinking and his fondness for taking chloral hydrate to aid recovery that she persuaded him to seek professional help. The drinking did not stop, and it wrecked his health. He was afflicted by hypochondria, as well as an incurable distaste for the post-war world. On one occasion, he was taken to hospital after overdosing on chloral hydrate when drunk, and the newspapers interpreted this as an attempt at suicide. Sayers' priority was, according to Christiana Brand, to protect the club's reputation, and she told the press that this was not our John Dixon Carr at all. Carr recovered and resumed writing. His career ended with The Hungry Goblin, a weak effort featuring Sayers' old hero Wilkie Collins as a detective. The locked room mystery fell out of vogue before enjoying a revival decades later, thanks to the popularity of television series such as Jonathan Creek and Death in Paradise in Britain, and Monk in the US. The puzzle in Stieg Larsson's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is termed, in the English translation, a locked room mystery, though Larsson's scenario actually offers a closed circle. Christopher Bush and E.C.R. Lorak churned out books for the rest of their lives, and Anthony Gilbert, Ngaio Marsh and Gladys Mitchell were equally prolific. Nicholas Blake led his double life as a crime writer and poet with distinction and boundless energy. During his first marriage, he pursued a lengthy affair with the novelist Rosamond Lehman, before abandoning both wife and mistress to marry a young and beautiful actress, Jill Balkan. Their son, Daniel, became an admired actor, their daughter, Tamsin, a successful filmmaker. Marjorie Allingham died at the age of 62 after a long period of poor health, punctuated by bouts of depression, which at one point led to her undergoing electroconvulsive therapy. Despite her private torments, she became one of the leading women detective novelists of the 20th century. Pip Youngman Carter completed Allingham's last novel about Albert Campion and wrote 2 more by himself. He achieved posthumous notoriety when it emerged that he had fathered a child with the journalist, media celebrity, and writer of humorous detective novels, Nancy Spain. What made the affair startling was that she was also a lesbian of iconic status. Their son Tom was brought up by Spain's lover, Joan Verna Laurie, and his parentage was not publicly acknowledged until after the deaths of both Pip and Spain, who was killed along with Joan in an aeroplane crash as she was on her way to commentate on the Grand National. Spain was considered for membership of the Detection Club in the 50s, but turned down because of the flimsiness of her books, not because anyone knew the truth about Tom. As for Ngaio Marsh, her long and successful career was belatedly marked in 1974 by her election to the club, whose initiation ritual had made such a lasting impression on her 37 years earlier. The honour delighted her, but she was not well enough to travel from her home in New Zealand to attend. Tastes were changing. Books in the Golden Age style continued to be written and enjoyed, and several new writers of talent emerged. The dominant crime novelists, however, belonged to a generation preoccupied by the challenges of life in the atomic era. Traditional mysteries were perceived as past their sell-by date, and people who did not care to read them were nevertheless happy to make sweeping generalizations about them, which contributed to the crude stereotyping of Golden Age fiction that persists to this day. Sayers dominated the Detection Club to the end of her life, and continued to insist that candidates for membership must write books of quality. This requirement often gave rise to fierce debate, especially when Berkeley was in argumentative mood. She exploited her contacts in the hierarchy of the Church of England to find new premises for the club at Kingly Street, in a building owned by the church. When Bentley, during a sad descent into alcoholism, gave up the presidency at the end of 1949, she was his natural successor. Objections to the thriller writers were dropped, while the first Jewish member, Julian Simmons, was elected on the strength of a handful of promising books, long before he became a master of the crime novel, which, to the continuing dismay of purists, he saw as a linear successor to the classic detective story. Mac Fleming, whose heavy drinking contributed to prolonged ill health, died of a stroke in 1950. For Sayers, motherhood continued to be a bittersweet experience. She was thrilled to see John Anthony follow in Peter Wimsey's footsteps, winning a scholarship to Balliol and taking a first-class degree. Her taste in clothes continued to be unorthodox. The only time she wore evening dress was for detection club dinners, and even then she never wore anything new because excited torchbearers are apt to spill hot wax all over one while arguing about procedure before the initiation ritual. Michael Gilbert and his wife bumped into Sayers in London while shopping for Christmas cards in 1957. A few days later, the Gilberts received a card from her, but by that time she was dead. She was found at the foot of the stairs in the house in Whittam, surrounded by Christmas presents. John Anthony was the sole beneficiary in her will. A few months before his own death, he told Sayers's friend and biographer, Barbara Reynolds, she did the best she could. Sayers had seemed irreplaceable, but the Detection Club needed a new president. In conversations at her memorial service with readings by Val Gilgood and Cyril Hare and a panegyric by C.S. Lewis, Michael Gilbert urged fellow members to elect Agatha Christie. Christie was desperate to avoid joining organizations, let alone leading one, and made an unlikely figurehead. Nevertheless, she agreed to become president, demonstrating the depth of her continuing devotion to the Detection Club. At her initiation, Allingham, once so skeptical about the club, took the role of skull-bearer, solemnly carrying Eric on his cushion. Christie imposed one condition before taking office: that she should not be called upon to deliver any speeches. Lord Gorrell, disrespectfully known by younger writers as Lord Sheep, agreed to undertake the public speaking, but insisted on being appointed co-president and held that role until his death in 1963. After that, Christie continued in office alone for another 13 years, with the legwork undertaken by honorary secretaries such as the lawyer Michael Underwood. Yet on one occasion, never forgotten by those who witnessed it, she broke her own rule and donned the president's red satin robe, filling it almost as amply as Chesterton had done. She read out her part of the ritual with unexpected brio, demanding of the initiate, "Is there anything you hold sacred?" with a startling mixture of humour and solemnity. As Harry Keating said, the shrinking Violet had transformed into trumpeting, fierce-coloured African Queen Lily. When in her last years she was too frail to attend dinners, she offered to stand down, but was persuaded to remain in office for the rest of her life. Anthony Berkeley longed to be president of the club and felt it his due. The trouble was that he had alienated too many of his colleagues with his unpredictable moods and bad temper. At one point, he even argued that the jokey title, First Freeman, he awarded himself when the club was set up, gave him a right of veto over new members. A neat compromise would have been to ask him to act as co-president with Christie. Surely this solution occurred to a group of people with unrivaled gifts for unravelling complicated puzzles. Perhaps they feared Berkeley would become unbearable, and the convivial atmosphere at club dinners would be ruined. Berkeley's reaction was to sever all connections with the club he had founded. Notes to Chapter 32. The Detection Club's last significant venture for years. Correspondence between members during the war, and in years that followed, with a focus on discussion about whether prospective new members played fair with their readers, is summarized in Evans' Curtis, Was Corinne's Murder Clued?, the title of which comes from debate about the merit of Douglas G. Brown's fiction. Brown, 1884 to 1963, grandson of Charles Dickens illustrator Hablot K. Brown, alias Fizz, also co-wrote a biography of Bernard Spilsbury. Dorothy Bowers died young of tuberculosis. My understanding of Bowers' life has been aided by information supplied by Tom Shunts, whose Rue Morgue Press have reprinted all her novels. Bentley, during a sad descent into alcoholism, gave up the presidency. Bentley's problems with drink are referred to in the memoirs of his son, Nicholas. Spain was considered for membership of the Detection Club in the 50s, but turned down. See Nancy Spain, Why I'm Not a Millionaire, London, Hutchinson, 1956. Spain, 1917 to 1964, was a columnist for the Daily Express, which boasted, "They call her vulgar, they call her unscrupulous. They have called her the worst-dressed woman in Britain." She based her amateur sleuth, Miriam Birdseye, on the actor Hermione Gingold, who was at one time married to Val Kilgood's BBC colleague and crime-writing collaborator, Eric Maschwitz. Several new writers of talent emerged. They included Anthony Shaffer, 1926 to 2001, and his brother Peter Shaffer. The Shaffer twins collaborated on 2 entertaining novels in the classic cerebral style in the 50s. According to Anthony, he provided the basic plots, and the pair wrote alternate chapters, while Peter had previously produced one solo effort with illustrations by E.C. Bentley's son Nicholas. Later, they both earned fame separately, writing plays as diverse and successful as Sleuth and Equus. Anthony also worked on several screenplays based on Christie's novels, and describes encounters with the Queen of Crime and with Hitchcock in his breezy, if perhaps not entirely reliable memoir, So What Did You Expect? London, Picador 2001. Michael Gilbert and his wife bumped into Sayers in London. See Michael Gilbert, A Personal Memoir, in Dorothy L. Sayers' The Centenary Celebration. In conversations at her memorial service, Michael Gilbert urged fellow members to elect Agatha Christie. This emerges from copies of correspondence with the Honorary Secretary of the Detection Club, which also disclosed Christie's offer to stand down as president and her reluctance to have the BBC film the ritual. Part 7. Unravelling the Mysteries. Chapter 33. Murder Goes On Forever. How can we unravel the mysteries of the Detection Club? It is time to settle down in an armchair in the library, review the evidence, and do a little detective work. What, for instance, did Agatha Christie mean when she inscribed murder in Mesopotamia with love from one who may have done crimes unsuspected, not detected? Her light-hearted choice of words was a kind of false confession. She had not broken the law, but in writing the novel she'd committed a social crime. After biding her time for years, she'd paid back Catherine Woolley, domineering wife of the archaeologist Leonard Woolley, for reacting so poisonously to her marriage to Max Mallowan. Christie emulated Anthony Berkeley, taking revenge through fiction as she drew on her experience of an archaeological dig for the novel's background. Several characters had real-life counterparts. Nurse Amy Letheran resembles Christie. Max is represented by the amiable David Emmett, while Father Eric Burrows, a cleric who had specialized in the translation of cuneiform tablets, becomes Father Lavigny. The plot depends on an impersonation wildly unlikely even by Golden Age standards. Torquemada reckoned it near impossible. The biting portrayal of the murder victim is more memorable than the storyline. Louise Leidner is beautiful yet appalling, variously compared to La Belle Dame sans Merci, the Snow Queen and a swamp creature. Poirot says she possesses a calamitous magic. Like the killer in the story, Louise Leidner was impersonating someone. She was a very thinly disguised version of Catherine Woolley. Christie seldom unsheathed her claws. But this novel reveals her fury at Catherine Woolley's treatment of her, and that cryptic inscription provides an insight into Christie's nature. She did not simply love mysteries, she relished being mysterious. One serious crime of which she was briefly suspected was treason. Early in the Second World War, MI5 speculated that she was guilty of disclosing national secrets. Agatha Christie, the queen of crime, a traitor? She was certainly the least likely of suspects. Time after time, however, Poirot and Marple demonstrated that nobody is above suspicion. Her novel, N or M, in which the Beresfords tracked Nazi spies, featured a suspicious character called Major Bletchley. Even more alarmingly, she had moved into the Isokon building, the modernist block of flats in Lawn Road, Hampstead. This experiment in semi-communal living was the first building in Britain constructed with reinforced concrete, a safe haven that attracted as residents a number of Soviet spies, including the Kaczynski family and Eva Collett-Reckitt. The authorities panicked. Was Christie a woman who knew too much? Was she taunting the establishment by making Major Bletchley's name a clue to treachery? Would she betray the secret work undertaken at Bletchley Park to crack the German Enigma code? Dilly Knox, brother of Ronald, was sent for. He was working on cryptanalysis at Bletchley and knew Christie personally, presumably through guest visits to detection club dinners. When he was quizzed about how much she knew about Enigma, he found it impossible to believe either that she had stumbled upon the secret of Bletchley or that she would give it away if she had. But his superiors feared there was no smoke without fire. Dilly was asked to approach her and find out why she had mentioned Bletchley. The codebreaker duly invited the crime writer to meet for tea and scones. After the initial pleasantries, Knox led the conversation to the subject of N or M. At last he dared to put the question, why mention Bletchley? He studied her carefully. Would she lie, or bluster, or even break down? Christie responded with a gentle smile. My dear, I was stuck there for ages one day, travelling on the train from Oxford to London. It was so dreadful I took revenge by giving the name to one of the most odious people in the book. Dilly probably never realised that for Christie, the main attraction of the Isokon building was not living cheek by jowl with spies, although there are hints of her acquaintance with the Kaczynskis in M or M, but that it was also home to Stephen Glanville, the Egyptologist who helped her to research Akhenaton, and the man to whom, after Max, she was closest. She treated him as a confidant when Max was away from home. Sometimes coincidences are genuine. We need to temper our sleuthing instincts with realism when reading between the lines of a detective novel. Finding answers to the questions that persist about Christie's disappearance is a particular challenge. She hated talking about those missing days and gave no explanation of them in her autobiography, so we have no neat and rational explanation of what happened, with all the loose ends tied up in the manner of her books. Theories abound, ranging from the plausible to the playful. Kathleen Tynan's entertaining but far-fetched screenplay for the film Agatha saw Christie, played by Vanessa Redgrave, disorientated by electroconvulsive therapy. A witty episode of Doctor Who had her rendered unconscious by an alien in the form of a giant wasp. Could she have engineered her disappearance to publicize her books, as a hostile press believed? The evidence shows that in the first half of the 20s, she took part in promotional stunts, such as the mock trial presided over by G.K. Chesterton. In The Secret Adversary, Jane Finn faked amnesia. Might Christie have adopted her own character's ploy? Any detective who pays the slightest heed to the psychology of the suspect cannot believe the disappearance was designed to raise her public profile. Christie was far too self-effacing. Even at the time of publishing her breakthrough novel, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, she did little or nothing to promote it. She saw her job as to write. Selling books was emphatically the responsibility of her publisher. The mock trial is a red herring. She took part for the fun of it, and in any event she did so not to promote herself, but in the next room, a play adapted by two other women, the now obscure duo of Harriet Ford and former actress Eleanor Robson, from the novel by Burton E. Stevenson. Archie, and even the loyal Madge, suspected that she wanted her disappearance to result in publicity, but aimed at damaging him rather than selling more books. This is more credible. Long after her divorce, she wrote books which hinted at her preoccupation with Archie's infidelity, and it is tempting to believe that she meant to punish him for it. Her most autobiographical novel is Unfinished Portrait, published under the Westmacott name, which is not a detective story. The heroine is a woman who contemplates suicide in the aftermath of divorce. Among her mysteries, Death in the Clouds is one of several in which a seemingly attractive young man nurses a discreditable secret. Occasionally, she also lets characters voice her own feelings. Men always approve of dowdy women, but when it comes to brass tacks, the dressed-up trollops win hands down. Sad, but there it is. So says Sarah Blake in Triangle at Rhodes. She was probably speaking for Christie. There is a horrid side of one, Sarah adds, that enjoys accidents and public calamities and unpleasant things that happen to one's friends. This reflects the response to Christie's disappearance, including Sayers's eager participation in the hunt for clues. Although Christie kept her counsel, years passed before the scars caused by Archie's adultery and the public and press hostility her disappearance aroused began to heal. It may be no coincidence that in one of her accounts of Bentley's initiation, Nio Marsh said Christie did not attend the dinner or ritual, but turned up at Gerrard Street later in the evening. The Chief Constable of Surrey Police was a guest speaker at the dinner, although he had not been in post at the time of her disappearance. Remembering Superintendent Kenwood's public pronouncements about her, Christie would be keen to avoid opening old wounds through an encounter with Surrey Police. The truth about the disappearance is almost certainly chaotic and incoherent. Christie was desperate to run away from the horror of her marriage's collapse. Perhaps she hoped, in a confused way, that her flight would somehow bring Archie to his senses and enable them to salvage something from the wreckage. The woman who planned her mysteries with such care, whose great detective was obsessed with logic and the need to use the little grey cells, exposed herself to public humiliation with no rational thought about the consequences of her actions and no idea of what to do next. It was crazy and self-defeating, the result of unbearable emotional stress. Her determination to remain silent about the episode stemmed from a sense of guilt and shame, especially over her abandonment of her young daughter. Christie was far too harsh on herself. She was a victim, but too strong to wallow in victimhood and too proud to seek help before she cracked. Her extreme reaction to Archie's infidelity demonstrates more vividly than any psychiatrist's diagnosis the harm she suffered when her secure family life was destroyed. This left a mark on her writing. The ordeal by innocence undergone by ordinary people whose lives are disrupted by murder recurs in her writing as often as the wronged man in the films of Alfred Hitchcock. It does not take a Poirot to deduce that Christie was innocent, not guilty. The ordeal she suffered was greater and longer lasting than Archie's short-term embarrassment when his matrimonial misdemeanors came under public scrutiny. She never committed a real crime unsuspected, not detected, and the passion for justice evident in her finest work was driven by her empathy for those who suffer injustice through no fault of their own. Clues to the mysteries surrounding Dorothy L. Sayers lurk in the pages of Murder Must Advertise. A minor but memorable member of the supporting cast is Miss Meatyard, whose final words sum up Sayers's philosophy of business life. You have to advertise. Meatyard is a self-portrait, a Somerville graduate, and a funny woman who shares Sayers's taste for vulgar limericks, her sardonic humour, and perhaps much more. For Miss Meatyard has in the past been threatened by the murder victim, Dean, with the exposure of a regrettable affair. You wouldn't think it to look at her, would you? Says an unimaginative man naively. Her response to Dean was to say, publish and be damned. A latter-day whimsy might infer that a colleague at Benson's discovered the truth about Sayers's secret pregnancy, despite the lengths to which Sayers and Beatrice White went in constructing the charade of her supposed sickness-absence. Sayers must have loved taking revenge on the mischief-making snooper by transforming him, if her enemy was a man, nothing can be taken for granted with detective novelists, into Victor Dean, an unpleasant blackmailer. Sayers implied that he was homosexual and sent him tumbling to death on Benson's steep spiral staircase. Sayers was too resilient to submit to the threats of a bully, but her strength came at a cost. The legacy of her treatment by her early lovers, John Cornus and Bill White, was that terror of emotion. The only way to protect herself was by building defences that nobody could destroy. The overbearing manner, the outlandish clothes, the relentless emphasis on passions of the intellect rather than of the heart, gave her as much security as a cast-iron alibi. People thought her a battle-axe, but like Christie, she was racked by guilt and shame. Like Christie, she judged herself too severely. At first, she kept quiet for the sake of her parents and her job. Later, marriage to a difficult man brought fresh complications. Why did she not insist that John Anthony come to live at Whittam once she and Mac had adopted him? Mac was reluctant, and the boy seemed happy with Ivy, but Sayers never pushed the point. Given the moral climate of the 30s, she feared humiliation if she admitted to an illegitimate child. Trapped in the web of lies she wove in desperation when she found she was pregnant, she could find no escape. Sticking to her story was the only safe option. Why did she stop writing detective fiction when her love of the Detection Club still burnt bright? The abdication may have killed off Thrones, Dominations, with its meditations on marriage, but devising a storyline that is overtaken by events is an occupational hazard for authors. Why did she fail to come up with an equally interesting mystery connected to the Whimsies' married life? The answer, in part, was that she felt that she could not surpass Gaudy Night. The slightness of Busman's honeymoon, in content if not in word count, supports this theory. Even P.G. Wodehouse, who admired her earlier books, told Anthony Berkeley privately that he was disappointed by it. I shuddered every time a rustic came on the scene. Sayers became more interested in Corpus Christi than Agatha Christie. Writing about religion gave her a deeper fulfillment than she could derive either from writing detective stories or from a marriage to a man whose personality had been damaged by the war. The stress of keeping constantly on guard, unable to confide even in close friends such as Helen Simpson and Muriel St. Clair Byrne, must have been hard to bear. So was her inability to take a mother's overt pride in her son's successes, and the inhibited, arm's-length nature of the relationship that the two of them maintained. A price also had to be paid in terms of public honour. Following the success of her religious plays, the Archbishop of Canterbury offered her a Lambeth degree, an honorary doctorate in divinity. This honour would have filled Sayers with pride, but she turned it down. At first she said she did not deserve it. Later she maintained that a writer of commercial fiction might become an embarrassment to the Church, especially given that a section of the press does not love me very much. These were thin excuses. Her overriding concern was that the Lambeth degree was incompatible with having given birth outside marriage. If she took the degree, and subsequently her secret came out, she feared her disgrace would be complete. Like Sayers, Berkeley never wrote any significant detective fiction after the start of the Second World War. In 1941, Hitchcock's butchering of Before the Fact was matched by the miserable film version of Trial and Error. In Flight from Destiny, director Vincent Sherman turned Lawrence Todhunter into a university professor, moved the setting to the USA, and sacrificed irony for dismal solemnity. Even a man less cynical than Berkeley could be forgiven for despairing. A sign of how quickly his star fell is that while Sayers's literary contributions to the war effort earned national attention, a story in which Berkeley revived Roger Sheringham in order to reinforce the message that careless talk costs lives was published only in the North Devon Journal. Pleasing speculation that he repeated the trick of malice aforethought by publishing a brand new novel under an undetectable pseudonym is not backed up by any evidence. Unlike Sayers, Berkeley did not take refuge in religion. His creativity was confined largely to producing raspberry-flavoured homemade wine and writing limericks of dubious merit. The damage the German army's gas had done to his lungs meant he was a martyr to asthma and bronchitis. As Francis Iles, he continued to review regularly, and his critical judgments mattered long after his books disappeared from the shelves. Julian Simmons, a man capable of being as acerbic as Berkeley, said in an obituary, "A whole generation of crime writers was in debt to Francis Iles." Even when he fell out of love with the Detection Club, Berkeley remained emotionally entangled with detective fiction. He supported the Crime Writers Association, membership of which did not depend on a secret ballot from its inception, contributing acerbic articles highlighting the shortcomings of publishers to the CWA's early newsletters. In the early 60s, as a member of a panel judging the awards now known as Daggers, he condemned one shortlisted author's work as full of superior sex and sadism. One might think these qualities would appeal to Berkeley, but he complained that the author in question did not deserve to be reviewed, let alone win a prize. As usual, he found it impossible to be philosophical when unable to get his own way, and resigned in a huff. Hard though he sometimes worked to cultivate friendships, they had to be on his terms. As a reviewer, Berkeley was one of the first critics to laud the talents of gifted young writers such as P.D. James and Ruth Rendell. He corresponded for years with a prolific, if minor, crime writer, the Mancunian bank manager Harold Blundell, who wrote as George Bellairs. When they eventually met, Bellairs's wife cooked for them and Berkeley heaped praise on her escallops. The old charmer had faded but not quite vanished. At one point, he offered shrewd advice to Bellairs on how to negotiate better terms with his publishers. To Bellairs he made one of his most revealing remarks. "You cash in on the gusto while you've got it. Believe me, it goes." But why did it go? The clues lie buried in Berkeley's writing. Corroboration can be gleaned from the work of the woman he yearned for. The fact is that Berkeley's career as a crime novelist began at around the time he met E.M. Delafield and ended when she died. This was no coincidence. She inspired and obsessed him. Without her, he was finished as a crime writer. Their relationship blossomed with those discussions about the tragedy of Edith Thompson, and is as intriguing as any between writers of the interwar years. Yet it has been missed by everyone. The only evidence of it comes from coded references scattered throughout their writing. The couple played a secret game involving as many literary impersonations and hidden identities as could be found in any detective novel. Rather than portray their relationship directly in their work, as Sayers did in Strong Poison, they opted for subtlety, packing their books with nods and winks to each other, in characters' names and life stories. They revelled in their own ingenuity, finding a strange consolation for the fact they could not be together. Like Poe in the Purloined Letter, they were planting clues to their mutual devotion in plain sight. Messalina of the Suburbs influenced Berkeley's use of actual crimes in his fiction, and he dedicated his second detective novel to Delafield. His description of her as the most delightful of writers is slyly ambiguous. She returned the compliment, dedicating to him a book called Jill, in which the hero, like Berkeley, married in haste during the war. The stumbling block was that Delafield was also married, with a young son and daughter. In The Way Things Are, Laura Temple, a self-portrait, becomes obsessed with a male admirer, Duke Ayland, but tells him she cannot abandon her marriage for fear of harming her children. Ayland writes music, as Berkeley did, while another character is a novelist whose first names have the same initials as Berkeley's. Laura is a detective story fan, and Delafield alludes to their shared interest in Edith Thompson. At one point, Laura writes a long letter to Ayland, expressing her feelings for him, before a recollection of correspondence featuring in murder trials prompts her to put a match to it. The book's ending is tantalizingly inconclusive, as if Delafield were teasing Berkeley, hinting that perhaps one day things might be different. Yet Laura does not leave her husband. Neither did Delafield. The soul-bearing was mutual. Berkeley showed Delafield it pays to look soulful, a story for cynics, in which he satirized social attitudes towards infidelity. He never published the manuscript, although Delafield commented on it approvingly. His main aim was to send her a message about the intensity of his feelings for her. One can picture him telling Delafield that his wife did not understand him. This was undoubtedly true, for Delafield was perhaps the only person who ever came close to understanding him. Once Berkeley became involved with Helen Peters, Delafield knew she and he would never become a couple. She consoled herself in the guise of her most famous character, the provincial lady, a very thinly veiled self-portrait, with the reflection that writers are too egotistical to make ideal husbands for anybody. The need to accept the inevitable influenced Thank Heaven fasting, a biting study of what marriage meant for an upper-class woman. She reinforced the autobiographical subtext by giving her second forename to her protagonist, Monica. Despite her spell as a bride of heaven, Delafield was not hostile to divorce. Her concern was about its consequences. And Nothing is Safe highlights the damage done to children after their parents split up. This was an age when a woman divorced for adultery risked losing custody of her children. It was not a risk she could bring herself to take, yet she kept returning to the theme that it is a mistake to marry a person one has never truly loved. To live without one's true, passionate soulmate is to live without fulfillment. Berkeley felt the same, but anger and an irrational sense of betrayal came easily to him. Delafield teased him from time to time in her books, and he retaliated with a series of dark portrayals of beautiful temptresses whose behavior was monstrously inhuman. Read in this light, his books seem like howls of anguish, because he was besotted with a woman who had enslaved him, yet refused to sacrifice her comfortable way of life to be with him. In some respects, theirs was a love-hate relationship, but that intense mutual attraction persisted to the end. In They Don't Wear Labels, Delafield ventured into psychological suspense with another nod to Francis Iles, as a wife staying in a boarding house worries that her apparently adoring husband means to poison her. The resemblance to Before the Fact is unmistakable, while the notion of feeding someone shards of broken glass comes straight from the fantasy Edith Thompson shared with Frederick Bywaters. A collection containing this seldom-noticed story was published in the same year that Berkeley's last novel appeared. He dedicated As for the Woman to Delafield with affection and spoke of their long, happy and candid friendship. That reference to candour speaks volumes. He and she could say things to each other in private that could never be revealed to anyone else. But did his story amount to a confession of a desire to commit murder? Detective novelists love to test credibility to the limit. Laying false trails is seductive. Bluffs and double bluffs become a way of life. Berkeley's Roger Sheringham, more than any other fictional detective, demonstrated that apparently logical deductions can be wildly mistaken. Yet, As for the Woman does imply that Berkeley harboured a homicidal fantasy driven by his infatuation with Delafield. Berkeley's alter ego in Malice Aforethought, Dr. Bickley, was a dreamer, and Berkeley's imagination was equally hyperactive. Given the endless tricks he played with character names, there can be no coincidence in the surname of the man who stands between Alan, based on Berkeley, and the woman he loves. It is Paul, P-A-W-L-E, and it sounds exactly like the name of Delafield's husband, Paul. Riven by jealousy, Alan contemplates murdering Paul, and at one point believes he has done so, by accident. But Paul survives, and so does the marriage. Alan is humiliated and shamed by his own cowardice. He no longer knows whether Evelyn still loves him, and finishes up thinking only of himself. Paul has destroyed his soul. Did Berkeley contemplate killing Paul Dashwood? If so, was this driven by jealousy, because Paul, like Paul, had an unbreakable hold on the woman he loved? Perhaps, but Berkeley's overactive imagination may have led him to think that killing Paul would be an altruistic murder of the kind he wrote about obsessively. A detective studying Delafield's fiction might deduce that she, like Evelyn, had been mistreated by her husband. If so, did she confide in Berkeley, and if she did, was she telling the truth? If Lena Aysgarth, the masochistic victim of Before the Fact, was a version of Delafield, was the seemingly charming but actually sociopathic Johnny Aysgarth a savage caricature of Paul Dashwood? Delafield drops delicate hints in books such as Nothing is Safe about husbands who make excessive and unpleasant sexual demands of their wives. Yet it is almost impossible to reconcile Delafield's gently humorous portrayal of the provincial lady's dull husband with the notion that Paul abused her, unless she was using fiction as a way of masking the truth. Did she tolerate the intolerable simply for the sake of the children? Or was Paul guilty of nothing worse than a lack of sparkle? No outsider can guess what goes on behind closed doors in respectable homes in the English countryside. Mental torture, perhaps, or simply mind-numbing tedium. Berkeley may have devised the storyline of As for the Woman as a subtle metaphor for his dysfunctional relationship with Delafield and her husband, with Anthony, Elizabeth and Paul represented by Alan, Evelyn and Paul. Yet whatever the truth about Delafield's marriage, it would be a miscarriage of justice to convict Paul Dashwood of domestic abuse on fictionalized and equivocal evidence from a man who probably loathed him. Berkeley was depressed when he wrote As for the Woman, dissatisfied with his second marriage, and despairing because Delafield was out of reach. If he did fantasize about murdering Paul Dashwood, writing offered catharsis, and he committed no crime more serious than that minor motoring offence. He planned another book in which Alan Littlewood married. Presumably this was to be another exercise in self-flagellating fictional autobiography. What stopped him from going ahead with it? The answer surely lies in a series of disasters that befell Delafield in quick succession. Her son Lionel died at the age of 20 from gunshot wounds in the armory of the infantry training service. An open verdict was recorded, but he may have killed himself. This shattering blow was followed by Delafield undergoing a colostomy. Cancer ravaged her beauty, as it had Helen Simpson's a couple of years earlier. She collapsed while giving a lecture and died at the age of 53. Her premature death explains why, for all her literary gifts, her name is no longer well known. Yet the Diary of a Provincial Lady continues to be reprinted, and its author resurfaced in the guise of Esme Delacroix in an episode of The Simpsons called Diatribe of a Mad Housewife. The ludicrous improbability of this would surely have appealed to her mischievous sense of humour. Barclay's career as a detective novelist began at the time of those criminal conversations with Delafield, and ended as her health failed. In her he found inspiration, and the grief caused by her death destroyed his creative impulse. The tragedy thickened the fog of misery that enveloped him during and after the Second World War. With the same obsessive persistence with which he pursued women and grudges, he stockpiled crates of victory stamps in the mistaken belief that they would prove a shrewd investment. Seeking to outwit the taxman, he hid money under floorboards and stuffed family silver into false cupboards. Barclay's stepdaughter has miserable memories of the 40s, much of which she spent in rural isolation at Linton Hills, while her brothers stayed with their father. The large, lonely house was lit by oil lamps because there was no mains electricity or gas. In the teenage girl's eyes, Barclay was a bully with a sadistic streak, a man who took pleasure in hurting women. He frightened her and was unkind to her mother, once La Belle Hélène. Helen's temperament was depressive, and she could not stand up for herself. Barclay's attitude towards women was tainted by the conviction that they exploited men. He mourned Delafield openly and spoke to his stepdaughter about her, as if she were the love of his life. He would shut himself away in his room every morning to write, but never produced anything worthy of note. When Barclay's London house became habitable again after the war, the small, unhappy family returned there, but they lived separate lives on separate floors. Barclay went back to Devon from time to time, but on his own. In 1951, Helen reverted to her maiden name, Peters, and moved out altogether. Barclay never saw his stepdaughter again, and she was not sorry. He could be good company when he was in the mood. He was clever and entertaining, she said, but ultimately the dark side dominated. I've never met anyone else like him, and I say that with profound thankfulness. Yet with Barclay there was always another twist in the tale. He entertained his niece, the daughter of his brothers Stephen and Hilary, at Linton Hills after the war, and invited her to the Café Royal for a detection club dinner. To assist her recuperation from tuberculosis, he took her for a holiday in the Canaries and Madeira. She admired his wit and intelligence, and he treated her with generosity and respect. They got on well for the rest of his life, although his physical ailments and depressive streak sometimes made him challenging company. Hilary, who divorced Stephen Cox and married a soldier, was wary of Barclay's avuncular interest in her daughter, and warned her about his reputation for womanizing. In fact, he behaved himself, even though one or two people they met on holiday jumped to the mistaken conclusion that the supposed niece was really his mistress. Barclay being Barclay, he was not embarrassed, but amused. The detective fiction of the Golden Age was as flawed as the human beings who wrote it. It does not take a great detective to find books awash with examples of homophobia, sexism and racism, along with other prejudices and faults. Even books written by progressives such as the Coles contain elements that a modern reader will find offensive. Equally, many successful books written today would have repelled readers in the 30s. Novels written by Detection Club members displayed the vices of their time, and sometimes a sloppiness falling far short of the standards to which the club aspired. Theirs was popular commercial fiction, matching the demands of readers and publishers in the English-speaking world. Bucking the trend was fraught with difficulty, yet Sayers, Berkeley and Christie dared to be different time and again. The best books from the Detection Club did more than give readers enduring pleasure, in itself an honourable achievement. Their range, quality and inventiveness pointed the way forward for writers in the decades that followed. An eccentric homage to the Detection Club appeared 60 years after its formation, when American writer Gaylord Larson published Dorothy and Agatha. His novel featured Sayers, Christie and other members of the club solving the mystery of a dead man discovered in Sayers's dining room. This pleasing concept was executed in such a slapdash way that Sayers might have been driven to murder had she read it. Larson's book, hailed by the publishers as rendering every detail of character and place with uncanny accuracy, is a masterclass in howlers so extraordinary that the reader's initial astonishment turns into hilarity. Perhaps once she had recovered from Larson's hapless rendering of English life and geography, Sayers would have seen the funny side. Berkeley might just have appreciated the irony of Larson's belief that he succeeded Chesterton as president of the Detection Club. Subtler tributes to the pioneering work of Berkeley and Company have been paid time and again by their illustrious successors. The global success of Inspector Morse and its television spin-offs, Lewis and Endeavour, owes much to Colin Dexter's love of crossword puzzles and ability to craft whodunit mysteries as convoluted as those dreamt up in the 30s. Lonely Magdalene has been followed by innumerable police procedurals, and The Killer and the Slain by endless dark novels of psychological suspense. Julian Simmons's The Man Who Killed Himself and Simon Brett's A Shock to the System cleverly update Malice Aforethought, while P.D. James's original Sin carries distant echoes of Nicholas Blake's End of Chapter, and her The Private Patient explicitly references Cyril Hare and his final novel He Should Have Died Hereafter, also known as Untimely Death. The central plot device in Lee Child's One Shot, filmed as Jack Reacher, recalls one of Christie's, while Amy, in Gillian Flynn's Gone Girl, plays a trick reminiscent of Felix Lane's in The Beast Must Die. Nor is the appeal of plot lines beloved by Golden Age authors confined to the English-speaking world. Japanese crime novelists have often written stories in the Golden Age tradition, and an Agatha Christie Award is given annually for an unpublished mystery novel. Hans Olaf Lahlum's Oslo-based mystery, The Human Flies, is a recent example of Scandinavian noir that blends a seemingly impossible crime with a dash of Christie's trickery with plot. A cult movie directed by Peter Greenaway, the enigmatic The Draftsman's Contract, is but one of many unlikely examples of the influence of Golden Age writing on popular culture. According to Greenaway, the story is not 1,000 miles away from being an Agatha Christie story about a country house murder. He compared the solution to that of Murder on the Orient Express. The highly successful TV series Sherlock combines a 21st century version of the Holmes-Watson pairing with storylines borrowing from the Golden Age. Berkeley-esque multiple solutions, Christie's idea of a murder rehearsal, and Sayers's theory that Watson's middle name was Hamish, an ingenious means of reconciling Conan Doyle's use of both John and James as his forenames. J.K. Rowling's private detective, Cormoran Strike, may not resemble Lord Peter Wimsey physically, but like his predecessor, he comes from a wealthy background, rock aristocracy in his case, went to Oxford, fought in battle, and suffered grievously as a result, and is a man of innate decency. Rowling's fondness for Latin quotations echoes Sayers', although she has escaped the tedious complaints often directed at her predecessor's supposed snobbery. The enduring connection between past and present is reinforced by the Christie estate's commissioning of a brand-new Poirot novel, The Monogram Murders, from Sophie Hannah, a poet, best-selling author, and member of the Detection Club. Just as today's leading writers are, sometimes consciously, often not, influenced by the work of their forebears in the Detection Club, so do their storylines regularly rework elements from real-life crimes. The storyline of A Place of Execution draws on a case where the body of a convicted murderer's victim was never found. Ian Rankin's breakthrough book, Black and Blue, revisited the Bible John serial killings, and the mysterious death of a radical Scottish lawyer provided a starting point for The Impossible Dead. Meanwhile, the ghosts of Edmund Wilson and Queenie Leavis continue to rattle their chains. Mary Gaitskill's lacerating review of Gone Girl begins with the giveaway admission typical of the genre's loudest critics: "This is not a book I would normally read." Detective fiction remains deeply embedded in popular culture, and so overwhelmingly popular that literary novelists more open-minded than Wilson and Leavis regularly draw on it for inspiration. A.S. Byatt's Possession and Eleanor Catton's The Luminaries embrace aspect of detection, whilst two more Man Booker Prize-winning authors, John Banville and Julian Barnes, have written detective fiction under pseudonyms. Katsuo Ishiguro has noted that writers and readers of the Golden Age had seen the face of modern evil, rampant nationalisms, bloodlust, racism, dehumanized technological mass killing, chaos no one could control. The Golden Age detective novels are filled with a pining for a world of order and justice that people had once believed in, but which they now know full well is unattainable. It's escapism, but escapism of a particularly poignant kind. The Detection Club thrives to this day, holding 3 dinners each year and publishing occasional books to supplement funds. The latest project is a round-robin novel whose title, The Sinking Admiral, gives a nod to the past. Each autumn sees the admission of newly elected members in a revised version of the initiation ritual, which Nio Marsh witnessed, complete with Eric the Skull, although medical evidence suggests it should be renamed Erica. Members include such luminaries as P.D. James, Len Dayton, and John le Carré, and the dinners are distinguished by the same sociable atmosphere that those strange literary bedfellows, Anthony Berkeley and Dorothy L. Sayers, prize so highly. From the darkest days after her disappearance to the end of her life, Agatha Christie cherished the companionship she found in the Detection Club. For almost half a century, the club dinners were occasions where she could relax and feel she was among friends. When she was elected president, she was already a towering figure in popular fiction, but her lack of vanity and acute awareness of her limitations made her as popular with her fellow writers as with readers. Julian Simmons was intrigued by the way she observed her companions and speculated that she was making up stories about them in her head. Unpretentious about her craft, but utterly committed to it, she became the most legendary of novelists. As a playwright, she fashioned from a modest talent a play which has run in London for over 60 years without a break and become the stuff of legend. The statistics of her success are bewildering. So far does she outstrip her rivals. Nearly 5 decades after her death, her detective stories continue to be devoured by vast readerships of all ages and backgrounds throughout the world. people do care who killed Roger Ackroyd. The last word belongs to Christie. In 1940, at the height of the Blitz, when she could not know if she or her family and friends would survive for long, she inscribed a copy of Sad Cypress. Wars may come and wars may go, but murder goes on forever. Notes to Chapter 33. One serious crime of which she was briefly suspected was treason. See MI5 Fears and an Agatha Christie mystery over Enigma leak. Daily Telegraph, the 4th of February, 2013. She inspired and obsessed him. There has never been any published study of the relationship between Berkeley and Delafield, and my interpretation of it was at first based solely on my reading of their work. Subsequently, Berkeley's stepdaughter told me about her understanding that Delafield was the love of his life, offering at least some confirmation for the general thrust of the theory advanced here. American writer Gaylord Larson published Dorothy and Agatha. A copy of the book was held in the Detection Club's extensive library. After the club ceased to rent premises, the library was kept at the homes of club officers, although HRF Keating reported that only one book was borrowed, by Julian Simmons, during the time he looked after the library. The library included books signed by members as well as various criminological works, and many volumes contained a special bookplate designed for the club by Christiana Brand's cousin, the artist Edward Ardizoni. The library was eventually sold at auction to raise funds to subsidize future dinner meetings. According to Greenaway, the story is not 1,000 miles away from being an Agatha Christie story about a country house murder. See Peter Greenaway, Murder He Drew, The Guardian, 1st of August 2003. Mary Gaitskill's lacerating review of Gone Girl. Mary Gaitskill, In Charm's Way, Gone Girl's Sickening Worldview. Book Forum, September, October, November 2013. The Sinking Admiral. This new collaborative novel will be published by HarperCollins in 2016. Such luminaries as P.D. James, Len Dayton, Phyllis Dorothy White, Baroness James of Holland Park, 1920 to 2014, an author of outstanding detective novels, died shortly before this book went to press, having kindly offered me help and information in its earlier stages. She continued to attend Detection Club meetings to the end of her long and distinguished life. After Len Dayton, born 1929, read the manuscript of this book, he told me about two encounters with the then president of the Detection Club. The first, as young man in the years before the Ipcress file, 1962, catapulted him to fame. The second, at his initiation into membership of the club. When Agatha Christie, tired of travelling on the Simplon Orient Express to Stamboul, a journey she made famous, and then by Taurus Express to Aleppo and Beirut, she went first class on British Overseas Airways. On the Lockheed Constellation airliner, with only first-class passengers aboard, she sipped the champagne I poured for her. I was a BOAC flight attendant. I then met Agatha at my Skull session in 1969. She said politely, "I don't think we've met before," but I was able to correct her. The end. That was The Golden Age of Murder by Martin Edwards, read by Leighton Pugh. This program was produced by White House Sound Limited for Harper Audio. Text copyright Martin Edwards, 2015. Production copyright 2015 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Martin Edwards asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work.